And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have Ryan, the Radical Coder, Ghosty, Six Hosty, Cleaner 409. I always wanted to wondered if you named it after the actual spray cleaner. And Paige, of course, our lovely Paige, joining us this evening. The question that is asked, or I guess the statement more so, is society should acknowledge, tolerate, and even accept female promiscuity. I'm ready to kick this off. Ryan, would you give your opening statement, please?
Sure thing. Promiscuous girl, wherever you are, I'm all alone, and it's you that I want. Promiscuous boy, you already know that I'm all yours. What you waiting for? Oh, I'm sorry. That's the iconic song "Promiscuous" by Nelly Furtado. Look, I hate women as much as the next guy. Oh shit, I'm sorry. That's my diary. Okay. Before I get into the prompt, I want to take a moment to set the scene. We are having this debate just hours after the President of the United States called for an immediate evacuation of Tehran, a capital city of 9 million people, and issued escalating threats against U.S. cities led by political opposition. In a moment where human freedom and bodily autonomy are under global attack, we're here debating whether women should be shamed for having consensual sex. So let's get to it. The prompt tonight is, should society acknowledge and accept female promiscuity? And what's the alternative? Stigmatizing it. And what is stigma for? Well, we use it to disincentivize behavior. We label something shameful, dangerous, or undesirable, hoping it will go away. But here's the questions. Does female promiscuity actually cause harm? And just as importantly, does the stigma cause harm? Because this debate isn't just about the risk, it's about discomfort with women choosing sex on their own terms. Let's start with some data. Vrangelova, I don't even know how to say this name, but Vrangelova and Ong in a 2014 paper found that women who wanted casual sex and enjoyed it reported higher self-esteem, less depression, and greater well-being. Regret only showed up when the sex was coerced, unsatisfying, or soaked in shame. So the harm doesn't seem to come from sex, it comes from the context, from how others respond to women's autonomy. What about biology? Well, Galperin and friends claim that women regret casual sex more because of evolutionary reproductive pressures. But newer studies, like the Norwegian regret study, show otherwise. Regret isn't about ovaries or Stone Age instincts. It's about low sexual satisfaction and misalignment with personal values. If she wanted it and it was good, she almost never regrets it. So where does the harm come from? From how society treats women who have sex. In a 2023 hiring bias study, women perceived as promiscuous were rated less competent, seen as less trustworthy, and considered less hireable, not because they lacked any skill, but because they violated an unspoken purity rule. That stigma is costing women real opportunities. Now, where does this stigma come from? According to the economist Anki Becker, in a 2024 paper, the harshest anti-promiscuity norms come from pastoralist societies where men were gone for long stretches, and to guarantee paternity, they needed to lock down female sexuality. That control hardened into anti-abortion laws, modesty culture, mobility restrictions, and yes, even genital mutilation in some cases. Not to protect women, obviously, but to monitor them. And yes, some women help enforce it too. Intrasexual competition is women shaming other women to gain power in a male-dominated system. Right, Paige? You don't have to be a man to uphold patriarchy. You just have to be willing to police other women's freedom. And the consequences are measurable. One study found that perceived stigma, not shame, not risk, but just the fear of being judged, cut STI testing rates nearly in half for both men and women. So let's be clear, that shame is not protecting people, it's silencing them. Final words. Female promiscuity does not hurt women, punishing them for it does. If you care about health, dignity, or safety, stop defending shame, stop pretending that stigma is neutral, and ask who benefits from keeping women quiet, scared, and small. Because the danger is obviously not women having too much sex, it's a culture that punishes them for choosing it.
Thank you, Ryan. Ghosty to you.
Okay, so my opening statement covers some adult topics, so hopefully everybody in the chat can be all adults here about this, but the debate prompt states, should female promiscuity be tolerated, acknowledged, or even accepted? For decades, male promiscuity has been tolerated, acknowledged, and accepted, sometimes even infidelity, and sometimes even tolerated, acknowledged, and accepted by their own wives. I know many will argue, well, men and women are different. But when we look at divorce rates compared to how many sexual partners somebody has, male and female data is almost identical, only off by a percentage point or two. This data is often misused in this context to make a point that the more sexual partners someone has, the more likely they will end up in an unsatisfactory marriage or divorce. But the same data disproves this. Women who had two sexual partners before marrying have higher divorce rates than women with 3 to 9 sexual partners. And in the 80s and 90s, women with two partners had higher divorce rates than women with 10 or more partners. This disproves that the amount of sexual partners correlates to divorce rates. Plus, even if we ignore the two partner data, none of this research shows that the amount of sexual partners is the causal factor for divorce rates. There are many better explanations for this data, including religion, personality types, childhood environmental factors, and much more. Shaming or slut shaming does not prevent women from being promiscuous. Although shaming can be useful in some instances, it is rarely a preventative. People usually just end up hiding these things or being untruthful about them. We can shame drug addicts all we want, but that doesn't stop them from doing drugs. It only causes addicts who need help to continue to hide and lie about their addiction. This is the same for female promiscuity. And this hiding or untruthfulness leads to all sorts of problems, such as confusion between men and women in certain dating circumstances. Women lie about their body counts or say no when they mean yes, causing a lot of confusion for guys, and sometimes leads to some guys always thinking no actually does mean yes, when really sometimes no just means no. But sometimes it's hard to tell if women feel too ashamed to tell him yes right away because she doesn't want to come off as too easy.
One spot on mid elbow.
Sorry about him in the background. There are a lot of other issues that come from shaming women's sexual freedom, especially in younger, inexperienced women and girls. Some women feel pressured to stay with her boyfriend after she slept with him just because society tells her she has less value now. She might feel worthless or used up after sleeping with one boyfriend. The likeliness of marrying your first boyfriend or first sexual partner is extremely low and should not be recognized as something normal or right. There's also the issue of female orgasms and how less common this occurs compared to men. Some men don't believe in female orgasms or even prioritize them. Women are taught to feel ashamed for experimenting with self-pleasure. Meanwhile, teenage boys are usually get a talk to learn how to flush it down the toilet or something like this, and it's totally normalized. A healthy sex life is critical to a healthy relationship, and this kind of unacceptance of female sexuality has been affecting relationships and marriages negatively for decades or longer. And yeah, there's a lot more stuff, but that's my opening statement.
Thank you, Ghosty. Cleaner to you, and I did mute you just because the noise. You'll have to unmute.
All right. Paige and I will be destroying our opposition by showing their support of the following societally destructive concepts during the debate. Populace level behavioral modification, a concept of modifying a population's perceived less intelligent people's beliefs through usage of miswording rhetoric. An example, Cardi B says, I am a strong, independent women. She uses women instead of woman, creating a subconscious push in a singular woman's mind to join the sisterhood hive mind in support of women. Single vector oppositional brainwashing, setting the prompt and then building evidence around the prompt that only supports the prompt while ignoring all credible sources that are against the prompt or discounting those sources by saying, I will have to research or read that evidence, study, or data later. Emotional dysregulation, not being able to control one's personal emotions, allowing clouding of judgment and the logical thinking processes. Salvation whitewash concept, and this is the most important one for this debate. Believing that through forcing a population to accept a worldview that does not shame or demonize the negative behavior, you can manipulate the populace into performatively accepting a world that is less restrictive on negative behaviors, increasing your personal acceptance and status by that populace. The concept of promiscuity is a strong correlate for behavior that has led to the higher moral superiority of women no longer being an understood norm for the general population. An example of this is women in the past being able to voice concerns in various ways to get specific pubs or bars shut down temporarily or permanently because they were morally destructive for the community. Nowadays, if a woman or a group of women voices a moral concern, the vast population laughs at the women and does not take them seriously. Female promiscuity enforces the objectivity mindset that women have no emotional or intangible value because they only see themselves as a sexual object. This is a concept that higher moral women fought against for a very long portion of human history and has only recently become a concept that small portions of socially popular women have adopted and pushed on others. In the past, women used to be the prize in the mind of the man because she was a good woman. Women engaging in men's most demonized and negative behaviors has created a society that views as women as not the prize in men's minds anymore and equal to the most disgusting and degenerate of men in society, thus making women generally seen as less than human and only a sex object.
You're muted, Sarah.
Thank you. I apologize. Cleaner, I do think you're visually frozen. We could still hear everything, but yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
Don't
I don't
worry.
know.
We'll figure it out. Paige, the floor is open to you.
Alrighty. The prompt today is whether or not society should acknowledge, accept, and even tolerate female promiscuity. In short, my position on all three is a capital NO. This is because doing so would ultimately lead, and does lead currently, to the extent this is true in modernity, to bad outcomes for society. Shocker. I will illustrate that the only people who benefit from female promiscuity are either those who gain financially from it, such as those in the sex industry, or to be blunt, people who just want to see the world burn. We know statistically that since the popularization of promiscuity, in particular expanded access to the corn industry and formats such as OF, that loneliness is on the rise. And this is not just amongst women, but it is also amongst men. For instance, the men going their own way movement gained popularity initially as early as 2000, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping. This is because men have an
Mm.
intrinsic biological desire to, oh my gosh, secure paternity. This becomes increasingly more difficult when a woman has exhibited promiscuous behaviors, such as sleeping around, holding a roster, or being involved in the sex industry. The fact that a higher rate of female promiscuity is correlated with lower rates of marriage is hardly coincidental. There is also the matter of happiness in correlation with female promiscuity. We see this via former sex workers who make videos online about how their life now is ruined following their foray into the sex industry, and how now they are not only unable to have romantic relationships, but they also have what's called a public reputation crisis. For example, the former wife to Hugh Hefner and Playboy bunny Crystal Hefner, and her housemate Holly Madison, who have both been very public about their time with Playboy being a negative experience, or Julia Fox, a now actress and model who was a sex worker as young as college, who has openly discouraged women from embarking upon the career. Generally, these women are not viewed favorably after they reach a certain age and are no longer in demand for the very thing they made their fleeting money on, or at the very least have deep seated regrets which followed them throughout their life. I want to remind the audience that this prompt is about whether or not society should attribute these things to a positive outcome, not whether or not it is good for Sophie Rain that she makes $40 million a year on OF, or great for Bonnie Blue that she bought a customized Lamborghini recently. These are individualistic benefits and not applicable to the prompt. An individual woman's satisfaction as to whether or not promiscuity benefits her is not relevant to whether or not that promiscuity results in better outcomes for society. I challenge my opponents to bring forth any legitimate claims as to how society benefits from female promiscuity and why it should give female promiscuity the go ahead, other than that women who engage with this behavior may feel less shame if we give them the go ahead socially and are thus more likely to continue in their promiscuity, thus compounding the issue. That's my
Thank
opening.
Thank you, Paige. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we will get through our open dialogue at around 11:15. We'll move into closing statements. We will read and respond to all of your kind super chats. And then, of course, our favorite part of the evening, we will move into open panel dumpster fire where the audience, can jump on, ask your questions, and have some fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
You want to start, Ghosty, or do you want me to dive in?
I just wanted to respond really quick to something Paige was saying, and it had to do with your opening statement, Ryan. the reason that these sex workers, the majority reason for why the sex workers say they end up regretting it or they're unhappy in life is because of the unacceptance and intolerance of female promiscuity in society. So there's a lot of people who just judge them, shame them, call them names, all the shit, and they have to live with that for their life because of the unacceptance. So it's not because it's not the actual sex work that's making them unhappy.
Yeah, and I'll actually piggyback on that because there's actually two parts to what I'm pointing out there, and it has to do with the social shame around people after experiencing or after like having sex, and also additionally whether or not they're like enjoying or consenting or like willing to do what they are doing in the first place. So a lot of sex workers also obviously have horror stories of being coerced into really disgusting situations, and that is obviously not going to make them feel very good afterwards either. So yeah, both of these are not attributed to promiscuity; they are attributed to men taking advantage of women and social shame surrounding it.
2 points on that, if I can start. Unless Cleaner, you wanted to go first.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So just on the first point with respect to shame, so I don't think either of you are going to deny that sexual promiscuity is at an all-time low in terms of shame compared to what it was in, the 60s, the 50s, or, if we're going as back as far as medieval times when a woman's virginity was prized as like the one thing she had to have going into a marriage. Women that were, like, for lack of a better word, loose were openly shamed around town, and it was a lot less common back then. I don't think that there is necessarily a bad thing about shame when it results to positive societal outcomes, which is again what we're talking about here. We're not talking about whether Becky feels a bit less, conscious of the fact that nobody's going around calling her the town bicycle in high school because she slept with 9 guys in her grade. We're talking about whether or not Becky ends up with a good life outcome after that, after people have been talking about her high school experience for most of her 20s. And with respect to the point of exploitation, I think the encouragement of this industry just adds to that more. We know that specifically human TRAFFICKING is directly related to the corn industry. This is something that popularizing it and allowing for more avenues to it does actually result in an increase. I don't see how it could not. It's just a statistical point. So that would be my position on those two. And I'm welcome to hear counters, but Cleaner, you might have something to say on it, right?
Yeah, I'm a little curious if you two are familiar with Layla Micklethwait. Do you know who that is? You know who she is?
Nope.
No.
She's a lawyer that for about the past 6 or 7 years now has been trying to get all of the snafficking removed from corn sites, and the highest one that she's been trying
Dude, no.
to get it
What?
removed from was Cornhub. So they've lost over 97% of their content because 97% of their content was found to be illegal. And because of the promiscuity of women, the places that they put themselves in, they made themselves a lot easier to be targeted by these nefarious men that would do this, or women, whichever it is that's doing it to them.
And just
That-
just to add on
Sure.
that really quick too, in terms of the benefit, the net benefit to women that are engaging in OF, like a lot of these creators are not Sophie Rain or Bonnie Blue. They're people that literally have like $500 a month, and those photos, those videos are out there forever.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
well,
Are
I
we
mean,
saying that not all jobs have consequences? You know what I mean?
Not like that.
also the topic's not sex work, right? It's about promiscuity
Yeah.
generally.
True, but
This
like also
directly related.
sometimes working
Yeah,
in
sex
service
work
work
would
could
deal with
be
promiscuity.
just as degrading as sex work, to be honest. Like it depends like if you enjoy what you're doing. Now, if you're doing it just because you're in a hard spot and you really need money and you don't actually want to do sex work, that's a different situation. But if you're actually doing it because you enjoy it, maybe you don't make $6,000 a month or something, but you make an average living, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just like any other job, and certain jobs have certain hazards. So I don't know, like obviously we want to stop trafficking, but again, I don't think that has anything to do with female promiscuity.
What
And it
if
sounds
every
like you
woman did
said
that?
there's a huge amount. You sound like you said there's a huge amount of content that's been removed. So it sounds like we're moving in the right direction, getting rid of a lot of the content that people didn't consent to being posted. Sounds like processes are starting to be in place, so more people are protected. That's a good thing, right?
Right, because there's a massive pushback against the promiscuous behavior, the corn industry, and promiscuous behavior in
No,
general.
there's
that's
pushback
happening.
against illegal trafficking behavior. That's the pushback.
No,
Yeah, and
that's
I don't
not
think
the
it's.
only
I think it's like
pushback.
feminists and stuff who are
I mean,
the
you can
ones on
make
the
an
front lines of this.
assumption because you probably
Yeah.
haven't read any of the articles that we've read or done any of the research we've done. That just leads back to what I was talking about earlier, which is your confirmation bias. You're only going to look up data that has to do specifically with your side of things. You're
I
not going to look
didn't.
up.
I looked up
I
opposite
looked up
opposing
research
data.
on both sides so
Me
that I
too.
try and have an understanding of what it is that you would be talking about and whether or not you would have any good points.
Yeah, I searched kind of neutrally, and it just seems like it leaned towards what I'm saying here, like almost overwhelmingly, I would argue.
I looked up opposing data as well, and yeah, there just wasn't a lot to back it up. It like when we're talking about the marriage rates, like there might be a correlation, but again, because of the women who had two partners before marrying is higher anyways, that like there really isn't a correlation. But even if you ignore that, that's not a causal factor. Correlation does not always equal causal, and there's none of the research proves that having more sexual partners leads to not being able to pair bond or higher, like that's the cause for the higher divorce rates. It's usually a personality type issue or religion usually keeps people together. That's why you see like virgin marriages staying together
Right.
more
I
than
understand the
anybody else.
concept. I understand the concept you're talking about, and I wouldn't even say that like when we're talking about social concepts, all right, there's two different sides of society that are created, all right. Generally speaking, men create like the infrastructure and whatnot. Women create the social norms, the things that create society, bring happiness to people, fulfillment to lives outside of just building shit, which is what men generally do. We're very fact driven. Women build the
Well,
societal side. When
I
women
feel like men are often in positions of leadership, right? So generally, they're like way
Yeah.
more often than women.
Yeah, that's
so
a
they're
part
probably
of that's a
doing
part
a
of
lot
the
of that stuff,
building
right?
and construction side of things, though, Ryan.
I just feel like that's
that would
way
be
overgeneralized
because
to the point where
when you
it's
say
not
building
even...
and
it's and I'm saying a generalization, not saying there aren't exceptions
No,
to the
but it's
rule,
not even
because I
that
would never
it's
say anything on a monolith.
exceptions.
But
It's
what
overgeneralized to the point where it
what you're
doesn't map onto
misunderstanding
reality.
here, what a lot of people and even feminists have misunderstood here, all right, men have preferences. Generally speaking, the vast majority of men don't want a woman that's been promiscuous, or they don't want to know she's been promiscuous. They don't want to think about it because there's a concept of jealousy that happens within a man. All right, we can create our own type of internal dialogue, monologue, video log of what's gone on in a woman's past when she starts telling us shit that we don't want to fucking know. Okay? So seeing women that are doing this kind of thing, running around doing this kind of stuff, doesn't necessarily reinforce that for the male side. For the female side, it makes you feel more like you're in your sexuality, which you may view as a good thing, but it isn't necessarily making you viewed more as a sexual object instead of a woman who has feelings, thoughts, emotions, values that are intangible.
That's
Ghosty, you said that we don't have
No,
any
it
stats.
That is
literally is.
you objectifying
Yeah.
women. She is
No.
not
It's
actually the
objectifying
opposite.
herself. That is what you are
when
doing.
you're putting yourself out there as a sexual object, you
She's
are
not putting herself out there as a
objectifying
sexual
yourself.
object. She's having sex because she wants to have
sexual
sex.
agent.
You
That's
are
literally what
objecting.
she's doing, is putting
Yeah.
herself out. How is it anything? How is she
sexual
not a
agent.
sexual object?
Because she,
I don't
Sexual
understand
agent.
it. You don't see the
so
logic
when you
behind
have
that.
sex, when you have
It's
sex with somebody,
straightforward.
if you have sex with somebody, you just think of that person as a sexual object. Is that how you view people when you have sex?
Well, yeah, I'm a man. If I'm just having sex with a woman
Yeah.
for one night,
I'm
yeah.
also a man.
I mean, she's just a woman for a night.
Yeah,
You
I
want
don't
the
feel that way
truth?
at all.
Do
Even
you want to
women
hear
I
the
only-
truth,
even
or
women
do
I've
you want me
only
to
hooked up with, like,
sugarcoat
once,
some
I
bullshit
don't
for
feel that
you?
way.
Well,
I mean,
again,
I just
this
don't
is
feel that way
this
at
is
all.
you.
Men and women operate differently, and this is the thing that you guys aren't understanding.
No, I do
And
understand,
I
but my
operate very different
point
from you.
is that this is you specifically, because not all men do this. This is you specifically objectifying the woman. She's not objectifying herself. She's having sex because she wants to have sex. You're just an asshole who's looking at her as an object, and she doesn't give a
can
fuck.
performatively
So,
prove to you that all men have an understanding of this concept, and all men have, to some degree, a thought of this concept. There are two types of women in the world that men know about: Friday night girls and relationship girls.
okay, and women.
I have a.
Have you never heard anything close
I've never
to
been in a
that?
situation.
Of course I have. Women have relationships and women have casual
It's a
sex. What is your
generally
point?
understood concept by men. Do you know why this concept is there? This concept is there because you have two types of women: women who are loyal because they have a lower body count. They've actually stayed in relationships longer, or they're on their first relationship with you.
Oh, maybe
They've
it
proven
stops.
their
Okay, I'm
loyalty,
not
so
in
you can
sixth
look at their
grade.
behavior from
I
their
don't know why you keep
past.
repeating the same thing. Like, we
Why is the
understand what you're
trope of
talking
Madonna and the
about.
whore
Why
so
is
old?
she-
Why has this been a trope that's been portrayed throughout society forever? Is it because it's just
We're peeling
completely
tropes
false?
now.
I don't know that trope, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you didn't take history as much as I did. But anyway, you asked for
Probably not.
statistics based on
Didn't.
marriage correlation to promiscuity. I actually do have one. The study is called "Does a Longer Sexual Resume Affect Marriage Rates?" and it's by Nicholas H. Wolfinger at University of Utah and Samuel L. Perry of the University
Yeah,
of
I read that
Oklahoma.
one.
Yeah, great. Well, then you know that it says that the women that report more sex partners are less likely to get married. So
Okay, it also is like
what would
literally
be?
a
Let me
fucking.
just put
It's
it.
a
Let me just put
Mormon.
it to you this way: what would be
It's
the
a Mormon
harm if they
school.
didn't do OF, if they weren't like whoring around, if they didn't have a party face? What would be the harm to society?
What would be the harm if they did?
I don't know if they
That
all
wasn't the
engaged in
question.
that.
Yeah, if they engage in it,
That
then it's
wasn't the
harm. That's very
question.
circular. There's like you
It
didn't
sounds
give
like
a
a lot of
reason.
this.
Yeah,
Sounds like a lot of this
question
being
was
framed
the
as like-
question was
Hang on.
why is
Like, a lot of this
promiscuity
seems to be-
good? Like how can you
Yeah.
show us that promiscuity is a thing that we should accept within women in society?
Because we're.
Well,
Oh, sorry, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just saying it's. I don't think we have to prove that it's good. I think we would start from a position that it's neutral, and we generally accept things that are neutral, and then from there, if you present some harm, then we could talk about whether we should shame it. But I believe it's a neutral thing.
No. You're on the affirmative. You're on the affirmative. Your job is to defend your viewpoint. We are asking you
I
like
understand. I am.
concrete questions. So answer the
Yeah,
question.
so our position is not to promote promiscuity, but our position is that if a woman wants to be promiscuous and sleep around, there's nothing wrong with that. She's not causing any harm. And even in your position to say that, oh, she's not going to get married, maybe she doesn't want to get married. Like, is that really harming? How much is that harming? So, I don't
It's
know.
online.
And plus, plenty
She's-
of promiscuous women do get married. I just, there is no harm.
This is promoted even more. We know now online these promiscuous lifestyles, especially when a woman is involved in OF. Young girls are seeing this. A classic example of this is the Bop House, which is literally an OF creator's house. There are women as young as 14 and 15 and 16 that will try out for this OF creator house on TikTok, doing their own specific Bop House audition. This is like, you can't tell me.
Those are minors. That's like
Exactly,
much
that's
different
the
from
problem.
an
Nobody
here is
adult
defending that.
female. First of all, can we also define promiscuous? Like, what are you guys considering promiscuous? Like sleeping outside of marriage, having sex outside of marriage, sleeping with more than 3 people, like OnlyFans. What is your promiscuity level?
Yeah, because even like a lot of OnlyFans creators either just make solo content or have sex with like one person exclusively. So
Still
I don't
skankery.
know why they would count as promiscuous.
Can't agree. My definition is pretty simple. High body count, so like over 10. A woman who sleeps around, a woman who acquires a large amount of sexual partners in a short time span, i.e. 2 to 3 years. A woman who dates multiple men or sleeps with multiple men at the same time, informally called a roster, or somebody who sells her promiscuity online in any way, shape, or form.
I would just sum it up with a simple: having or characterized by many transient sexual relationships. This would include the corn industry as well, by the way. That's why that was brought up.
Okay, and again, so what is a direct harm? That they're not getting married, or they're buying Lambos or something? What, like,
They're not.
No, I'm not saying that they should get married, because I don't think secularists should get married. There's no value to it for secularists at all. There's no reasoning behind it.
So what's
it doesn't
the
make
harm?
any
There's
sense.
tax benefits, but
Yeah, the tax benefits really aren't that high in when you look at the negatives. No, you're actually losing a hell of a lot more than you'll be gaining from a few extra hundred every year from tax benefits.
If you have children
depends
with
on the
somebody,
income levels, but
it's beneficial to get married. There's like other benefits.
No,
to marriage,
actually,
but-
head of household can actually make more than a married couple whenever you have children together and you're filing taxes. So there's really no reason to get married.
Okay, so what's
that's what I'm
the harm
saying.
then?
It depends on income levels, but yeah.
If you don't even care that these women aren't getting married or leading to divorce rates, then what is the harm to society?
The harm that's involved in 2 people having a mutually monogamous long-term relationship isn't there. Like, there isn't a harm in that. That's 2 people having a long-term relationship. We're not saying that there's any harm in that. We're saying there's harm in this concept of promiscuous behavior in all women, and that we should accept it.
What
And
is
so I'm
it?
asking you, what
No,
is
no,
it
no. You
that we
didn't
should
answer
be
my question.
accepting about it?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what is the
Respectfully,
harm?
Well,
you
no,
did not
I've
answer my
actually, yeah,
question.
no, I've actually answered it a number of
You
times.
didn't.
Just
You just repeated
you
back that
haven't
this is
asked the
harmful.
question, but I've actually given you the answer already a number of times.
You actually haven't. You
The fact
literally
that you're
just
not
repeated
able to
back.
conceptualize the
Excuse me.
understanding
You
isn't my
literally
problem.
just repeated back that
So,
promiscuity is harmful.
but when women are
How?
running
This
around,
is
all right,
sort of
when
it.
women are running around having sex with random people and they're not being selective in their process, they're not restricting
I
themselves,
was about to
they're not
insert one,
showing
but
they
you
have
guys
self
shut up.
control. They're not showing that they value anything to themselves.
That's what you
That's
So
think.
as
one
long
Then
as
how
that's
is that
one
harmful?
aspect of it. Well, it's harmful because if you don't have self control, you're showing future men that you don't have any self control and you won't be able to control yourself in a marriage, which
You
can lead to
just
all
said you don't
kinds
think
of disastrous
secularists should get
behavior.
married. So how is that harmful?
Yeah, I don't think they should.
So there is
But
no harm.
I'm not the arbiter of all things law, and people will still get married. So we're
So
going
there's
to
no harm.
reference this as if people are going to be married at some point because that's what women want.
Ideally, they should for the benefit of the nuclear. But let me just focus because, like, let's just assume like we disagree, where we agree on that point, which we don't, by the way.
Wait, which
There's also an issue just in terms of reproduction. So we know that women have a finite amount of time in order to have kids, right? Generally, a woman's ability to reproduce starts dropping off at 30, it drops off again at 35, then 40. By 45, it's pretty much impossible for a woman to conceive. And I have stats on this if you like this. When do you think that women are doing their most promiscuous behavior? Like, when do you think that that's occurring? Do you think that that's occurring before 45?
He's coming.
In between 18 and 45? Or when do you think that's
Yeah.
occurring? Do you think it's-
Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
great.
He was on
Okay,
the
great.
joke.
So while they're out there having their party phase or sleeping with a bunch of guys, or maybe they're on OF, unless there's a specific audience for that, they probably are not conceiving and continuing to do OF, then they're limiting their ability to reproduce. Is that not problematic?
I don't see how that's limiting their ability to
Yeah, no,
reproduce
I think
if they
that's
end
all
up
the
making a
betrayal.
decision to settle down in the age of childbearing range is like then they have a child. Like if
Have
they
a lot
want
less-
to.
I do want to like definitionally because I think Ghosty was tapping into it earlier. She was asking for the definition of what a promiscuous woman is or was or whatever. And I do keep hearing OnlyFans being brought in, and I don't know if we can necessarily if we include that into the situation or into the prompt. I think we need to make sure the definition of promiscuity is open to that because I think there are some OnlyFans girls that don't even have partners or might even be virgins or uh, uh, it's or maybe it's like one partner that they're just utilizing the entire time. So if we're defining promiscuity, are we including OF girls? And if so, how does that definition broaden to that? I just want to make sure we stay within the scope.
I suppose I would ask one question to clarify whether or not and what we would be including in the conversation.
Mhm.
Sarah, have you ever heard of sexting?
once or twice,
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that the two people that are engaging in sexting are in a sexual relationship?
I think that can be pre or post.
Yeah, like
I mean,
generally
it
leads
can
up to
get
one.
pretty graphic in some of those.
Well, I mean, even sexting could be something as it could be something as simple as like, what are you wearing, right?
Right,
But
it
it can
could
also be a matter of like sending dick pics too. So the
or
graphic
boob
level,
shots or whatever.
yeah,
Right.
and I think that can
Pictures
depend
of my
on
wiener,
it's
dog.
Right.
it's
And
subjective.
would you say that when someone's sending like a graphic picture of themselves, they're in more of a sexual relationship at that point because it's no longer just sending words, right? You're sending pictures of yourself to someone that's like, hey, look, this is my junk. What's yours?
I still wouldn't necessarily say it's a guarantee that they're in a sexual relationship.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I'd
Yeah.
call it that.
Because I mean, even sexual intercourse is physical content, right?
I would call
so
it maybe a romantic relationship.
So-
like not sexual.
Yeah, or like
romantic,
intimate.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well,
intimate.
yeah,
I
you're
would go with
trying.
intimate.
See, the thing is, and the reason that I'm giving pushback here is because when we're talking about relationships, right, we're talking about the wider concept of men and women interacting. All right. We're not just talking about like on the limited format of a man and a woman that want to get married, because obviously promiscuous behavior doesn't happen in like low body count women, or, I mean, it doesn't normally happen. Granted, there's exceptions, but it doesn't normally happen in low body count women or virgins that get married, right? It happens in people who are engaging in hookup culture or the promiscuous lifestyle.
So you would say that a husband and wife wouldn't sext each other?
No, I'm not saying they wouldn't. What I'm saying is anything that could be viewed as a relationship, which is a man and a woman talking to each other for a limited portion of time, getting to know each other, and then hooking up that night, never talking again. That could be a
Mhm.
relationship, albeit
That's
short term, but
yeah,
still a
casual.
relationship.
That's what you would
Right.
call
Sure.
casual sex.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Regula is
whenever
very
a cam model
I
is
I
chatting with
it's
her
it's
little
very
viewership, or the viewership thinks they're chatting with a cam model or whatnot, they are necessarily getting sexual comfort from that person. And so I would classify that as a relationship of a kind if they're engaging in that.
Like a
Um,
parasocial one.
yeah,
A
I would say it's
parasocial, yes,
parasocial or even a
but
business.
still a
I would
relationship.
like
Yeah,
business.
business,
Yeah.
Yeah,
like a
uh,
client
Yeah.
type relationship.
yeah,
Yeah,
business
it's still a
client or
relationship.
like the service is that.
uh
Well, and I don't even think all of them interact with messaging back and forth either. I think that's a very specific like subcategory of OF.
I don't know. They
Whereas
say they
the
do.
cam, we've talked to a lot of them actually. I know I have who actually don't interact that way. Some of them might do like live streams where they send questions and they interact and engage that way. But I haven't, I haven't talked to one who specifically participates in the personal messaging. Right. Um,
I feel like if I wanted to,
Majority, all of
if I
them
could
do.
reframe it a little bit, like I feel like what
Like
I
all
came into
three of
this
them.
thinking we were going to focus on is like, you know, women choosing to have consensual sex with
right.
other with people. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, you if you guys want to talk about like OF and stuff, I mean, I guess we can go down that road for a bit. But I feel like most people, when we're
Nice.
talking about promiscuity, we're talking about the broader trend of like women feeling like they're not like, or I'm sorry, if we're talking about the shame and whether we should shame people for being promiscuous, we're generally talking about women, whether they should be shamed for going out and having casual sex or yeah, basically. And
Right.
that's
And I think
kind of
Paige's direction was in terms of the influence,
Hmm.
which I understand that as the influence, but I think the scope would be to I thought it was like body count style too. I look at OnlyFans girls specifically if they have like the what is their name? Bonnie Blue, like
I
that
don't know.
body count, you know what I mean? To me, that's an abnormality to the conversation because I don't
Right.
believe most women would be trying to do these high body counts and wouldn't be doing it for that kind of money. I would also say, like even prostitution, I wouldn't include them because they consider it a job, right? They're not doing this casually in terms of like I'm going to go out and have casual sex for fun
Well,
tonight.
there's plenty of other jobs they could have taken, and they chose to take
Yeah.
an easier, less socially accepted job because it was easier and it's what they could do.
God forbid.
Right, but I still think
Wow.
it stands outside of the scope of the I just wanna ensure we're within the scope of the prompt. That's all.
Well,
We
I
can
think I think if you
and
give me a
even
little
Ryan
leeway here,
said
you'll see how Cornhub correlates.
mhm.
So,
I'm okay with it if Ghosty and Ryan are okay with it, right?
well, I don't
I'm
really care if
reading the
Ghosty and Ryan are okay with it. I just care whether you're okay with it because you're the
I'm
mod.
talking
They're my
about
opponents.
the prompt specifically. Like I came
Yeah.
into it
I
with the
get it.
same intention as Ryan did. So I
Yeah.
want
I
to
get
make
it.
sure if we're utilizing OF and Cornhub
Kill
girls
Ryan.
as the example, well then that is the I think that's the exception to the rule, right? I don't feel like they necessarily count in terms of the casual encounters that promiscuity that we all as a general consensus would agree would be a girl that goes out to a bar and takes home a dude that night and sleeps with him. That to me is what the
Backpotted.
definition of promiscuity is. And she does that continuously. And that's her rules of engagement with men, right?
Well,
I also would
and
consider the idea of ensuring, like, for instance, you could have a body count of 20 if you sleep with two guys over a matter of 10 years, right? So are we including a high body count or are we specifically saying it's casual only? So do you see how the terms keep moving as we get through the concepts. So the OnlyFans and the Cornhub, I just want to make sure we kind of like push that a little to the side, and it doesn't exemplify the entirety of the argument, if that
Yeah, that's
makes
fine. I
sense.
don't I don't
Okay.
I don't really care to dive too far into that. The only reason I gave pushback on that was because y'all were saying it's not a relationship, and it is definitionally a sexual relationship. So, but what I was more pointing at was the fact that whenever women engage in promiscuous behavior and put themselves into the red light scene or even bars in general, they are necessarily putting themselves in a more at risk location and at risk environment where there's a lot of snafficking going on that has been recorded and things have been done about it to some degree. However, there's a large amount of it that hasn't, like, we haven't been able to do anything about in the world. There's still thousands and thousands of women that are missing and go missing on a daily basis because of this type of thing. And this isn't the only causation, right? There are other correlates to women going missing. Obviously, I'm not saying it's the only
Yeah.
thing. I'm
So
saying that
just to respond
as
to
far
that
as the
specifically, though.
snafficking side, though, whenever they're getting taken from these locations that are like that, I mean, you have to see the harm in that kind of thing at a minimum.
Sure. So what you're saying is that women who go out to bars and clubs are at higher risk, but that has nothing to do with promiscuity inherently, right? Like the women who are going to bars and clubs, many of them are not being promiscuous. Many of them are just going out to drink and dance, and many of them are going to hook up with people. So it like.
And I would also argue that the
Well,
action of sleep, like of
yeah,
being promiscuous,
so
isn't the
when
harm;
you're
it's
hold
the
on,
action of the
let's talk
trafficker.
about that
Yeah,
point
let
that,
Ghosty
like,
go. You talked a lot, man.
right, but you're addressing a point, and I'd like to stick on one point at a time until we
Yeah.
go through it, right? So you're saying that you don't think that women that go to bars or clubs or things like this are engaging in promiscuous behaviors, but
Yes.
women advertise
Inherently.
themselves. Men go to start the conversations up. Women are going to advertise themselves. Granted, there is an exception of women. Like, there's a small portion of women that are going there for no specific purpose having to do with men,
I have a question.
but the vast majority are going there for promiscuous lifestyle behaviors.
I have a question. So, given like any given nightclub, any bar, do you think the majority of women are taking home a guy with them when they leave the club, or do you think it's a minority of women?
Oh, I wouldn't say either way that I'd know either of those.
Okay,
I
well,
don't
you're
engage
saying
in that lifestyle,
you
so I
are
couldn't tell you that
generalizing. You're saying
I
that the
know.
majority of these women are going to clubs to sleep with guys, and that's like the majority
Yeah,
of
that-
that's
that-
they're
Because that's what they're
advertising
saying.
themselves to sleep with guys when they go to bars and clubs. So that's what
Yeah,
you just said.
because that's either what they're saying they're going there for
But if
through
the
idle
majority of them aren't
conversation,
doing
or
that,
that's
then
what they're
that's just
doing
if the majority
whenever
of them
they
aren't doing
go
that,
home with the guy.
if the majority of them aren't going home with men, then that's just not the case.
Okay, are you
I'd
talking
also
about
add
the
that your
majority
framing
in
of
one
them
night?
as being
Hold
real
on,
quick.
Ryan. I'm engaging with
Okay.
this. So, Ghosty, are you
Yeah,
talking about the
Yeah,
majority
my bad.
in one night or the majority over time? Because there's a difference between the two, right?
In a night at any
Oh, okay,
nightclub,
in a night.
if you go
In a
to a
night.
nightclub,
Okay,
are the
okay,
majority of the women
okay.
in that nightclub
So,
going home with a guy?
So right, okay, so you take like 100 million women, and let's say they're all going to the bar, and only 1 million of them go home with guys that night.
Yeah.
There's 365 nights in a fucking year. You do realize
Okay,
that,
do you
right?
think they're
So
going
you're
to a
saying
club
you're saying that just
365 nights a
because
year?
1% to 20% of the women go home with men that night, that it's not that bad, and they're not engaging in a promiscuous
Okay,
behavior.
well, we also don't know how
It's one night.
often.
There's 7 nights in a week. There's
We
like
don't know
28
how
to
often these
31
women are
nights
going
in
to
a
a
month.
club.
Like,
Some
Gross
women
friends
maybe
didn't
go to a
invite
club
me to the club.
once
I'm
a
not saying
year.
that you would
Some
do.
go once a
What you're
month.
doing is you're minimizing as much as you can using this misguiding rhetoric.
No, I'm talking
All
about
right.
reality.
I
I'm
already
just
spoke to this before. No, you are. You're framing it as if that one night a week is all that women are doing, but that's not all they're doing. They continue. Women who engage in that behavior continue to do that behavior throughout
again.
the portion of a year.
Again, I
So
don't think the majority of women
because
at
they're going home
nightclubs
with
are
somebody
going
that night
weekly.
doesn't mean the next night they
That
don't.
again, the majority of women at a nightclub are not going weekly. That is a minority. A minority of women at a nightclub are attending on a weekly or daily basis.
What is
So
your stat for that?
how often would you say is acceptable for a woman to be going home with a man and engaging in a promiscuous lifestyle? What is it that
we're
we as a
shifting.
society should be accepting as far as this is the number, right?
If it's
What's your
consensual,
threshold?
if it's consensual, whenever somebody wants
Well, I
to.
think it'll be consensual.
Sorry, consensual.
What a word combo.
I like it.
I thought
It's
so.
consensual. I like it. It's official, consensual.
I'll say
New
two things.
Shakespeare word.
Number one, you should engage with her point about it being consensual and whether that's suggest if you're
We'll
going to
get to
argue that's
that.
harmful
I
somehow.
wrote it
you
down.
gotta-
We'll get
wait,
to that.
Wait.
Hold on.
Okay,
Let
well,
Ryan go.
yeah, Jesus. So you should engage with that, but also I think it's funny that you again you did this thing where like you're accusing people who hold our position of objectification, and then you're talking about women going to bars and dressing up as advertising themselves. What do you advertise? You advertise products. These are people who are want to look good.
Yes,
Everyone
you're
wants to look good.
objectifying
I
them.
want to look good when I go out to
You're
the bar too.
objectifying them by calling them products. You're showing they're objectifying
No, you're
themselves.
saying you're the one who said the
proving
fucking
my
word
point.
advertising.
Hold on. Let Ryan
Like-
finish his thought.
I mean,
I'm good,
you're
I'm
proving
good.
my point.
No, he
ahead,
was
Ryan.
talking about you.
I don't feel like I proved your point. I think that your point was about how women who are going to bars and advertising themselves, and I feel like the thing that people advertise is products. You're supposed to advertise a product, and so you're comparing women to products there. Not me. I'm not doing that. That's what you're doing by saying calling it advertising.
You could say that a man who dresses up in a
No.
suit to go to a business meeting is advertising himself as a businessman or something. Like,
See,
people
this
just
is-
dress
this
up.
is
Like,
speaking
this is
to-
not how we like talk about people.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Going back to what Ryan was saying, though. All right, this just goes back to that misunderstanding, the single vector oppositional brainwashing that you guys do. All right, so like what you're doing is you're saying that we are the ones that are objectifying women, but we're not. All right, we are saying that they go to a club to advertise themselves. Women advertise themselves in dating. We're
That's
not
you
saying they're
objectifying
products.
women.
You said they're products.
No, you
I said
did.
they're women.
He,
I said they're women. You
he
said
was
they're products.
he was making a
Clarify,
comparison to what
yeah,
you were
to-
saying
He was
that
basing
you were
that
yeah.
off of
That's not
you
what
were
I'm saying at all. You're using misguiding rhetoric in order to
Yeah.
try and frame something I'm saying in a negative light. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're women. They advertise themselves to get a man in whatever context they're wanting to get a man. I mean, all of human society understands
What a
this
tease
fucking
man,
concept.
right?
I don't understand why you people keep trying to misrepresent this concept whenever we're having a conversation or a debate about it, other than trying to demonize us for not wanting to put up with your bad behavior.
What are we misrepresenting?
Ghosty, you seem like you've been to a
You
couple
performatively just tried to
clubs you said as
misrepresent
clubs.
what I was saying about women advertising themselves to men as saying that they are products. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're women advertising themselves. If you can't understand that concept away from products, you're literally showing that all you do is objectify women with this understanding you have. And so you're showing me why I shouldn't accept or tolerate or acknowledge promiscuity in women.
An
Ghosty,
alternative explanation.
how
could
many
be
men
that
have
we
tried
the-
to
we-
buy you? Just a sec, Ryan. Just let me make a point because there's been a
Sorry,
bit of
Paige.
back and forth.
Yeah, I didn't realize you've been trying to talk.
That's okay. Ghosty, you expressed certain knowledge about like that scene. I'm just wondering, how many times has a guy offered to buy you a drink at a club?
Like, very rarely.
Sure. Okay, if I were to go into any major club right now, are women going to be wearing full-length pants and long-sleeve shirts, or are they going to be wearing mini skirts and mini dresses?
Yeah, they're gonna be like dressed.
Club wear,
yeah.
right? There's a whole name, club wear. What
Yeah.
does club wear remind you of? I mean, does it look like you're trying to like show off certain parts of your body, perhaps trying to, I don't know, advertise? Isn't that weird?
You're trying to look hot. Yeah, that's what you do.
I know.
Oh,
Look
you're
skanky.
trying to look
And
hot.
men do the
Right.
same thing.
Yeah,
Sure.
guys do.
Sometimes
I'm
do
not
the
lots
saying
of
they
same
men
don't.
thing.
take their shirts off in clubs. Yes, they
Tonight's
wear
prom
bling.
isn't
They
about male
fucking show off
promiscuity.
their.
It's about female promiscuity.
Okay, I'm
I'd
just.
love to have another one with you about male promiscuity too, because I fucking hate that shit too.
Yeah.
Well, can I pose a question then? Does an outfit define a girl's sexuality?
No.
No, but it does define how she advertises herself and shows the world who she is. People look. It's something that like women have tried to push this concept onto everyone in the world that like we should always look past a cover, but we don't. We're judgment machines. We're pattern recognition machines. We constantly see things and make a judgment call on it. You see a fucking shark and his mouth is open and he's coming at you. What is your first thought?
Okay.
Oh shit! I might get bit.
I agree with you that people
It's a
are.
judgment
I
call.
agree with you that
We
people
do
are
that all day,
judgmental.
every day.
I agree with you that people are judgmental and judge off of looks lots of times. But again, I don't know what
Yes.
this has to do with the prompt.
You're being viewed as doing promiscuous behavior, engaging in promiscuous behavior.
Okay, that doesn't mean she
All right?
is engaging in promiscuous behavior. And again, what is the harm in that, anyways?
And see, that's the thing that like I don't really give a shit
You're not
to
gonna
discuss
answer.
right now. You're saying that we should acknowledge, tolerate, and accept it, and I'm not understanding why we should acknowledge, tolerate, and accept it because, like, I've already given you a number of examples of the harm that it does to women
Do you
and
believe in
how it's
personal
devalued
freedom?
them.
Do you believe
Like,
in personal
listen.
freedom?
So when women of old,
I
all
also
right,
haven't heard the harm
old,
yet.
long time ago, used to say that they had a moral objection to something, right, in their community. The community would do something about it. I mean, women and men both understand this concept. Men are terrified of this concept even today because a woman can say that you're a PDF and there's a good chance that some guy on the street is going to shank your ass. All right. So women still to this day have a slight level of moral superiority, but it's waning. It's going away. It's not coming back. It's going away with the more promiscuous behavior. The less you value yourself, the less you show your value to higher value people
Wait,
in
so
society,
are you saying
the
that?
less generally society will value you and the less they will value what you say
I
as a
don't
moral creature.
understand. Are you saying that more promiscuous women are likely to
I literally said exactly what I meant.
so are you saying that promiscuous women are more likely to say that a man's doing something that he's not? I can't think of the word.
That's not what I
False
said at
accusations.
all.
Well, what
That
does
is
that
not
have
what
to
I
do
said.
with
Yeah, I don't
women's
understand.
morality?
Yeah, I
Or
think
you're
they
just
do
not
the
making
answer.
sense. I'm just being truthful.
No,
You're
I'm
not making any
sense to people who have an understanding of this concept, right? The concept is women used to have the moral high ground. They used to be able to say, hey, look, I know that I can't prove it, but this kid came to me and said that that dude over there did something he shouldn't have done to him.
And she was
Can you guys go
believed?
give him a whooping or talk to him or something? You know, set this right. The guys would go and do it. And you know what? While it may have
I
not
don't know about
always
that.
been right, it had the same stats the justice system has today. All right, we still have injustices that happen in the justice system. Okay,
What does that have to do with promiscuity? That's what I'm asking.
because as the higher moral construct, you weren't a promiscuous lady. You were a lady. If you're not promiscuous, you are more valuable to men. What you don't understand is that men and women each see each other in the same or see women in the same light, right? Men and women both recognize promiscuous behavior as something that is a net negative for society. There are young women that want to fight that, socially high class women that want to push this concept because they don't want to be shamed for things they've done. And that's fine. They don't want to, but they're still going to be because this is an understood biological fact from both men and women that women that engage in this are less trustworthy. They're less. I mean, there's a whole slew of data that
My
goes
biology
along
doesn't
with
agree.
this.
What do I do?
Like, no,
I
because you're
fix that?
22. You don't have an understanding of
32
what it is to
actually.
be a man. Okay, 32. You still, for some
Yeah.
reason, don't have an understanding of what it is to be a man, apparently.
Is it possible that we just have different ideas of what it means to be a man?
No. On a
In fact,
basic,
maybe
on a
you've been
basic
misguided.
understanding, on
Maybe
a
you're
basic
locked in your old
understanding,
ways.
I believe that on a basic understanding, all men could agree on a very short list of things that make a man a man. Such as, why the hell should I acknowledge, tolerate, or even accept promiscuity from females?
Okay, well, I don't agree. So there we go. Here we are, man to man. We got this. We got a headbutt.
You're not a
We
man.
have to...
You proved it. Okay, so continue the
That
conversation.
doesn't
Explain to
prove
me
it.
why. Yeah, no, he just proved it.
That's not
so,
proof, buddy.
If you,
I don't
if
know.
you disagree with him, then you're not a man.
So
You
far
know-
outside of the scope.
See
but
this
okay.
right here. What I just did is what you guys have been doing all night. All right, you're using misguiding rhetoric to try and shift away from things that you don't want to have a conversation
You're just
about,
not making
or try and
sense.
mislead people, right? So that's
We've
what I
just been
just
asking
did.
what the harm
I
is,
just
and you
showed
just
you
haven't been able to
exactly
say
what it is that
anything.
you're
You haven't-
doing.
Yeah.
You just haven't
You're
mentioned
not-
any harm. You said
you're
Cardi
not
B was brainwashing
approaching.
women.
You're not approaching being
going in
able to
circles,
show us
you're going
why
off
society
subjects,
should accept.
You're
You're not
rambling.
approaching, showing us why society should accept female promiscuity. Why we should
Okay,
tolerate
I
it.
have an
Why
answer.
we should.
I have
mean,
an answer.
like,
I have an answer. Personal freedom. Do you believe in personal freedom?
it depends on the realm and the
So you
contextual
don't.
understanding
So
of
you
the
don't believe
concept,
in
the
like.
subconcept.
You don't believe in personal freedom as long as it's not violating
No,
somebody else's
no,
safety.
I don't
for
believe in
example.
unilateral personal freedom. No, I don't.
Okay, well, I do.
What are the limits?
People overseas to make sure they didn't have unilateral personal freedom to come and bomb our buildings.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just said as long as it doesn't put somebody else at risk for harm, like violence. So
Okay, so a promiscuous woman running around having sex with a lot of men has a higher risk of STDs. Does that necessarily put her future partners at risk?
it could, but she doesn't have
So-
to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I would say it could, but also,
it
hang
could,
on.
could,
Also,
maybe
it could, but
You
also,
already said it
but
could.
importantly,
Right, so
importantly,
Hold on,
you're
hold
not-
on. Let Ryan finish his
yeah,
thought.
Jesus, man. So importantly, one of the things I brought up in my opening statement is that stigma actually reduces the rates of people getting tested for STDs. So actually, your position, which is that we should stigmatize this, is leading to less people getting tested, and therefore making it more likely that these people are going to spread those STDs.
Stigma?
Stigma? Like you go to your
How?
doctor and they do a
Show me.
test.
Stigma. Yeah,
And
Show
then
me
we
how
call you.
stigma
People are
is
less likely to
reducing
do that.
people wanting to
Yes.
get STD tests. Show me how stigma is doing that.
yeah.
What
I'll post
stigma?
a link at the back.
What stigma are you talking about?
Stigma against.
Stigma of being viewed as like a slut or something.
Yeah.
What, because you're going to your family doctor to get an STD test and they're calling you via phone to let you know whether or not you have to come in for a confidential meeting with your doctor?
Yeah, being judged
Like-
by your doctor. Yeah.
Being judged by your doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not aware of this phenomenon?
Now, I don't give a shit what my doctor thinks. I go in
Yeah.
for medical advice. I
You
don't
should.
care
They're
about his.
supposed to take care of you. You should
I
care
don't
about
care
their
about
opinion of
their
you, right?
sociological
That
advice
too,
or their
but
ethical
this
advice
is
or their
how
moral advice.
psychologically.
I go to them to get healed. That's their fucking job.
Good
That's
for
what
you.
I pay them for.
Psychologically, this affects people in this way. Whether that's right or wrong is a different thing. The fact is that it happens.
Okay, show me how this is happening. How is it that they are being stigmatized or shamed in some way for getting an STD test?
You're
think we
you're
should look
doing
at the
it right
prompt.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, so I posted a paper in the back from the conclusion of it. STD-related stigma may be an important barrier to STD screening for adolescents and young adults. Given the fact that most participants reported receiving an STD test during a routine health visit, it is unclear whether STD-related stigma may be associated with care seeking versus acceptance of STD screening at a routine health visit. So it's it's a little bit inconclusive, but
Isn't STD testing part of the promiscuous lifestyle being lived responsibly that you guys are promoting here? Like, why would
I
it
would
Well,
be?
encourage
again,
people
we're
to get
not-
yeah.
Again, we're not promoting promiscuity.
True.
We're just accepting it.
Okay.
But I would say if someone were to ask if someone was going to be promiscuous, I would encourage them also to get tested regularly.
Yeah,
of course.
100%.
Right. So
This this is not a formatively
So
put
being
together
promiscuous,
correct.
has nothing to
study.
do with whether they get tested or not,
It,
right?
it doesn't
so
list the methodology in which they did this study. It doesn't list
It does.
the no. It doesn't have cited references.
It literally has. There's literally a methodology section. What are you
No, no,
talking
no,
about?
no. It explains what they perceived as their methodology. That's not a methodology. The methodology they're using is an explanation of them going and getting a number of people and doing this X thing and that and that and that.
This is from
This
National
they're
Institute
not
of Health.
they're not explaining right. They're not explaining the general concept of the methodology that they're using. What they're doing is just giving you a bunch of word salad bullshit that doesn't actually tell you what it is that they're doing.
Wait, just because you don't understand what they're telling you doesn't mean it's just bullshit, right?
No, this is actually word salad bullshit. This is called filler text. When studies
That's
are
cute.
done, what they'll do is they'll give you a methodology saying we use this methodology to conduct this study. Below are how we correlated the data from X, Y, Z, whatever bullshit, right?
Yeah, they'll have like a section that says
all of
procedures, a
this
section
crap.
that says measures, a section that says
All
statistical
this
analyses,
crap
like this
that's
one
under
does.
methodology
Right?
has nothing to do with the methodology of it. Like this,
Here, I'm
this
just gonna
is
post this in the
explaining.
general
This is
chat for everyone.
explaining. Yeah, feel free to. This is explaining a whole bunch of word salad bullshit about what they did for their study, but it's not explaining all of their cited references that they have and whether or not each and every one of those data sets. Oh, this isn't a meta study. This is a singular study taking only Fafner data or Fafian data from sources. Okay, I understand.
At this point, we can either just accept the study or reject it. I don't know if we want to waste our
So
time
Yeah,
arguing
either
the
way, like if we want
study.
to talk about STDs, and I would say STDs are harmful, right? But that doesn't mean that you can be promiscuous responsibly. So you can get tested, you can use protection. I would never like say that being promiscuous, like if you're being promiscuous, be responsible about it. But again, this doesn't have to do with promiscuity itself.
I'd like to bring up another point too. If
how does it
individuals
not?
were not, oh, sorry, cleaner.
No,
Um,
go ahead. I
if
don't see how it's not. That's all.
Yeah, and also I'd like to point out the fact that if individuals were not promiscuous, then they wouldn't be needing to expose them to the stigma of an STD test. For instance, if two people are virgins and they get married together, right? They're not going to need consistent STD screening, ergo no stigma, ergo again, societal good. You still neither of you have demonstrated that there is a societal good to female promiscuity. I've not heard that yet, so
It's not the prompt. The prompt is to accept it, right?
well that means tolerating it. Yeah, that means saying that it's okay.
The thing is,
Yeah, we
though,
don't
we
have to
have to
prove
be
a
able
good
to
thing
approach
about it.
neutrality on it, and as it is
We'd start
currently, it
neutrality.
is
Start
no.
at neutrality.
No,
Yeah.
listen. All right. So what you're saying is we should acknowledge, tolerate, and accept female promiscuity. All right. That would say that it would be a neutral or a positive. All right. What it is right now is a shamed concept. So what you have to do is convince us of a way that the shame is incorrect or the shame should not be there. Because if what we're seeing is
Yeah.
behavior that we consider shameful,
So
then you're going to have to show us why we should not be shaming for
so
that behavior. That's
again,
what I've been trying to get you to explain all
right,
night, and
again,
you're not giving us an
and what
example.
we've been saying is that there is no reason to shame it because there is no harm that comes from it, and we also believe in personal freedom.
We've already shown
And
you how there's
we
harm
have
in it.
asked you time and time again for the harm, and you just keep repeating it is
Right,
harmful.
but you don't believe in unilateral personal freedom, do you? You
And I would
you
also
don't
add
truly
that
believe that there's no harm because you agreed that yeah, someone who has more sexual partners is at a higher risk for STDs and their future partners are at a higher risk for STDs. All right. So I mean
unless they
you're
get
not
tested
like
regularly,
you've
right?
already
Yeah.
agreed to that, which is pretty
They
much
they
I
can get
mean
tested, and most
saying that
STDs are
there's no reason why we
curable.
should go along with this.
And I would also say that in my opening
Yeah,
statement, I listed
not all
several
STDs
studies.
are curable.
I said most.
Sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead,
No,
Ryan.
not most.
Yeah,
Not most.
I was also
About
saying
half
in
of them.
my opening statement, I also mentioned several studies that talk about explicitly how the shame, the stuff that you guys are suggesting we should be doing, is actually the thing that causes harm in quote unquote promiscuous women. That usually the regret that is associated with sexual experiences is either from bad sex or from the social shame around having had sex.
How is it a bad thing to see? The thing is, I'm still not like you're not giving me something that actually matters as far as how
Well, you don't care about
shaming
whether
is
women
a
regret having
negative.
sex, right? I
What you're
guess.
saying, all you're doing is saying, oh, shaming women is negative, but
Yeah,
you're
it
not
is.
telling me how. You're not
It
telling me how it
increases.
harms
It
them.
makes them more likely to regret sex they have.
Okay, and
It
how is that
also,
a bad
like
thing?
I said in my opening statement too, it
Like
leads to
if they're
confusion
running around
between
being
men and women.
promiscuous, and as a society, we understand that as a negative behavior, and we shame that. Why should we not? All you're saying is because it makes those few women that are doing it feel bad. Well, good. That's what shaming is supposed to do. So what you're telling me is our tactic
It
is
also doesn't
working.
disincentivize behavior.
It's not
I'm not seeing
working
a
because
harm.
it's not working because it's not preventing it. It's just keeping women
Oh,
from hiding it
does.
and lying
It can
about
help
it.
prevent it. It can very well help
It
prevent it.
doesn't prevent it.
Oh, I can tell you right
On
now it
scale,
does.
at least.
We can shame pedos all we want. Does that stop people from being that?
There are different
No,
levels
it
of
doesn't.
social shame.
Can
You
we
understand
shame
that, right?
drug addicts? That doesn't stop people from doing drugs. We can slut shame all we want. People are still going to do what they want behind closed doors, and then they'll just lie to you about it.
Do you understand the different levels of shame that society uses on people? You understand there are different levels of it?
Yeah. Some
Okay.
shaming can
You
be
you
good
understand
in
you
certain
understand that
instances.
on the most extreme levels of social and judicial shaming, people get executed.
That's a law.
Yeah, it's judicial shaming.
Okay,
It's still
if
shaming.
you want to consider that as shaming, sure.
I do consider it as shaming. We're telling you did something wrong. Bad, bad, bad. Go die in the
Think
electric chair. Like,
more
Okay.
along the lines of like law. I think it's more for justification and making things right again. I don't know if it's
eh.
necessarily shaming. Shaming would be like,
I don't think it's always about making things all right, though, Sarah.
And
I
even
well,
mean,
I
that,
think the
you know,
law. Okay, Paige, I feel like you should be singing against that thought process too. I think the law is built in for justification between the people. If you went against somebody's, you know, rights that they have, and you took something away from them, like it's a ramification and it's a justification. Just the same as like paying somebody back, right?
Well, so
I don't know if it's necessarily shaming. Shaming would be like public like
scrutiny of the,
scrutiny,
so
right?
like
Like
when
telling
we,
well,
them
I
you're
don't know,
bad.
televise the fact that we're executing a guy who's on death row for doing a bad thing,
yeah.
well,
we're
Yeah,
literally
I
shaming them in
don't.
society.
it's been proven that like the death penalty and stuff doesn't even prevent crime anyways.
Doesn't
So like these aren't
doesn't
even
matter. What we're doing
preventative,
is shaming people for this behavior,
and
and
that
the
doesn't
shaming
work.
does make people understand that that is a bad
What
behavior.
we're
And yes,
telling
it
you is
does
it
work.
doesn't work. It's not a preventative measure. All it
People
does is
people
make people
understanding that they will go
hide
to jail
doing
for
these
doing bad
things.
things
Yeah, so they
does
kill
work.
somebody and they try to hide the body. That's what happens
Just
when you
a
have the
second.
death
Let me,
penalty.
because Sarah directly encountered me on this because I do have some experience in this. So there's two components, right? Obviously, yes, they're in the civil litigation system. The point is making somebody whole monetarily. When we're talking about the criminal justice system, there's two components. Yes, there is justice in the form of incarceration or in lesser offenses, things like community service or weekend jail, but you cannot deny the fact that that in and of itself, the punishment does have a correlation to shame. You are a felon for the rest of your life, or maybe if you're seen, picking up trash as part of your community service, people can see that, okay, this has been an offender to society in some way. Yes, there is a justice element, there is a penal aspect, but there is also the shame that accompanies that. It's undeniable.
Would you consider that shame to be the law in and of itself, or would you consider that to be public view?
It's two parts. It's the law telling the person that it's wrong, and then people generally like look at felons or people that have been sentenced to criminal punishment in a negative light. It's just a matter of fact. People have difficulties getting jobs if they're a former felon. Oftentimes, if in certain circumstances, they're labeled and put on a list for all of their community to see. There's definitely a public shame element to the prosecution of crime.
So we could talk about prostitution.
And we could, I mean, we
Prostitution is
could even go
illegal.
so far as to say that
Still
to
happens.
some degree, human beings created the social concept of law and order because of shame, because of things that were societally destructive, things they wanted to shame in society. So the whole concept of justice, law and order, all of these things are because of us seeing a net negative in society and wanting to shame that behavior out of society.
We want to prevent that behavior.
Yes.
We want to hold people accountable for that behavior.
Yes.
Yes, by saying you're a bad guy.
Or by like giving them a fine or something. It's not just about making them like feel like a bad person,
What-
but like
Yeah.
by
Okay.
disincentivizing
What-
behavior.
Whenever somebody goes to court for, I don't know, a speeding ticket, let's say, and they go to court, they have two options. What are their two options to plead to the judge?
Guilty.
Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty or not guilty? Guilty is a shaming concept. You're guilty. It is a shaming concept. The whole construct is about shaming people who are doing bad behavior.
I think that's like a bit of a stretch, but
Yeah,
It's not a bit
I
of a
actually
stretch. It's
to
getting
say
to the
that.
base of it.
Well, hold on. I think because you're adding a word in here, and the word is the intention. The intention of the law is to shame, and I don't know if that's. I wouldn't agree with that. So I
I'm
want to
saying
make
the
sure we.
intention is to like mitigate this behavior to a minimalist, if at all happening concept, right? It's we're trying to get rid of a behavior that's bad in society.
Yeah.
Society said this is a bad behavior, and so one of the forms of shaming that we have is to remove someone from society, and other people see they are removed by telling them they are guilty for something and putting them in a jail
Yeah,
away from society.
The reason
They are being shamed. Granted, they're having an extra level that's added to it through the judiciary process. The judiciary process, though, is an extension of the concept and understanding of shaming people for bad behavior.
But the reason we need jail and laws and stuff is because shaming alone doesn't work. Just saying this is bad and society is going to look down on you if you do this thing doesn't actually prevent that behavior. It might feel like
I don't disagree with you.
Like
when you're saying it doesn't necessarily work, or it isn't the only thing that works, right? What I would say is that it works to some degree, and it works in large degrees with some people.
Can you give like an example?
And small degrees in others. Okay.
Can you give an example of how shaming is used as a preventative measure?
Sure, absolutely. My son tries to touch the stove, and I say, "Don't do that, dumbass. That's hot." And he goes, I'm stupid for trying to do that. It's hot. I won't do that again.
I don't think that's shaming. You're not making him
That's literally shaming.
The dumbass part is probably
literally shaming.
If you're calling him stupid and making him feel like a lesser person for touching the stove, then that would be shaming. But if you're just teaching him...
do that to each other all day long, every day. That's what we do. That's how we construct our reality and understand our safety procedures, what we should and shouldn't do.
So does that prevent
anything? Of course it would. Yes. Kids look up to their parents.
No, but you're not calling your kid, you're not like you're not being like, wow, you're so stupid, you're an idiot, you should think lesser of yourself for touching the stove.
That's not demeaning to him.
You teach him that this is going to hurt you.
There's a difference between demeaning someone in the moment, shaming them in a way that makes them remember it.
That's not shaming.
Yeah, it necessarily is. They're ashamed of their behavior. That has triggered shame in them. They are ashamed of doing that.
Like they associate.
Hold on.
We're so far off.
Hold on.
You haven't even like.
Hold on,
Sarah.
Hold on, Cleaner, because I you keep just saying so much, and I'm not picking on you. I swear. I just want to make sure we really clarify this stuff. Shaming a child for bad behavior, I don't think would be like if they touch the stove and it's hot and you say don't do that again, right? That's correction, and then that's a teachable moment. Yeah. To shame them, like you would have to be ashamed that your child is a dumbass, right? I would have to be ashamed of your behavior, and usually that requires like a public viewing, right? I'm ashamed of you being such a dumbass, but I don't.
It doesn't always require public.
I don't know if
it can be one-on-one between two people.
And this is actually shown.
A husband and a wife may shame each other for things that they consider the other one doing that are bad, but not share that with the public because it's their private life.
This is shown
not sharing. It's the like shame, like Japan takes shame to a very, very high degree, right?
Yeah,
like
they take it to an extreme example. I agree.
Yes, you have shamed your family's name. You have shamed like who we are, and I think that I don't think
have shamed the debate.
Yeah, I think you're taking
they've only been
shame
talking
in a
about
different.
our concept of shame and saying that it's a bad thing to try and prove that we should accept female promiscuity. And the thing is, they haven't given me a reason to say why shaming these people is bad. If a majority of society doesn't want this behavior to happen, then why should we not shame it?
How do you know it's the majority of society that doesn't want this behavior to happen? And even if they did, what we're saying is it's illogical. There is no actual logical reason to shame these people for having consensual sex.
There's plenty of logical reasons.
Again, you haven't given.
Why did any?
I have. I've given you a bunch of them.
Well, he gave one.
No.
He did give one.
You can
argue that like there are men who would be less likely to want them, right?
Women look at men's futures. They look at what men can do for the future. Men look at what women have done in the past to judge what their behavior will be in the future. All right. This is performatively correct. This is what, generally speaking, most men and most women do. All right. We look at what your past was, and we say, oh, well, she was never loyal to someone, so I don't see that she's going to be a loyal person. That's one of the things that men value most from a woman is loyalty.
Promiscuity loyalty and promiscuity are not.
Yeah, that doesn't have to do with loyalty unless you're cheating.
Yeah, and maybe they are, maybe they aren't.
Okay, well, cheating would insinuate disloyalty.
Them being
but
promiscuous.
Being
Yeah, I would
promiscuous
shame
does
people for
not.
cheating.
They would be, cheating would be being promiscuous when you're in a relationship with somebody and you're saying you're committed and you won't cheat on them. All right,
Yeah, because
and
you're
I would
breaking their
even agree
trust.
that that's
Yeah.
probably not as large a portion of the population as social media has made it out to be. However, that is still a significant portion of the population. When you're even talking about 20% of the people, 30% of the people cheating on people, that's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Well,
people shouldn't cheat on each other. I agree.
Okay, so those people shouldn't be behaving in promiscuous behavior. So
No, they
should
what
break
all
up
you're
if they're
doing
gonna-
is
if they're gonna
giving.
do it,
All
yeah.
you're doing is accepting points that I'm saying we should shame for promiscuity. You're not telling me why
But if
we
they're outside
shouldn't
of a
yet.
relationship, you haven't given any good reason to shame them for that promiscuity.
Yeah.
Yeah, because whenever I already explained to you that, like, when you're looking at someone for a long-term relationship, you're looking at their past behaviors, their past relationships. If they've never been in one, then you have nothing to inform that from, and you spend a little longer time with them, getting to know them, and building that trust level with them. However, if someone has had a large number of very short, nonchalant, bullshit relationships, one night stands, things like that, you're going to have less of a belief that they will be loyal because they've never shown that they're capable of being loyal. They've only shown they're capable of sticking around for that night.
So would you assume the same for men? Men who have
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean, there's some
Yeah,
women that.
like I said, I'd love to have the men conversation with you too, because I think that's, and this is the thing that I said in my opening, was what's going on right now is people are trying to tell women it's okay to do the most demonized and morally destructive thing that men do. That other men, good men, look at them and say, "You're a fucking degenerate for that shit. You shouldn't do that." That is devaluing the women you're doing that to. That is making them a sexual
In your
object.
eyes.
But
You're
again, that's
objectifying
you
them.
doing
You're only
that.
looking. No,
You are the person
seriously,
taking
they're only
value.
looking at them as a sex object.
No, you are the person taking away value from that person. If
I'm not.
people can have casual sex and still value that person.
I'm not taking the value away from
You
anyone.
can have a one night stand and have a good time, respect that person, think they're really cool, but you're just not looking for a relationship. Like it's not always like this. Like just, and some people do that. They just
Right,
like.
and you're a Friday night chick, not a relationship chick.
Okay,
Men
but
understand this concept.
if you are saying that woman has less value now because she's a Friday night chick, that is you
She does.
devaluing her. So that
No,
is
she's
you saying
devalued
she has
herself.
less
Value
value.
for
allowing this
you.
to happen.
Yeah.
She's devalued
There's less
herself
value to
allowing
you,
that to
not
happen.
less value.
No, she has, yes. Okay, so when we're talking about value, I'm not saying she's
From your
not a human
perspective.
being. What I'm saying is, as far as a relationship, a long-term relationship with someone, whenever a guy goes into a long-term relationship, he looks at the value of a woman, all right? Judgment calls create value. We can't get around that. That's just performatively correct, all right? Whenever we go through and we start judging things, okay? We start saying, okay, this behavior is good, this behavior is bad, this behavior is good. That creates a value of good and bad. It values someone. It literally values them as being good or bad.
Okay.
Higher value because of more good things, less value because of more bad things.
Would you say that different people value different things?
Yes, I
about each
would.
other?
I absolutely would say that
So
different
a
people
woman
value
who-
different things.
a woman
However,
who is-
generally
feels free to
speaking,
have
the
casual
vast
sex is-
majority of men that are looking for relationships value three things that are pretty much the same across the board. We want loyalty, we want respect, and we want a nurturing woman, a woman that will raise our
What does that
children
have
if
to
we
do
have
with
children with them.
promiscuity?
Because
Nothing.
generally,
Well-
women that are promiscuous are not offering those character traits.
Are you
There's a
serious?
lot of things. Just a
They're
sec,
not
let me finish.
showing them.
Yeah, there's a lot that can
Not while
happen
they're
too during a
being
woman's
promiscuous.
promiscuous phase. Okay, she can get, like we've said, STDs. She can gain a very high body count. I don't know if either of you have like been living under a rock, but the conversation surrounding body count is very high, particularly when we're talking about online. And let's face it, online is
Shit's
where a lot of
astroturf.
relationships occur. Sorry,
So that shit's astroturf.
that's your personal opinion.
AstroTurf?
Yeah, I
What do
mean,
you
like,
mean?
Again-
like,
again,
I'm
but
saying
what
that
does-
like
what
people
does
love
ha-
to set up debates about it.
You-
It
you're
doesn't
gonna
mean it's
use
like
another
a real thing
misguided
that everybody
rhetorical
deals with
command
on
there?
a day-to-day basis.
What
I
does
don't think when a
Sorry.
Sorry, real quick. I think when most people are like meeting people in real life, and this is as someone a grass toucher myself, I think most people when they meet other human beings in real life, and if they're interested in them, they're not really they're not explicitly focused on like, what's your body count? Like this isn't like a real thing that most people deal with.
When you're going to enter into
it's a very
a
online
sexual
thing.
relationship with them, you're not concerned about their sexual history. You don't think that that's telling.
I
as
didn't
to
say
what...
that. No, I'm just saying the body count specifically is the thing that people are less concerned with.
But answer the question. Okay, is that something that you would consider to be an evaluation of risk when you're approaching a partner to have a sexual relationship with? Yes or no?
If they don't have any STIs and STDs, then they don't like have a history of cheating on partners and stuff, then I don't really care.
So their sexual contact does matter to some degree to you because you want to know if they have STIs or STDs.
Those things are separate. Is what I'm
No,
telling
they're
you.
not
Those
separate from
things.
sex. You have to have sex to get them. So if you ask them if they have anything like that, you are necessarily asking them if they are not a virgin.
You can also get an STD from sleeping with one person. So like,
yeah,
right. I didn't say you couldn't. I just said
again, this has nothing to do with promiscuity.
Them if they are not a virgin.
This has nothing to do with promiscuity.
Like,
and what I was pushing back on,
then you know they're definitely not.
What I was pushing back on is you guys were saying that women who are promiscuous don't have the qualities of being nurturing, loyal, and the other one.
No, I didn't say they don't have those qualities. You're using misguiding language again.
You're said
using misguiding language. I didn't say that. I said they're not showing it. They're not showing they have those qualities. You're using misguiding language.
Paige, you literally said those promiscuous women tend not to have those qualities. That is exactly what you said.
Tend not to have those. Didn't say always.
Yeah. I'm not saying you said always, but again, what is the link to promiscuity and not being nurturing, not being loyal, and whatever the third thing you named was that you want in a woman?
It generally does not result in those character traits. If you're going around sleeping around,
you're not nurturing.
If you're more sexually promiscuous, generally you're less able to. There's things like pair bonding.
That's not a real thing. There's nothing to back that up.
Ghosty.
Really?
Even
there's nothing to back up
women
that
who
sleeping
have
with people means you can't pair bond or be
were
nurturing.
capable of being nurturing, that still doesn't say why men should accept women with high body counts. You're still not giving me any reason to why we should accept promiscuity.
If you don't want to date a woman who has a high body count, that's all you, dude. I don't care.
Damn,
I'm not judging.
You just get it wrong too.
But you also don't have to shame a woman who wants to have sex. You don't have to date her, but you don't have to shame her either. There's literally no use for it.
Yes, there is. The usage is the more that we shame people who run around and do things that we don't view as good, the less that thing happens.
That's not true. They just hide it and lie about it.
It absolutely is.
Shaming
We've
is
already
not
proven that with the justice system.
That is giving a consequence. And again, and even the justice system doesn't prove that.
Even if we take the justice system out of it, all right? People shaming other people for bad behaviors does work. We know this works. We know this concept works because as we raise our children, hold on,
you're
Ryan,
asserting it's bad behavior. We don't even agree it's bad behavior.
Hold on. I'm answering what Ghosty was saying. As we raise our children, we do shame them for things that we consider bad behaviors. We do encourage good behaviors in them. All right, so this concept does work. You can't tell me it doesn't. It does.
It doesn't, and you haven't proven that it does.
Well, right now, for instance, I saw a statistic this morning from World Visualized, and on the list of world's most revenue efficient companies, OnlyFans is at the top with 37.6 million. Apple is below it at 2.4. Microsoft's below it at 1.1. Amazon's at that at 0.4. These are people with legitimate jobs that are not encouraging promiscuous behavior, and yet they're exceeded by OnlyFans. If that doesn't tell you that we are not shaming people enough for promiscuity, I don't know what does.
That doesn't say anything because these users on OnlyFans and cam websites, they're anonymous. So all those people who watch the Whatever podcast and are slut shaming, they go and subscribe afterwards. Like they're just lying about it.
They don't all do that.
I'm not saying they all do it.
What? That is like
you just said they all do it. You just said they all do it.
Did, but I know what you meant.
It's the same kind of.
Everyone knew what you meant.
Yeah, cleaner you that he's pretending not to. People use.
It's how you
they
speak.
Continually use misguided language to try and paint things in a negative or positive light based off of what they want.
Also, just having the Whatever podcast have like 10,000 viewers every night or whatever is just a factor to show that we do still slut shame. Like these shows, all these red pill shows
to show
are
that people
super
want to watch
popular
dating
because
shows.
men love to just shame women for being
No, 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 no.
sexual.
See, you're
And it's
conflating
Sure
two
do.
things there. You're actually conflating two topics, okay? Yes, there is a small portion of men that watch that want to see whatever kind of bullshit goes on between the debaters that are happening, right? But there's a lot of guys that actually watch that because they just want to watch a dating podcast and see what women are
They
saying
should
they
pick a
want in the
different one.
world and whether there's any women that are out there that are worthy of them. You see
That's not going to
this
help. That's just going to
whenever
make
that's
him
men
horrible.
whenever men
incel
send
porn
in
or
super
incel
chats
Brady.
saying, "Hey, chair 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I fucking love you. Here's my IG. Hit me up."
Yeah.
I mean, how many relationships has Brian even been in? Like that? Does that guy have a history
I
of
don't
like
know, and I don't give
relationships?
a fuck because that's not what we're
Well, you
talking
should
about.
you're
You're trying
if
to
we're talking
prove
about
to
guys
me
going there
why
for
we should
dating
accept
advice.
female promiscuity, and you're still not
Oh,
proving it.
okay. So when I talk about the topic that we go down,
You
I'm in trouble
haven't been
for it.
able
But
to give me.
Well,
You,
People
I
have
you
been
think
slut
haven't been able
shaming
to
me
give
in
us
the
one
comments
single
tonight,
point.
yeah.
that's
and they
Hold
don't
fine.
on,
even know my
hold on.
history.
Hold on. I think kind of the goal, and I won't speak on Brian's behalf, but I think based on what I've seen, as part of the goal is to kind of add that slut shaming factor into the whatever show. It's there. It's very in your face. It's very consistent. You know what I mean? And I think that's just built in. And I
Yeah,
think
to Brian's
sometimes,
trauma. Yeah.
right.
Well, I never said it wasn't to a degree. I never said it wasn't to a degree. I even conceded that yes, a small portion of men call into the show for nothing more than just to shame the girls. However, there is another portion of men that calls into the show or super chats, whatever the fuck you want to call it, just to simp after the girls because they like some of them. Some of the
Most of the
people just
donations are
send.
shaming
But
them.
see, this is the thing. This is the thing, right? You're what they're doing is misguided language yet again, misguided rhetoric.
Most of the donations are shaming them.
They're
If you've
taking
ever
no,
watched the show,
no,
you know
not
this is
most,
true.
not most,
Cleaner Crew doesn't
no,
watch the show.
no,
Not
not
most.
most,
Are you
no,
kidding?
not most, no, yeah, not most,
It
Definitely
is
most.
not most,
overwhelmingly
no,
most, almost
no,
all, like
no,
literally
it's not
almost all. It is
overwhelmingly. You're
hard to
using
It
find.
misguided
is. It
rhetoric yet
is.
again.
I'm
No.
not. Like
No,
literally
you
pull
are.
up the whatever podcast chat and find me one nice comment about the women.
One, just one. There's
Yeah.
thousands of them. There are
Yeah.
thousands
Chair
of
one is
them.
hot. Well, chair
Like
two is, yeah, has a
you've
nice
obviously
yeah.
never watched it.
They're
Yeah.
not going to bring you on page.
I have
Nice
I
try,
have
though.
watched it.
I don't want to
plenty
go on
of
the whatever
times.
podcast.
Well, then I mean,
I'm just
there's
teasing you.
like I don't think there may be like one or two episodes that there hasn't been a nice comment about one of the ladies on panel. There might be, but
Okay, still
generally
one
speaking,
out of
there's
literally
normally
a
at
constantly
least
running
2
chat
to
with
20 that are
12,000
nice
people
about the chicks.
is
Like,
not proving your point.
let's
please say it
take
again.
it back. Let's take it back because I don't want to make the show completely about whatever.
Bring me on, Brian, you
to pull
coward.
it back to promiscuity, but then it got derailed back there.
I know. That's why I'm gonna bring it back for everyone. I wanted to tap into the idea of if anybody wants to dig into it, you don't have to, but the idea of privacy behind closed doors, the government, especially since we're talking about society, and society is where like we build into our government, right? So I wanted to bring it to the idea that privacy behind closed doors is a constitutional right. Like you do whatever you want behind closed doors. The government has no right to interfere. Therefore, that should be reflective of society. And what you do behind closed doors is also so long as you're not harming somebody else's rights or impeding on the laws, doing illegal things, so on and so forth. Otherwise, the government says, we don't care, do whatever you want. Does anybody want to chime in down that route since it's, society should acknowledge, tolerate, and even accept female
I think he's switching
promiscuity? I would
channels,
say
so
legally, there's nothing barring that. Uh,
I'm
Paige,
not
I know
saying
you're
there is.
very,
Yeah, I don't think there is because it's outside of the societal scope. I mean, look, my point is from a Christian worldview. I think that it should be like those sexual acts should be between a man and a woman who are married. The Bible tells us this is fine, that we're to give our bodies to each other in marriage. I don't think that you should be having, like orgies at your house without anybody knowing. I think that that's really degenerate. I don't think we should be encouraging that in any way, shape, or form. But the fact of the matter is, the prompt is about society. And in my view, as long as they're not broadcasting that, that's outside of the societal lens. So I don't see I wouldn't even have the opportunity to shame it because it wouldn't be obvious to me.
Yeah,
So
the concept of what's happening behind closed doors and whatnot. Like if a woman isn't telling people what she's done, then no one knows. But to some degree in society, people do see behaviors. They do see, like, your friends will see you go home with a guy whenever you're at a bar, or your friends will see, you're like one of your friends, you'll go home with a girl. I mean, what's happening to
But
some degree, right? It
I
doesn't
put them
necessarily
in
mean
there.
you
There's
know all
like
the
4
ins
in
and
there.
outs and all the
The
gory
white
details
ones.
that you don't want to really fucking know. But
Okay,
it
so why
does
should we
mean
shame them
that,
for
I
it?
don't know where they
and
are.
I'm not saying that you know every single one, right? I mean,
One
I
is
wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but
upstairs.
why
I
should
don't
we
know where
shame
the
them
other
for
ones
it?
are.
And this is the thing that the
I used one
conversation
today with my
isn't
suit.
about. The conversation
Not
is
about why
about
we
why
should
we
shame
should
them?
Yeah.
accept it. See, you keep trying to turn this thing around as if we're
What
the
does it
ones
mean
with
to
the
not
affirmative
accept it? What
prompt,
does it mean to not
and
accept it?
we're
I'm
not.
sorry. What would that look like? What does not
I
accepting
don't
it look like?
have. See, here's the thing. I don't have any reason not to shame this type of behavior.
It,
Currently, I don't have any reason. You haven't given me one. What you've done is you've given me a reason that is based on your feelings or your thoughts, and then we've gone through it and deconstructed it and refuted it completely. You haven't
that is
given
not
me
what happened here.
anything that's logical, that says we
So
shouldn't do
it's actually
this.
quite
We
logical to
shouldn't
say
shame
that.
people. We should
So it's actually.
accept female
I'm
promiscuity.
sorry.
You haven't given me
Whenever you're
anything that
done.
says
Whenever you're
that.
done. Okay, so I would say that it's quite logical actually to start with a neutral outlook on a behavior and then to decide whether or not it's a harmful behavior by some metric, which you guys have failed to do, except for that like some men might not want them, which is fine. Those like they probably don't want
Not
those men
some
either.
men, not some men. The large portion of men in the world want a
According to
loyal
you.
woman, and
Well,
what they
we're not.
don't
You have
see
no evidence these women
is
are disloyal.
right. You don't have any evidence that they are either.
So that makes it illogical to assume that they are, right?
Well, there we go. We're neutral. We don't have either. So what's the reason to shame them again?
Like there is no reason to believe
Because
that somebody who sleeps
they're
around is
engaging in
more
a
likely to
behavior
cheat than
that
somebody
men
who
find
hasn't.
disgusting. So once you move to a neutral ground, then you get into preferences. All right. When you create a
This is all
neutrality,
preferences.
you get into what preferences are after that. The preferences
Yeah.
of men versus women, right? Yes.
Or I mean aggregate. An aggregate, yes, I guess, but like we're talking
right.
about preferences
Yeah,
of
I'm not saying
people in general.
monolithically. I mean, there's going to be other things that'll inform your decision making process in your partner, right? But majoritatively, it would be preferences. It would be your preferences. When you
your preference
when
is
you
to
create
shame
a
them,
neutral,
and our preference is that you shouldn't.
right.
And we have
Okay,
also a lot of data that
this
suggests
is what I'm
you
saying. This is what I'm saying. All right. If you're saying, okay, so you've not got any proof that she's not loyal. Well, we don't have proof that she is loyal. But we do have proof that she hasn't shown loyalty to the guys that have been in her life before.
Because
If
she
she's
didn't
been
need
promiscuous.
to. There was no. She wasn't in a position where she
if she
should
needed
be
to or
loyal.
not. That's the thing, okay? When
So
we're
that's
talking
illogical
about
to assume that.
hold on. No, it's not illogical.
It is because
It's
she is
not
no more
illogical
likely
to
than a woman
assume
who has only
anything.
had
That
a woman who's been in
it's
a
not-
monogamous
it's not
relationship to
illogical
cheat.
to assume anything that there's evidence for. All right. You see evidence of her not showing loyalty, therefore you don't know if she will be loyal. That's what you can take away from that. It
So does
creates
she prove
that
you wrong after she gets
it
in a
creates
relationship
that
and is loyal for
negative
long, like
bias
a
in
year
your
or two?
mind. It definitely creates that negative bias in your mind where you're saying, all right, I've never seen her be loyal. In fact, I've seen her just use guys in the past. So how do I know she's going to be loyal?
You can also say this about
Okay.
a virgin, somebody who's never had a
No, you
boyfriend.
can't.
You
Because if
you
she's
have
never had- if she's
no
never had
proof
sex
to
with a
show
guy and
that
she
she's
hasn't been
you
promiscuous
have
with
no
a guy, then
proof.
you don't see her using men.
Excuse me, you have no proof to show that she's been loyal
You can
or
excuse
disloyal
yourself all you want.
to
Hold
men.
on, hold on, Cleaner, because you are becoming a little interruptive.
You have
Yeah,
if a woman is being promiscuous and she's having casual sex and that guy is not expecting her to have a relationship with him, that's not showing disloyalty. So if you want to say, oh, well, she's never had a boyfriend or something, so we don't know if she's going to cheat on me, you could say that about a girl who has never had a boyfriend or who has never had sex. You don't have a resume, I guess, to show you proof of her loyalty.
So there's no truth that past behavior informs current decisions or future decisions?
The past behavior of having sex with people who you don't owe loyalty to doesn't inform a future decision of whether she will show loyalty to a boyfriend.
That's literally the saying, like, oh, honey, I used to sleep around every Tuesday and Sunday, but no, for you, it's going to be only you, babe. Love you so much.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. You don't think that some people, you can be promiscuous and then have a monogamous relationship and settle down with somebody? Do you think that's like a
I
foreign
wouldn't
concept?
trust the person as far as I could. If they were like, I have a body count of 100, and just 3 years ago, I was going out and banging a guy well, in my case, banging a girl, every Tuesday and Sunday,
That's
I would be
because
like,
of
okay,
illogical assumptions. Like, there's literally no reason to think that.
it's a statistical proof that people generally engage in similar like it's very hard for a leopard to change his spots. I'm pretty sure you've heard that.
Not. Like, people
Sure.
can
It
be
is.
people can be in relationships and then not be in relationships and be in relationships. Like, this is very normal. People are usually serial monogamous. So they're with one person for like a long period of time. That's the normal for most people. But people can go
Right,
back
and
and
that's
forth
the normal
between
we
these
want to
things.
stay at.
People can go back and forth between having casual sex and being in monogamous relationships very easily. It's literally not. It's not like changing your leopard skin.
You're
or whatever.
right. They can. And we see them doing that and say we don't want to fucking marry them because we see that behavior and they've proven they're not loyal.
You don't have to marry them. No one's asking you to marry them.
That's not proof of being disloyal, though.
But see, this
She's
is
not
the thing.
being
We're not
disloyal
talking about
to anybody.
whether or not it matters whether I want to marry him or somebody else. We're talking about whether or not we should accept this belief of female promiscuity, like females running around and being promiscuous all they damn well please. And I'm telling you that men, generally speaking, do not want women who are not loyal, who have not shown that they can be loyal in some way, who have not engaged in this promiscuous type behavior for a long-term relationship. They don't want that. And we don't want that in society either. That's a concept of shame in businesses as well.
So this comes back to what I said about how if they're promiscuous for a while and then they get into a relationship and then they're in that relationship for a while, they're proving their loyalty. So after that, if they break up, even if they were promiscuous in the past, they've still demonstrated loyalty, right?
No.
How?
No, if they've been promiscuous in the past, then they're not showing that they're loyal.
But they had a boyfriend.
Except for when they're in a relationship.
They had a boyfriend
assessment.
But they have proven that they've been in a relationship, that they've been loyal to that person. So
what happened to the relationship?
If I was applying for a job,
ended.
Okay, he might have broke up with her,
or she might have broke up with him. Yeah, any number of things could have happened.
So you're saying
disloyalty.
So you're saying that girls.
No, I'm saying it doesn't prove loyalty.
So you're saying that girls who have broken up with a boyfriend in the past are also proven to be disloyal, and you shouldn't marry them either.
If you were applying for a new job and you had a large gap in your resume, just let me finish. You had a large gap in your resume, or you have a bunch of jobs where you only were there for a couple months at a time, and your employer looks at your sheet and it was like, that's weird. Why are you only at these jobs for like 2 months at a time? This has happened, for the past 5 years. That's kind of weird, right?
So weird. That's not analogous at all.
Yeah, it is analogous.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, because those jobs.
It actually is.
No, I will explain to you if you stop talking.
What women don't understand.
I will explain to you
whenever
talking.
You're getting into a relationship
shut the fuck up.
with a high quality man, you're showing your resume. Like you're
okay. Let me explain. So in a job, you are expected to stay at, there is an expectation to be at that job for long periods of time. When you're having casual sex, there is no expectation to be with that person for a long period of time. So therefore, it is not analogous at all.
It is analogous.
It's not.
It actually
is. In a job, you have an expectation to be there.
So leaving
a job,
you have an expectation to be there.
Where we're losing the thought here is the qualification to have sex with somebody. Are we presuming you have to be in a relationship to have sex with somebody? Like that is the standard bare minimum in order to have sex. And if so, does it have to be a long-term relationship?
All right. So the conflation that Ghosty is making, all right, is what she believes we're saying. When we're talking about going for an interview for a job, it would be the same concept as whenever a husband or a man and a woman are looking at a long. Hold on.
We weren't talking about interviews.
I'm explaining the concept so that you'll understand it. Okay. When you're when you're
misunderstanding it because you're not talking about the right thing.
Hold on, and if you don't, then you won't understand the concept. You won't understand why it's analogous.
Yeah,
all
you
right?
don't, because you're not even talking about
No,
the right
I
thing.
understand exactly why it's
Hold
analogous, but
on,
you
hold on,
won't
hold
if
on,
you don't ever let
hold
me
hold
explain it.
on.
Then
Let's not
talk about
meta
holding a
this.
job, not talk about interviews. Talk about that
No,
analogy, because
no,
that's
no, no,
what
no.
Paige.
The
That was the
analogy
analogy
fits.
Paige gave.
No, the analogy fits. All right. When you go for a job interview
Oh my
for a
gosh.
job, all right, it's the same thing as if you're going to start dating someone and figure out whether or not you want a long term relationship with them. If you're going for a contract job, that would be a week, a month, 2 months. That would be the same thing as hookup culture. All right. There's a difference between the two. You're looking at something short term in a contract. You're looking at a long term thing whenever you're going like to interview with a company. That's how the company is viewing it. If you've had contract jobs,
Okay.
they won't necessarily look at those and say, okay, well, those are bad on your
So
record.
can we talk
But
about
they
Paige's
can look at
analogy now?
those. What they can do is look at those and say, I've never seen you work for a company for a long period of time, so I don't see that you're loyal. I see that you've jumped around through a lot of contracts, though, and that doesn't show me you've been loyal to a specific job or a specific company. So
Okay,
I
thanks
don't
for
know if
wasting
you'll be
like 3
loyal.
minutes of time.
It's the
But
same
can we?
Wasted a lot
conceptual
more than that.
understanding of the relationship dynamic. You're
Yeah.
just not
Okay.
able to
Again,
follow it.
we're not talking about that. We're talking about how having casual sex is not proving disloyalty, right? Because you're not
I never said it
expected.
was proving disloyalty. I
Hold
said
on,
it's not
Cleaner.
proving
Let me finish.
loyalty.
It's not
She's
proving.
she's using misguided
Jesus
rhetoric again,
Christ!
though.
It's not proving
I
loyalty. It's not disproving. Like, come on, dude.
This
It's
is
not.
where I think
I never
the both
said
of you,
I never said it was
hold on, stop.
disproving.
This is where the clarification needs to come in. Are you, is it an obligation? Is it the standard quo? Is it the bare minimum in order to have sex with somebody that you have to be in a relationship with them? That's where we need to define that, because if that is the case, right, then yes, for a job, if you want to be successful in a job, right, if you want to be locked into longevity for a job, you have to like commit to that, right? But working at like a summer job, college students work summer jobs all the time. It's a casual like job, right? So if we want to be analogous with that's how I would look at that. However, in order to define uh like that you have to have that longevity before you have sex with somebody, like that's where your issues are coming in between the two of you. Does that make
Well,
sense?
right. Well, I
Yeah.
think the issue is that she's misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I'm not.
Or
I
she's
understand
understanding
what you're
or
saying.
she's understanding what I'm saying and she's using misguiding rhetoric to try and
Oh my
frame it
god.
differently from what I'm actually saying.
Yep. Yep.
All I'm
Yep.
saying is it doesn't prove loyalty.
It doesn't disprove it either.
I didn't say it disproves it.
So
I
then
said
it's
it
illogical.
proves
It
that you've
makes
been
no
with a lot of
fucking. So
casual
you're literally
relationships
talking about
and
nothing this
never
whole
had
time.
loyalty.
Go
You
ahead,
have a
Ryan.
behavioral habit of
Okay,
not
but
being
earlier, wait a minute,
loyal.
Cleaner. Earlier, I asked if the girl was promiscuous for a while and then got into a long-term relationship, right? For like, let's say 2 to 3 years, and she's loyal to that guy all throughout that relationship. Does that not demonstrate loyalty?
To that guy, is she still with him? Is she staying with him? Yeah, I guess to that guy
Yes, she
that would prove
demonstrated
loyalty.
loyalty. Yes, to that
Yeah,
guy. Yes, and
yeah,
so the next guy, if they break
that would
up,
prove
the
some
next
form of
guy.
loyalty. However,
Okay, so
you don't
wait,
know
wait, wait,
everything
wait,
that's
wait,
gone
wait,
on
wait.
in the relationship, just like you guys say. You don't know everything that's gone on. Maybe he
That's
broke up
great.
with her. Maybe she broke
That's
up with
great.
him. We don't know.
So,
But yes,
the
to some
next
degree, it
person,
would
if
prove
she
that
was
she has
loyal to
some
that,
form of loyalty.
okay, well, because earlier you said the opposite, right?
Yeah,
Earlier I
No,
asked you and you said no,
I said
but
You
okay.
said no because she was
okay. Well,
promiscuous.
maybe
That
if
proves that.
that's what you said, I may have not heard you say that part. Because
Okay,
to be
but
fair,
so
we were
just to be
speaking
clear,
over each other a
then,
lot.
sure. So just to be clear, then, so we're on the same page. If a girl is promiscuous for years and then she's in a long-term committed relationship also for years, and then something happens and they break up, she has still proven that she can be loyal, right? She's proven loyalty,
Yeah, she's proven
even
loyalty
though
to
she has a
some
history of being
degree.
promiscuous.
To some degree, she's proven loyalty. Yes, but like I said,
Cool.
it would still be where you would be taking a risk assessment. You would be looking at it and saying, okay, well, yeah, so she's changed her ways, and she's turned around and tried to start being more loyal. I don't know all the details of the relationship, but the guy that she's trying to get into a relationship with now would probably want to ask some other questions and figure out, why did you leave him? Like, what was going on? Because he sees red flags from before she was with that guy. red flag behavior.
I mean, wouldn't that be fair for just anybody you're getting in a relationship? Like,
Yes, absolutely. But the topic of this debate is accepting female
so that doesn't
promiscuity,
have to
not
do. The
anyone's.
point is that doesn't have to do with her being promiscuous, though. Like,
Well, no, the risk assessment does have to do with her being promiscuous.
but again, the promiscuity doesn't have anything to do with loyalty. That's our whole point. Like, if you're being promiscuous,
Yeah,
that
no, it
doesn't
does.
mean that you can't be loyal. That you're not a
It
loyal
does.
person because you're not committed.
What you're showing
to,
is
you're not committed to any of those guys.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily show that you're being loyal to anyone. That doesn't
Okay.
necessarily show that you're being disloyal to anyone. But what it does do is create a red flag in a man's mind that shows him that you do not understand the concept of loyalty or have not proven that you understand the concept of loyalty because you've never been in a long-term relationship. You have, however, had a whole lot of short-term relationships with people that were one-night stands or whatever they were, hookup culture type crap, right?
So therefore, that's the same for a girl who has never had a boyfriend or has never
No,
had
it's
sex
not.
because she
It's
has not
not.
proven
Red
she
flag
has
behavior is different.
she
all
has
right?
not proven that she can be loyal to somebody.
If a woman has never had a relationship,
she
then
hasn't
she's
proven
never
it.
she's not proven in a relationship that she would be loyal or disloyal either way.
Exactly. Just
The thing
like
is, though, what
just
you're
like promiscuous
misunderstanding,
girls.
what you're misunderstanding is the promiscuity is still viewed as red flag behavior, and because she hasn't shown loyalty during the red flag behavior, that's not proving loyalty, and it still raises a red flag in a man's mind. You're still not showing me why we should accept this, though. It's red flag behavior in men's minds for a reason. It's because we
What's the
see this type
reason?
of behavior. I'm explaining that to
Okay.
you. I'm giving you the understanding. So it's because we see this type of behavior, and we don't see the woman has been loyal to another man yet, but she screwed around with a bunch of other dudes.
What if she was trying to date those dudes and they didn't want to date her?
Then she's made
They
a lot
just
of
wanted to
bad
have sex with her.
choices, which would be another red flag.
That she was. Wait, what if they were like manipulative
Then she's made bad choices, which would be another red
by
flag.
being manipulated?
So
Yeah,
if you're
true.
17 and you get manipulated
Yeah.
by like the first 3 guys you date, it's like, oh god.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, it is a possibility. I'm not saying that in
We
a
should shame
monolith,
her,
every
not the
time
guys
that we see
manipulating.
that it's always that way. What I'm saying is, yes, generally speaking, most people would view that as negative behavior, that you had made a bad choice. You had put yourself in a shitty situation. You had done something you shouldn't have done. Like, why would you swim out into the middle of shark-infested water when you have a cut or are on your period?
Well,
That's
she's
stupid.
17 and she was manipulated, so she thought he was going to stay
Yeah,
with her.
you're
right?
creating a very hyper-specific
This is very
situation.
common,
A
though.
Very,
no,
very
it's
common.
not very common. Very common would
Yes,
be
it is.
It
51%
really is.
of the
It's very common
population.
for boys too to
It's
be
not very
manipulated by
common.
girls when they're young. Like people.
Yeah, no, I don't
People
disagree
have
that
bad
children
dating
can be
It's very
manipulated.
common
I don't
to
disagree
have
with
bad
that at all.
dating
What I'm saying
experiences in
is
your early life.
what you're talking about being manipulated into something isn't necessarily 51% of the population doing that all the time. Like what you're saying isn't performatively true. All right?
All
Do you
right,
really
this is
believe
a
that? Do you really believe that over 50% of the relationships that have happened in the country, just here in America, have been through manipulation?
Of current relationships, I have no idea how to assess that.
I said 50% of all relationships
Of
in
all
America. Do you
existing,
think?
like
Yes.
in
Do you think
history?
more? Do you think? Sure, we'll go all of history. Do you think more than 50% of the relationships have been because of manipulation? Like someone manipulated someone else into the relationship.
I don't know. It's hard to say because the majority of relationships that have ever existed are probably going to be failed relationships. So why did those relationships fail? I mean, it doesn't have to be manipulation.
So does that mean no or yes?
There's no way I can assess this.
It's possible.
It is
Okay,
possible.
It's possible. No, I don't think so though. I really don't. The way that Ghosty's using manipulation, because personally, I would say that everything that we do in life is a manipulation. Everything, every single thing that we do,
It's a very manipulative
Say
thing to
It's very
say.
weird.
it all is.
So nothing
Anytime
is
that you're doing,
genuine. You're never
you're
genuine.
manipulating numbers. Anytime that everything that you do in life is manipulating outcomes for the more favorable
This
outcome.
is a self-report.
sounds a little
Oh, boy.
narcissistic.
What? Stealth?
I can agree. I can agree with cleaner to a small degree, right? They're not all manipulation is bad manipulation.
Right. Now,
I think we can
understand
also
they're talking
agree
about the
that
negative, though.
I think we can also agree that most women are naturally more manipulative, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I think because women seek resources, that is our goal. Like instincts is to seek resources while men provide them. So we
Yeah, I
have to
wouldn't
have
say
some
that's a
type of
manipulation either.
manipulative tactic to some degree to get to that point. That's why we wear makeup. We manipulating into
Right.
believing we're beautiful, and none of us are.
I feel like you could say that for
Okay.
the other side too, though. Like,
Yeah,
you
no, you
manipulate for
absolutely can,
sex
yeah.
and
You're
stuff
right.
like that.
which
No,
is the
Ghosty,
resource
you
that they're
absolutely
going
can.
after, right? Like
Guys
sex is the resource they're going for.
that work their ass off to get a whole lot of money and a big house and all that, and they do that. And I'm not saying all of them do it just because they want to get a good woman. Maybe they've already got a good woman and they just want to provide her a good house. I don't know. But yeah, we all do that, okay? We all do manipulate things in our environment for a more positive outcome. But I think what you were referencing was the negative form of manipulation, which is what I was engaging with. The conversation was being engaged on the negative form of manipulation that you were talking about, in
Yeah.
which someone is negatively manipulated into something.
Yeah, you're
And I
the
think-
one who
I think
brought
it's-
up that everything is manipulation. So
Yeah.
we were
Right,
just talking about bad manipulation.
because I wanted to clarify. I wanted to clarify between the two. All right, because a lot of people don't do this
Well, now we
clarity,
have.
and the clarity is important. No, then yeah,
Well, now it's
the
clear.
clarity is important when you're talking about a negative manipulation to put someone into a relationship. I can't see that over 50% of the relationships in America have happened through manipulation, like negative manipulation. I don't have any studies that have shown me that. I don't have any data that's shown me that, other than the divorce rate of like women divorcing men 80% of the time. I don't really see anything else that would like lead me in some direction to think that maybe there's a like a performative percentage that is going on, or a strong correlative percentage that's going on. Right? You see what I'm saying? I don't see how you
That's
can
why I said it's
say you have
impossible for
over
me to
50% of the
assess
relationship.
that. But
Yeah,
I
we
said
both said we can't. We
it's
don't know.
possible.
And see, this is why I said the language you were using earlier was misguiding.
No, that's
All
what
right.
you're.
When
That's
you
what
say
you've been
when
doing
you
this
say
entire
most,
time.
when Ryan said most earlier, most would be over 50%. Most would be very close to like 80, 90% would be most.
I think he gave an example.
No, he said most. He said
Wait,
most. And I said, no,
I
that's
said
not
most?
true. Most relationships are not manipulative.
Wait, I never said
That's
that.
why
I never
I
said
asked you,
most relationships
Ghosty.
are
Yeah, you
manipulative.
did.
I never
He didn't
said
say
that.
Yes, you
that.
did.
He
No,
gave an
I
example.
definitely never said that.
Yeah, I said most early relationships are like most young people. Their first relationships tend to like have bad outcomes.
Yeah.
Like lots
Yeah,
of
I
people
remember
have
that.
bad relationships.
I don't
early
even
on.
believe that. I don't even believe most
Okay.
of them tend to have bad outcomes.
I mean,
because I don't have a
you're
stat to
learning
go
a lot
off of.
in your
I don't-
early dating
I don't have any.
experience.
Yeah, I
There's a
don't
lot
have
of
any
Play
data to
around
show
with-
me that like people's first relationships are necessarily 51% of the time bad.
Okay, do you need like data for every single thing? Like, can you just use life experience or just like, you know? What
No,
No,
like
I wouldn't
friends or
use
like-
life experience
like
when we're
data's-
talking about
data
350 million
can't
people,
prove
because my
every
life experience
single-
can only touch so many people,
You
which
can
would
use
not
common
be
sense.
350 million.
You can use common sense and life experience because data can't prove every single aspect of life.
You're right. You can use common sense.
Yeah.
Men
Okay,
commonsensically understand that promiscuous women have not proven they're loyal, and you are still not showing me why I should accept female promiscuity as being a positive thing or even a neutral thing, when almost like the vast majority of men would
Not the
say
prompt.
that it's negative.
Yeah, I would
Not
say
the
it starts at
prompt.
neutral. It starts at neutral. Like any phenomenon starts neutral, and then you evaluate that
Still not
phenomenon.
neutral,
and you
though.
evaluate the
It's
outcome.
not
I'm
even
sorry.
neutral.
I thought I was talking for the first time in a while. So you would evaluate a phenomenon
It's
and
not
look
neutral.
at the outcomes. And okay, well, it starts neutral, and you're saying it's not neutral. So you
No.
need to demonstrate why it's not neutral.
No, society right now
Which
views
you have
it.
failed to do
You've already
consistently.
conceded that society views it as a negative behavior.
No, I've conceded that people in society do, but not
No,
like
you-
all society. No, I don't think so.
I didn't say all. You're using misguiding language again. I'm not saying
I was
all
saying
people
I don't
in
think
society.
majority
I'm speaking
necessarily, yeah.
generally. Generally,
Well-
our social construction is to shame promiscuity.
Yeah,
It's a shameful
the
behavior.
people
I
who
think that's a
shame
learned
tend to
behavior.
cause harm. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think that's a learned
I'm gonna
behavior
go
from the past.
ahead.
That's, yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and let this one move into closing statements. I think I think we've kind of gone around the scope of the prompt without really nailing it down, like what the prompt is and what it's asking. So I think open panel should be a little bit more fun because then we can run down these avenues a little more strongly. So
Hopefully.
Paige, I leave it to you. Would you like to give your closing statement, please?
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I'll make it short but sweet. Throughout this debate, our opponents have failed to illustrate what the benefit to female promiscuity is to society. They have frequently relied on individual outcomes and engaged in fallacies such as misleading statements and the appeal to common sense fallacy. I remain unconvinced. I believe that the harm that has been demonstrated by myself and my debate partner, Cleaner, more than makes it evident that the net negatives to society outweigh the net positives were we to outlaw this behavior or even to engage in further shame, because as I've illustrated, it's at an all-time high. And there is revenues and other like methods that we can utilize statistically to substantiate this point. In short, don't be a skank. Get married, have some babies, and live a good and God-fearing life.
Thank you, Paige. And Cleaner to you.
That makes it so.
I would say we've entered into this debate to try and get an understanding of why people should accept or even tolerate female promiscuity. I think the concept of acknowledging something would just be understanding it is a thing that happens. And so I wouldn't say that society doesn't acknowledge that it happens. I would say that we don't tolerate it to a mass degree and we don't accept it to a mass degree. We attempted to engage with our opponents and they were not able to performatively give us an example of how doing this would be a benefit or even a neutral to society, or why we shouldn't shame this type of behavior because of some kind of negative outcome for women or men in general. All they were able to do was continually try to use misguiding rhetoric, continue to try and change the point over to a different point, which we went through each and every one, no matter what they moved to, and disproved each of them, and came back to the prompt and never got an answer still that would give us any reason to understand why it should be neutral even.
Thank you, Cleaner. Ghosty to you.
So again, the prompt was not to prove.
You're muted, Ghosty.
Thank you. All right, so the prompt was not to prove the benefits of promiscuity to society. It's whether we should accept it. The other side hasn't proven what the negative outcomes are for society. They have relied on their opinions of what a bad outcome is for a individual, but they have not demonstrated how this negatively affects society. And my opinion, we should accept it because I believe in personal freedom as long as there isn't a risk of harm to anybody else. Consensual sex doesn't pose that risk. There's also just like personal benefits to the women who have sex. If they're not feeling shamed, they don't, have guilt and hate themselves and whatever else. Like they just feel better, leads to better, a sense of self and everything like that. So, and even in the end, like if you really want to look at it, if you're talking about like, oh, well, these women aren't going to be able to find guys, if guys were more accepting of women having casual sex, and again, not to the extremes, and I'm not even shaming guys who like don't want women who have that, but if we did live in that society, that wouldn't even be a problem, right? Because the guys wouldn't judge her for that in the first place. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this debate was it was weird, but I don't think they've proven the harms to this at all. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ghosty. Ryan, to you.
Yeah, I think I agree. They definitely haven't proven harms. I mean, the prompt was that we should accept, tolerate. So generally, like it's like if we're examining a phenomenon in society, we start from a neutral position, then we look at the outcomes, we look at the context around it, and we decide whether or not it's a good or bad thing in general. And they've made arguments such as like some men might not want to marry them, which is probably true. But if that stigma was reduced, then even some of those men might actually change their tune on that. I did bring up some of the specific harms that come from the stigma, such as reduced STI testing. Also, I talked about how there were women who were there was hiring studies that showed that women who were viewed as promiscuous were less likely to get hired. So this hurts those women in their job opportunities, and specifically, it's not coming from them having sex; it's coming from people shaming them for having sex. And so that's worse health, missed jobs, and just being silenced in general because people are shaming them for talking about their experiences, and that makes them feel like they regret that sex more, which again, the regret that women tend to experience at a higher rate than men when it comes to casual sex is mostly or largely causally tied specifically to that shame. As well as whether or not they enjoyed it, and so that brings us to the the orgasm gap. So make your girls come, guys. That's my advice.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link in chat for the open panel dumpster fire, so that all of you can start hopping backstage as you so choose. If you want to jump in, we're gonna have some fun. Ghosty, I did mute you just because the typing was overriding Ryan's
sorry.
closing. To the super chat, Single Dads Club comes in with a big 10. I love tomatoes. Yes, tomatoes loves you. And to the panelists, you're welcome to respond to any of these that come in, preferably short and sweet. If nobody says anything, I'll just keep moving on. Rude Mud Crabbing with a big 5. Shame has a utility. Nobody ever fucked their life up by not being a 304, but plenty have fucked their lives up by being a 304. Any thoughts?
Nobody ever fucked their life up by not.
Plumpy enjoying their new membership. Welcome to the Mater Club, Plumpy. Noah R with the big 20 says, I say we just deport all the 304s.
If we're not careful, we might have to be facing that reality soon. Because if the king has a bad day and decides that he wants to deport all the hoes, then
oh boy,
doesn't he host like Victoria's Secret fucking shows anyways? I don't know, but
that's
and creep
good
on them
point.
in the dressing rooms.
What king?
Good point. Singles Dad Club in with the big 10. Such a huge dichotomy. We all love sex, but I would question who does it more, men or women.
Who does it hurt more is the question, right?
Who does it hurt more?
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, women tend to regret at higher rates, but it's mostly tied to the social shame and the orgasm gap.
Yeah.
I believe that like we've tried to discuss in the beginning, the moral construct women had got eroded by this concept of running around doing whatever. It devalued them in men's view and in other women's view. And so I think it hurt women more because now we're at a point where women don't have the moral high ground. When they used to have the moral high ground and they knew something bad was happening in a community, they could say, hey, I think something bad's happening over there. Can you go check into it, Ted? If their husband's name was Ted, right? And Ted would go over and say, hey, man, are you guys okay over here? What's going on? They don't have that anymore, though. And most of the time, husbands will even just be like, it's none of our fucking business. I'm not going to do it.
Again, you're just calling something bad because it's bad. You're not giving any reason why it's bad, but that's been pretty much the whole debate. So, yeah.
No, I've given you tons of reasons throughout this. I've even refuted, like, Paige and I have refuted every point that you tried to make on why shaming it is a bad thing. The thing that you haven't done is given us a reason why we shouldn't shame it. And that's what we've asked you for. And I really did hope that you actually had a reason, because I'd like to hear a really good one. I haven't heard one yet.
There's no reason to shame it. That's our point.
There is.
Well, and that's
There's
not
plenty.
necessarily the prompt. The prompt is to acknowledge, tolerate, and accept, right? If we said shame, then it would be a different story. But their prompt to defend is acknowledge, tolerate, and accept, and that would be the same as heavyweight people. Like, we should acknowledge, tolerate, and accept them, right? Do we accept them still as people? Do we accept them, like, and it doesn't mean what it means is we don't reject them as people. That would be your stance. Why we should reject it, why we should not tolerate it, and why we should not acknowledge that they are that they're people.
Yeah.
Well,
That we should
Sarah,
be
the opposite of that is
intolerant.
shaming. Like if we're not tolerating, accepting it, then we're shaming, we're discouraging,
Exactly.
right? So that's where we're
Thank
coming
you,
from.
Paige.
And
You
Thank you. I
like
agree.
during this debate, I did try to bring it back to getting them to give us a reason, but we also Paige and I did also engage in the shaming concept. Like refuting why they were saying shaming was bad, even though that wasn't the prompt and that wasn't where we should go. I knew they'd want to take it there, and so we engaged in that a bit, right? But we didn't get from their side a positive engagement on why it should be a neutral thing, like why we should just accept it in society. Why would it be a positive thing? Why would promiscuity be a positive thing? You're not giving me a reason that's performative or that we could even say would be a general understanding. Like I'm really forgiving in this. I'm willing to say if you could show us
So
something
sweet
that
of
would
you.
actually be a common sense reason or a general thing where you could say it would be good for women in some way,
I think it's
then
actually on
I would say
you
okay, that would be cool.
to give
But
a
we
reason
haven't
because
heard that.
we're just
No,
saying we
you're on
accept
the
the
affirmative.
behavior. You need to give a reason for why you shouldn't accept it. If we just accept it because that's their
No,
choice to have consensual
you're on the
sex,
affirmative.
you should be like,
Yeah.
oh, well, I don't accept this. And this is why I don't accept it.
Right,
I
and we
accept
did do
someone's
that.
personal
Yeah.
choice.
We did do that, but you
You
did
just
not
said
give
it
us
was
a reason
bad.
why
You just said
we
it was
should
icky.
accept
You were
it.
like, icky.
The prompt that you guys
Sex.
had,
Chronologically, yeah.
the prompt that you guys picked out was should society acknowledge, tolerate, and even accept female promiscuity, which gave y'all the affirmative. So that would mean that you should be giving us a reason for why we should. We should be picking holes in it, which we did constantly. And you didn't give
Not
us a
really.
reason that was a neutral or a positive for why we should accept it.
Kazumi with the big 5 says unwanted babies and STDs are the bad things.
Yeah, I agree. Those are problems that can come from promiscuity. And if they had talked more about those things, then they might have made a more compelling case.
We did.
Vibe in with the big 10 says females are not promiscuous by nature. However, what the left is pushing is that they should go against nature.
That's hilarious, Vibe.
That's actually crazy that that he brought that specific thing up because at the Seneca Falls Convention in 1848, feminists at that time were fighting the hypersexuality and objectification of women,
Yeah, of
saying
men
that
doing it.
no,
So-
listen, they were no, hold on. They were fighting it between men and women both because they were fighting the anti-suffragettes as well as men. All right, they were fighting both, saying that the hypersexuality shouldn't be happening, but that if it happens, it will be objectifying women. Also, the objectification that they believed men had at the time was wrong.
Okay.
Rude mud crabbing with a big 5. Do people think that promiscuity isn't also bad for men, or do we ignore it due to women control the sexual marketplace trope?
Oh no, I agree. It's bad for men as well. That
Me
just
too.
wasn't the
I would
prompt.
agree it's
That's
neutral. I would also say it's neutral for men, and
Yeah.
it can be bad and it can be good, especially if it's happening if it doesn't align with their own preferences.
If it's done responsibly, consensually, safely, then I have no reason not to accept somebody's personal choices that aren't hurting anybody else.
Typical liberal assumption is that to say it's neutral because if you had to admit that it was wrong, then you have to admit that you shouldn't be doing it, and then we would be right. So that would be a hard position to take, wouldn't
It's not
it?
about admitting
Wow,
it
good point,
because we
Paige.
don't believe that. So it's kind of silly to say, but okay.
Yeah, if we thought it was bad inherently, then yeah, we would have to say that it's bad. Thanks, Paige.
Yeah, no problem. Just explaining, just common sense, just basic logic here. Yeah, great.
Single Dads Club with the big 10. Yeah, but all of you are missing the cycle year by year. There's new women that become legal age every year, new product. Shots fired.
I hate it. I really hate it whenever people refer to other people as things, as products like that. I don't necessarily disagree with the rest of what you're saying, Single Dads Club, but that's for guys in that age group.
Didn't you say that when you said that men think of women as sexual objects when they have casual sex?
I said women are pushing themselves to be believed.
Yeah.
to be believed or looked at as sexual objects whenever they're
By who?
engaging in that. By men, yes, by men.
Oh.
Okay, so
When you advertise something as something, people see it as the thing you're advertising it as. Like if I advertise a candy bar as a candy bar with no nuts, but it has nuts in it, people go to buy it because they think it has no nuts.
You can have
But they
sex with
bite into
somebody.
it, lo and behold, it's got fucking nuts.
yeah, having sex with somebody doesn't mean
But
you have
that
to
still
objectify
means
them.
I advertised it and people view it as something without nuts until they buy it.
Okay, and that is their problem. This is exactly what we're fighting against. Is the
Well, then why are you running
objectification.
around being promiscuous? If you don't want to be objectified, then don't sell yourself as just a sex object.
She's
Sell yourself
not.
as
She's
something
just having
more.
sex because she wants to. She's not saying, "Hey, I'm just a sex object, and that's why I'm having sex." She's just
Well,
having
she doesn't
sex.
understand
The
that
person
that's
who
what
wants
she's
to have
doing.
sex.
She
Because
does
someone
understand.
doesn't
We're fighting.
understand
We're
that they're
fighting
doing
against
something
the
doesn't
shaming.
necessarily mean that they're not doing
are on
that
the side
thing.
of fighting against the shaming and objectification of women who freely have sex. That's what we're doing.
You can't tell me that she's doing that regularly. It's not informing of who she is, or it's not an integral part of her personality.
It doesn't have to be a part of her personality. I mean, if you like to have sex, you like to have sex. Like, that doesn't make you a
I mean,
sex
that is
object.
a part of someone's
That's a part of your
personality,
personality.
though.
That doesn't
Like,
make you a
if,
sex
if you
object.
like having sex with random guys, that is a part of your personality. How is it not?
I mean, it doesn't inform on your behavior.
You're
like,
literally
behavior
saying that
besides
she has
you
no
like,
personality if that's all she's
It
doing.
doesn't
She's just an
inform on your
object.
behavior any
Like,
further than
you're
you like to
showing
have
us
sex.
that she's objectified.
No, you
But
are
even in those
objectifying her.
encounters, yeah, you're even in those encounters,
Mhm.
they don't have to be objectification. Like
Yeah.
even a one night stand, you don't have to be objectifying each other. Like that's like you might think so, like, but that sounds like it maybe from personal experience. When you have sex with someone one time, you are only objectifying them, but like it doesn't have to be like that, dude. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
I would say category 2 women put themselves in category 2 and men understand who they are. That's what I would say to that.
I think women come in a lot more categories than two.
Rude Mud Crab
Nope.
says with a big 5, the conservatives went with the "but what was she wearing" defense. It was super ineffective. I thought that was as well, because if that's the direction we go, then even at that, like, bikinis would just mean every woman that wears a bikini is a hoe. So I think we have to be mindful how we say that. And I mean,
Right.
I know complete virgins that slay in a little black dress, you
Yeah.
know, but some
Well,
would deem that
context
as
matters.
being,
Yeah.
but some
Right.
would deem a little black dress as a hoish outfit, right?
Yeah.
So
Is it coochie length? Is it like just
a,
covering
a
the
little
coochie?
black dress, a little black. Well, no coochies are out because obviously they can't be out, right?
She could have as much
Um,
cleavage as she wants. That doesn't mean she's sleeping with somebody that night. Like,
I've
again,
seen some. I've seen some pretty slutty outfits, especially like with celebrities, where they've got literally just like a piece of fabric covering the boobs. Like,
pasties.
yeah, and like literally underwear with a see-through bottom, like Kim Kardashian, or
And that
I've
still
seen
doesn't
some.
mean that she's gonna have sex
So
with someone.
we
That
would
still
say
doesn't mean
that she's
right?
not modest in the way she dresses, but we can't necessarily always pinpoint her behavior outside of that or behind closed doors, right?
Yeah.
No, but I don't think-
we can
it's just like a
presume that.
fashion thing.
Right, but I don't think it's unfair then for a guy, like, let's say you're going on a date and you're
It's
wearing
not
a
unfair.
really short dress, a guy to be like, like wondering like, okay, what is this girl about? Because like I thought we were on a classy date and she's wearing like this super short.
Well,
know.
And that's
in all
fine.
fairness, you guys were talking about club clothes,
Yeah.
not
Right,
date.
and that's why I was saying the context of what he's saying matters. When like we ask, hey, what was she wearing when she went to that club? We're talking about the club itself, not a girl going to a beach in a bikini, you know? Like, I mean, I'm a rational man. I can understand a girl wants to go to a beach, she wants to get a tan, she wants to hang out in a bikini, whatever.
What do you think the temperature
you know,
is inside a club
I-
when you're dancing?
it's not always the same.
With
Some of them are
sweaty
hotter,
people
some of them are
everywhere.
cooler. It
Actually, if
depends.
you're in Vegas, some clubs you do wear a bikini too. I mean, it just depends on where you're going, what you're doing. I don't know. I think, I mean, technically we're on the beach or at the swimming pool in our underwear. You know what I mean? And I think that we can. I don't know if we can always judge a book by its cover. I think modesty is appealing, but I don't know if it always is. I mean, I know girls that will go out to the bars in sweatpants and still be total hoe bags.
Yeah,
So,
for real.
like,
Exactly. Like,
To be fair to that though, Sarah, what we're trying to explain here is the concept of not getting past the cover of the book, because the cover of the book is showing you bright shiny shit that you want to see at the end of the night, and that's all you see until the next day you go home and you're like, I don't give a shit because it was shiny last night. Right? They're objectifying themselves. That's what we're saying.
well, that's the men,
The,
again, that's the men
like
objectifying them. Like, they're just trying to have
no, it's the
sex.
women putting them in the
Yeah.
position to be objectified. It is the women objectifying
But the men are
themselves
doing the
as an advertisement
objectifying.
mechanism to get what they want
You
from
just
a
said it. The
man
men are
that
doing the
night.
objectifying. We're just going to go in circles, but the men are doing the objectifying. She's just trying to
Both
have
are, is
casual
what I'm
sex.
You did say
saying.
that.
all right,
I'm saying
we'll
both
move
are
on
actually.
from it. Maybe somebody on panel will come
Sure.
in and add something to it. Singles Dad Club with the Big Ten. He's saying Me Too movement went too far and men are cautious now. Am I right? And I think I do agree with
Yeah.
that statement.
Yeah.
I do agree.
It's a little blown out of proportion.
That's why a lot of
I
men
think,
have checked
but
out of dating. Yeah.
That's so
think some-
silly. Like, come on.
No,
Like,
it's not. You
It's
listen.
not
You don't
wrong,
understand
though.
it.
It's not wrong.
You don't.
What he's saying is grounded. Not saying that it's right, but he's not.
I just think that shit gets blown way out of proportion. Like, guys are like, I can't talk to a girl because if I go up to her and say hi, she's gonna Me Too me. Like, I don't know.
Girls
That's
have
cope,
done it.
dude. That is such
Yeah.
cope.
Girls have done
Sure,
it though,
that's not.
Ghosty.
Again, you guys are talking about exceptions,
Everything's
right?
happened,
We're
right?
not talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
the
exactly.
norms.
Right,
an
right. But we're
exception
also
if most
talking
people
about
listen.
risk assessment.
Yeah.
And
We're also
I think that there's
talking about
also
risk
That's like
assessment.
saying if I talk
Listen,
to. That's
hold
like
on,
a girl
hold on,
saying
hold
if I
on,
talk
hold on.
to a guy, he's gonna rape me. So
Look.
therefore, I'm not gonna
I'm going
talk
to
to
give you
any
some fair
guys.
room here on this, okay?
Yeah.
If we were talking about a guy getting his hand smacked or a guy getting just turned down for the night, guys have been putting up with that since the beginning of time, all right? We don't give a shit about that. It doesn't destroy us on a social level or have some guy shank us because some girl said that we did something we didn't do.
What
But
if you did do it?
because women can cry wolf and say, "Oh, this guy did X thing," that guy might disappear tomorrow.
Yeah,
what
and
if that guy
guys
did
This is
might
how society is constructed.
guys
still.
might rape women, and women still talk to men. Men still talk to women, even though she might accuse him of something.
Yes,
Like,
and
this is so
men still talk
stupid.
to women.
So
I'm
it's
not
way
saying
blown
all
out
of
of
them.
proportion. I'm just
No.
saying, like, a lot of this is just so like so
No,
much
it's
Not
risk
really.
assessment. It's
Not
risk
All
really.
right, we'll
assessment.
save.
It
We'll
really
save
is.
That's all
that.
it is. It's just risk
It's already
assessment.
been over 20 minutes, so I do want to be respectful of the panelists waiting backstage. So we'll just run through a few of these. Chuck in Tennessee says, "With the Big Ten, I am the bacon and lettuce, just waiting for the tomato." I love being a tomato over here. Rude Mud Crab with a big 5. Red hats believe you have the autonomy to do what I feel is acceptable within my subjective framework. They do not understand autonomy. Evan Lord, I hope everything came out all right, Evan. I am having poop attacks and I'm praying it goes away before the gauntlet. Why has God trolled the world by having a coffee as a natural decongestive? Oh my goodness. And
TMI.
Evan is backstage, so I'm hoping he's not streaming from the toilet right now.
We will know.
Says,
We're gonna know.
Chuck says, this is why he's always quiet on panel, right? He's probably got the shitter right underneath him. Chuck in Tennessee with a big 5. I believe in unalive for dealers people.
That's
I think
What does
that
it
was
mean?
on the criminal. That was during the criminal shaming criminals conversation.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I
I
think
got
that had to do with the drug dealers. He probably couldn't put the word drug in there.
Right,
Evan
yeah.
Lord says, I am back, and I apologize for the too open personal comment. My tism and tiredness has negatively impaired my judgment. Here's another 5 tomato.
We forgive you, Evan.
And
Thanks,
Nate
Evan.
with the big 5 says, shame, shame, shame.
Yeah, ring that alert bell.
Ding,
Ding
ding. I
dong.
need a big bell for this one. Chuck says with another 5, love the tomato fun. Yes, love it, like it, and everybody contribute to it. Keep the show running, the lights on, and the ability for me to continue finding great panelists like these fine folks. Chuck says with another 5, I see 3 females on panel. That is confirmed.
Don't be nice or don't be mean to Cleaner like that.
Chuck says
Ryan.
again, being loose means you
Are-
don't value your body.
Are you saying that one of the ladies on the panel doesn't look like a lady and they look like a dude instead, Ryan? Is that what you're saying?
I was calling you a lady.
He said there's 3 ladies
Well,
on the
that would
panel. I
mean
see 3 of them.
one of
Yeah.
us,
think
Ryan,
that-
is not a lady then.
Yeah, so you're calling one of the ladies a
Oh,
dude?
I didn't
Is
think they were
that what
counting
you're saying?
Sarah.
See, this is the
Yeah, I-
misleading language that you guys use all the
I
time
just
to
didn't
try
think they
and
were
fuck
counting
us up.
Sarah.
This
I don't
is the
think it's
fucking
I-
mental
Here's a
gymnastics
case
you have
of-
been
Yeah,
giving
you
us
guys
all
use
fucking
mental-
night that we've
the
been
whole
dealing
night,
You
with.
yeah.
guys use mental gymnastics all the time to try and
One of you
twisted
was
your
including
worldview.
me
You should be an
in the
Olympian
top
at this
I was not
four.
including Sarah.
The other one of you was not. I get it. It's
I thought
okay.
that I think they were saying that I'm a female, right? Like I think that was the meme.
If
No, he
so,
was
they can't
saying
fucking
that-
count
no,
because
he-
there
he
are
said
3
that-
women
Oh
up
my
here.
Yeah, there already were.
God,
Yeah, I guess I
kindergarten.
fucked up there.
All
He
right,
said that
Chuck
when
in
we were talking
Tennessee
something about
says,
women's opinions or
as a
something.
real man, you don't have sex until the relationship is established. I love it when real men speak. And a random guy, this is the last one for now. We'll get through the rest of them here shortly. Says with the big 50, shots are being fired at all on panel. Ghostly is 90% rhetoric. Ryan can't stop talking about exceptions to the rule instead of arguing for his normative claims. And the mod, that fucking bitch, can't stop cutting in to save them from. I'm saying what he probably wanted to say. Can't save them from arguments being made by the negative side. Right side kind of wins by default. I'm just trying. I will say I usually don't jump in too often, but when I see the scope we're outside of the scope or things being specifically said that I know it means one thing, but one thing's being said, I do want to chime in because you as the audience deserves the clarification and the correctness of the argument. And just like the prompt being laid out the way it is, we have specifications we need to meet in that regard. Okay, is everybody ready for some crazy ass gauntlet, open panel, dumpster fire, bogus, ridiculous? I don't even know
Bring it on,
what's about to
bitches.
happen.
Almost. 1 second.
Degenerate. Shame. Oh my god.
Shame,
Oh no, he's drinking
shame.
alcohol and smoking. Oh no.
So degenerate. Alcohol leads to
Oh.
worse outcomes than having sex. Like, come on.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
shit.
Alcohol's fucking awesome, and it doesn't give me
It
any
is
STDs.
awesome, but it also leads to
Amen.
DUIs, bar fights, fucking.
Is
who
he getting in a
knows what
car right
else.
now?
Oh
Is he
my
going
God,
to a
here
bar
we
and getting a
go.
fight?
Alright, guys. Get ready for this fucking insanity that's about to happen. Everyone's about to come up here. And yeah, the whole chat all night has been calling me a slut, a 304, saying, someone said, get your chest off of the center of the camera. Like, I'm sorry, do you know how fucking bodies work? What am I supposed to crop my fucking, just my face in the camera?
Just went super slow on me as soon as I pushed the video on. All right, rules of the panel. Most of you are very familiar. Actually, I don't think I have to say them very much, but keep the interruptions.
W.
to-
Evan Lord.
Look, is he in his bathroom? Is that a shower curtain behind you?
I think it is.
No,
I think it
everything,
is
everything
too.
came out
Window
okay.
That's a window curtain.
I
Your
don't
toilet
know.
is facing
Like
a strange
the
Don't
story.
forget to
direction.
flush.
That's a window curtain.
All right, keep the interruptions to a minimal. Have some fun, but most of all, when I start talking, you shut the fuck up. All right, Nova, I know you want to dig in here. Have at it.
I figured I would come and help represent the 304s a little bit. I might not actually be one, but I can put myself into their shoes.
That's what all of them
ladies
say.
and gentlemen. I've got my lollipop. I'm fresh out of the shower. No bra for all of you, just to piss them all off. Let's go.
Not pissing
I just
me
want to
off.
know
I don't
what
care either way.
what guys have been hurt by thoughts. Like, this is such a weird take for any guy to be arguing against. Like, oh no, get your vagina off of me.
Oh, they've been hurt.
Flo,
They've been
Like,
hurt for
thinking
Cleaner, what
hurts a
in the
lot of
absolute
guys.
dog shit is wrong with you? What? What is the deal with these dudes who are like, no, keep your filthy vagina away. We should not accept this. Stop accepting it, you old fuck. Nobody cares. The only people mad about pussy being available is the ones not getting pussy. So how do you fuck that up to where it's too freely available, yet you're still getting none enough to be disgruntled about it? Sorry, go ahead, Nova.
And let me add
No, you're
in as a kind reminder to all of our viewers. You can send money in and boot anybody off panel except the 4 up here with me. Ghosty, Ryan, Paige, and Cleaner cannot be booted. They have immunity for the night because they took time out of their evening to be here for you, and you can't boot them. But everybody below me is free to boot as you please. And sitting backstage, I still have Rusty, Dragon Rage, Trippy Cast, Chuck, and Hasidic Kaiju. You'll need to cam up for me backstage when you get an opportunity, but they're all hanging backstage waiting for somebody to leave or get booted and shoo away, so on and so forth. So you know the drill, maters. All right, and I believe I took it from you, Nova. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Paige. Was it Paige? I forget who was talking, who was getting ready to talk.
Wasn't me, no.
I just said my thing. Everybody's stunned into silence.
You flattened them all. You did. You just took them all by surprise.
All right, go home now. Go home and consider your take on things.
I will say,
Cleaner, do you want to engage with what he said? Or I'm sorry, Evan, go ahead.
I'd say like there's one problem of promiscuity that I'm kind of like thinking of is that it's France and there's like a problem with kids like of false paternity, so much so that DNA tests are pretty much illegal. I think it's France and Israel where it's illegal to get one. Where I would say like having societal chaos for just like going that far is a problem. And I know France has like a culture traditionally of being more free about relationships and like butchering that promiscuity. Yep.
Are you still
just
pooping?
for the France thing?
I don't know. I don't know what he's referencing. What are you referencing?
Just like, real quick, for the France thing, you can get a paternity test through a court. You just can't do it privately. You have to do it through but you can get one. It's not like completely barred. You just have to go through a court hearing.
I think the problem would be the fact that they're making paternity tests not legal. Like that just seems weird to me.
Well, it's illegal to have done outside of court. You have to have due cause, but it's not illegal in Israel.
Oh, all right. I was wrong about that one. I just
I had to look that up because that was a new one for me. I hadn't heard that one yet.
I'd say like that's kind of like a problem that I could see, like both male and female. But I know that women are like the gatekeepers of having children, whether they can choose to keep it or not. Like, and that's like where I would kind of bring that into like the discussion, because if you don't know for certain that your kid is actually yours, that could cause a lot of problems in society.
Do you want to know how to prevent knocking a girl up and having her abort your baby?
Don't have sex.
Butt sex.
Exactly.
Anal? Really, abstinence is key, folks. If you don't want to end up in stupid predicaments, don't do stupid shit. Consequences are key.
Blowjobs save lives.
You accept that reality.
You're gay, John. I don't care.
We also talked about being responsible. Like, of course, like bad things can come from having sex in general, but like, as long as people are being responsible and safe, like that.
I can't even talk to flow backstage.
We would say is fine.
I'm not going backstage.
I know. Like, to be clear, we might even agree that we should shame certain kinds of promiscuous behavior, but it's not the promiscuity inherently that we would shame. It would be like doing it irresponsibly without getting like STI testing and stuff like that.
Can I ask you guys something? Because I missed the beginning of this. Are you guys at all shaming any of the guys who are constantly going to like OF and all that stuff? I mean, where's that accountability? I'm just
absolutely, but that's not the topic.
Right, you can.
Well, we can move it into that topic because you can't have it both ways. You want to play it from both ends of the middle. You want women to do one thing, but then you want to shame them on the other. You got broads jumping through hoops. You'd realize that, don't you?
No, I don't know if we've got like all of them jumping
Men
through
could
hoops.
single-handedly end OnlyFans tomorrow.
Yeah, I would agree with you that we should address it on both sides, and I would be very fair in addressing it on both sides. I should say, yeah, men and women both shouldn't behave in hookup culture. It's not good for people in
No,
general.
it's not. But
No.
they are, and then now you've got people shaming.
I get that they are.
You've got supply and demand, right? The demand is there. Now the supply has moved in, and everybody's all up in arms about it.
And the internet
Well,
makes it overly
no,
accessible.
we've been
all up in hands about it.
The deal is we've
Exactly.
been,
You mean this side?
I mean, okay. So if you're gonna approach the concept of men doing this behavior, like we do and have shamed men for being the same type of promiscuous as women in the past.
Show us your
We
browser
do
history.
demonize this behavior. Granted, there are groups of men that are like, "Oh, good job, buddy, you got another one," or some shit like that. But for the higher quality men, we do tend to shame this behavior out of our groups and our social circles. We don't like this behavior. We don't agree with it. We think it's bad behavior. And so, yeah, we do.
There are entire subgroups of the right wing saying that you should bag 50 chicks before you try to get married.
Exactly.
I understand what the red pill society is. I understand that. I'm not discounting that. I even said there are sects of society that are saying that that's a good thing. What I'm saying is, me personally, like she was asking, would I hold men accountable for the same thing? Yes, I absolutely fucking would. If there was a law, then I would be like, awesome, we have a law for both.
I will say like one thing when it comes to like shaming males being promiscuous. Like there are certain countries where if you say I'm going there, like there's a certain level of shame. Like if a man says I'm going to Thailand, some people will give him the side eye because that's a major place for sex tourism. Like
yeah, and ladyboys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like ladyboys, Evan Lord?
No.
Why did you?
And
laugh
you also
like
have the entire group of guys that all they do is enjoy the women on the internet and fill up buckets in their basement while they do so.
That's bad too.
And I mean, like you could say that is a downside to it. And I know you could blame that all on men too, but what's the point? It's literally over accessibility leads to over chafed ding dongs.
Here we go again. So you guys are choosing
bucket.
whether to blame the supply or the demand. And it seems that the guys always seem to come on the side of the supply, right? You guys are constantly blaming the supply instead of the demand.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say the market is determined by the
listen,
demand.
Before you guys unfairly phrase things, please understand. All right, there was a number.
I haven't even started on you and your misguided rhetoric or Orwellian fucking speak.
Hold on. There's a number of prompts that were given. And they chose one of their own prompts, and this was their own prompt that they chose. Okay, we didn't choose to talk about females specifically; they did. We just agreed on it.
We had a whole conversation about it. You guys listed that as one of the options, and we both agreed.
I thought that was one of yours. I thought it was one of yours. I didn't have it as one of mine.
I'm pretty sure Paige wrote it, but
that's right.
No, it could be.
This is for Mater Mama.
In fact, it was encouragement of promiscuity.
The framing was
Mater Lady.
Yeah, the framing that was chosen was all done by you, not specifically.
No, again, Paige wrote the exact prompt.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat now. Paige did it.
Hang on, Coder.
Take that, Paige.
See it.
Coder, hold still.
Okay, I never said that. Like we had a bunch of prompts you guys could choose from. We chose that one.
Yeah,
could have argued broad promiscuity. I would have been fine with that too.
What Paige actually had was
is
encouragement of promiscuity good for society, not female specific.
Yeah.
Y'all chose
and
female
then she changed
specific.
it. She changed it. No, we didn't. She changed it to that when she selected it. When we agreed to those two prompts.
Who cares? We could argue both. We already demonstrated that.
We don't care. He's the one who brought it up.
Yeah, he's just accusing us of selecting
exactly.
Let me interrupt for some logistics really quick. I'm going to shut down the Raging Tomatoes show here in about 2 minutes. We're all moving over to the Gauntlet. Same show, different channel. The raid is turned on, so if you don't go, it should raid you. But if you want to go ahead and get a head start in the chat and start having your fun over there, start heading over now. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Damn, you're expensive, Sarah.
Sorry.
Classy frauds usually are more expensive.
Cleaner, when you use the term misguiding rhetoric like 7 times tonight, were you just basically like saying that they were bad faith the whole night and intentionally like trying to obfuscate what their position was?
No, I didn't say that in a monolithic term. I said they were using misguided rhetoric. I didn't say that everything they said was misguiding rhetoric.
So basically, just because
said
they
it,
don't
like,
believe
over
what
and
you
over.
believe, everything that they say is misguiding rhetoric because you have the truth and they're misguiding away from what you say, which is the truth, right?
No. Yet again, someone's using misguiding rhetoric.
Yeah.
I wasn't at all. See, what you're doing is trying to infer things from your belief standard based off of what I was saying.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
what most
doesn't
people do.
necessarily mean that that's what I was saying. I tend to say exactly what I mean to say. Granted, I might on occasion miss a word or whatnot, right? I mean, that happens, but I tend to say what I mean to say. So my words are actually the words that I
Talk
mean
about
to
talking.
say. If you try and frame, like, if I say the sky's fucking blue and you're like, yeah, but there's some people who don't see blue, so all they'll see is like a hollow sky. Yeah, all right, great. So there's some people that do that, but I'm not talking about that. I'm saying the sky's blue.
No,
Well,
what
when you
you
call
said is
someone
like
else's position misguiding rhetoric, you're essentially saying that it's not their actual honest position, that they're actually just trying to do something with intention to misguide from what you are saying, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is whenever you use misguiding rhetoric, you're saying a series of words that doesn't necessarily convey
Right.
exactly what the
You're
other
not
person is
impressing
saying. In
anybody.
other words, you're straw manning. You're straw manning
got 4
somebody's
pounds on there?
position. It's a different type of straw man, though. It's not necessitatively a straw man. It's using
What we're getting at is
misguiding
how has
rhetoric
an
to
abundance
push it
of
away
vagina
from
harmed
what
you?
someone else is saying.
Cleaner, how
Me
has
and
too much
Flo,
pussy hurt you?
me and Flo disagree on this subject.
What the
How is
fuck
what?
are you doing over there? Sorry.
How has
Me?
too much pussy hurt anybody on the panel?
You'll see.
Good question.
How does what?
How has
much
too
what?
much pussy hurt you? How has the prevalence of vagina availability in your life harmed Cleaner?
It hasn't hurt me at all.
Okay.
You're just using it for an object.
Show me on the doll where it didn't touch
You
you.
do not value the other person.
Here's the secret. Sometimes
Speak for yourself, Chuck.
some girls like to be objectified.
Some do, yes, very much.
Sometimes,
Didn't
yeah.
say they
Girls
didn't.
also objectify dudes.
they would be whores then.
No,
Guys,
there's
never
lots
said
of
they
women
didn't.
who are not whores in the normal course of human interactions that like to be objectified by the right guy. That's what sexuality
Sure.
is.
Oh, by the right guy, yes. But
Yeah,
until
sure.
you
I'm
establish
not
a
saying they don't.
relationship, you keep the dick in the trousers.
I'll
They
tell
will
you
keep your
exactly
dick in
what
your
Flo's
trousers,
talking
and I'll
about. Flo,
Interestingly
like,
enough, though, hang on.
if you have a
I can
man,
take my
Wait a
trousers
second.
off.
do it.
I would say, interestingly enough, when women want to be objectified, which is true, many times they do, like the like doing so in a respectable way is actually respecting their autonomy by engaging
careful,
with
Ed.
Now
them
we're
and objectifying
objectifying
them.
Chuck, and he
Hold
loves
on.
it.
This
Yeah.
is actually a
Proving
really
my point.
Honey.
wonderful point here that Chuck made with all of his money that he spent on me today. Thank you so much. Chuck
You're
says,
welcome,
"Debate
sweetheart."
5.
God.
He's such a sweetheart. Women should recognize they are delicate flowers to be taken care of as such. But I also want to kind of throw it back do men typically treat women as such, whether they are virtuous women or not? Are men typically treating them like delicate little flowers, or
No.
Is having
Aren't
a
flowers
human come
objects?
out of your
Depends on the
cooch
man.
like a delicate flower? Is bleeding once a month like a delicate flower? Like,
Yes.
I don't see the
Yes,
fucking
it
analogy,
is.
but
If you get your Red Wings of courage, yeah, it's fine.
It is.
Red Wings.
Yes,
I
it
know
is.
about the Red Wings.
Ghosty, honey,
is,
your
because-
immune
But
system is more sensitive.
I'm
your
cons-
body is
I'm-
more sensitive. Yeah, you're far more delicate than a man is. Yes.
Yes,
For
yes,
sure,
women
than a
are
man,
like delicate
but-
flowers. Even delicate flowers turn disgusting at some point.
I'm
It's
considerably
just like a
older
weird
than most of
thing.
you
Everybody
people.
feels.
I'm considerably older than you folks. You don't understand what relationships are about. You just don't give every Tom, Dick, and Harry the cooch, and vice versa. Because you get a Woody, you keep that sumbitch in your pants until it's right. I'm sorry, I don't believe in all this promiscuity crap. I'm from the old school.
Multiple times people have stated that they don't believe in it, they don't like it, it's bad, but again, not many people have said why it's bad, besides maybe you can get STDs, people can do it irresponsibly.
It takes away from the relationship. that you're developing with a person.
You're not
In
trying to
about
develop a relationship
2
with that person.
Save your
So
mouth for the
About-
man that matters.
Well, then you're a whore. You're a whore.
Hold on.
Okay.
Here's where we're missing. We're missing one small piece where Ghosty's trying to get, and I see what she's trying to exemplify, and she's saying is those women are not trying to have relationships with those men. They're simply trying to have sex with them, and that's it.
That's
Cut
a barfly. That's a drunken barfly.
Hold on. Yes, those are barflies or Tinder Uber dicks, right? Anyone?
The chick at the laundromat.
Don't know nothing about that.
Hold on. The intentions of the women are not to have relationships with the men, right? Now, if these women were, if we were saying these women were trying to have relationships with the men and then putting out on the first date, then yes, she is failing at that because we all know she's not going to end up in a relationship. We're no fools to that. Harry Ludwig with the gifted membership. Shout out to the lucky lottery winner. Random guy with the big 5. I still don't think these two understand they're on the affirmative, meaning they have the burden of providing arguments that we ought to accept.
Being on the affirmative. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Being on the affirmative, being like having a positive position does not necessarily mean you are on the affirmative. Like positive and affirmative do not always equate. So if you are
you were on the affirmative of the debate. You were.
Let her finish.
Well,
it is the affirmative position, but your burden is to make the claim, and then the negative is to poke holes in that, and then now you have to defend it, right?
And to be fair, what you're saying that there is a difference between accepting something and praising it.
I think that's a big piece of the prompt that was also being negated. I think
I was
acknowledge, tolerate, and accept. I don't think you necessarily have to shame in order to not tolerate, acknowledge, and accept. Right? I think you can just like my thought process was to reject. Right? Rejection would mean like, if we truly wanted to reject promiscuity, then no men would be sleeping with those women to begin with.
Exactly.
Not necessarily. As a society, we can come up with things that we don't think people should do, but they'll still do them. That's why we have jails.
But to reject the behavior would be a man to say, no, I'm not going to sleep with you because you're promiscuous, right?
Also, jails are specifically for behaviors
some men do that,
right?
If your self-will is strong enough.
That was wrong. Sorry about that.
Yeah. And then to not tolerate, well, we are tolerating it, right? We're not like, we don't have laws against it. We're not kicking people out of society. We're not putting them in jail for it. That's a tolerance. And I did make a point as well that
there are different forms of tolerance, though, Sarah. So, like, okay, I understand what you're saying, that, like, as a society, we're not jailing them, but we are shaming that behavior in men and women both. And the men that do not want to be with women that are doing that, they don't date those women. There's a lot of men that are checked out of dating completely right now because they think the whole market's that way. They're wrong. It's not. But there are a lot of men that are like that.
Yeah, and eventually they realize how dumb it is, and they end up dating them anyway.
And there's lots of women who wouldn't.
There's
lots of women who wouldn't date those types of guys either. Like those women with those mindsets probably don't like have similar values, similar like points of view, similar mindsets, and they're probably just not going to be together.
I don't
so that's why we can all value different things.
All I'm saying is there's different ways of tolerating something and protesting against it, right? And what men can do in society right now legally is just not fucking date women. And so that's what a lot of them are
bullshit.
Doing right now, is that they're choosing not to date women.
Bullshit. You're weak.
The only men obsessed
you're fucking weak.
The only men obsessed with judging women's sexual tendencies tend to be guys that were never picked and always saw other men with women they wanted.
Yep,
that's pretty true.
True.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I got no problems with these women going on there doing the things that they're doing. I don't know why anybody would have a problem with it. Like, I don't care if they're making money, this, that, and the other, but they should probably be honest. You know, like it's a
they be a hoe. They be a hoe.
Well, and
but when has a hoe ever let you down?
it's a known thing that these women on
It's
the
always
when the
She lets herself
when the
down.
whole society when the
Yeah.
whole
Never.
society
The only
turns
time-
into a hoe.
The only time
Yes.
hoes have ever been a problem is when you was confused about who was a hoe and who wasn't a hoe. If you knew there was a hoe,
bullshit.
you've never been disappointed by one.
Brownie privilege.
Well,
You
there-
know a barfly from a
Dusty,
woman.
hold on, Dusty. To be fair, we both know. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're close to the same age group. We both know when we were growing up,
We
there were
are?
chicks
I
that were
hope not.
practice girls, right? You understand a practice girl, yeah?
I just-
Oh, bullshit.
Some of them didn't know they were practice
We're the
girls.
ones objectifying
figured-
women. by the
Yeah,
way.
who's
Later,
objectifying
right?
women now?
Yeah,
Like, thank you
they-
for
that
no, no,
actually,
that-
that actually
that-
makes your argument even worse because that means you
what-
are
You know.
using women as practice
Yes.
and objectifying
Yes.
them as they're just a whole. So if you treat women as a whole, how are
Not
they
refuting
going
my
to?
position.
How are they going to
100%.
Engaged in a behavior in the past
hold on,
doesn't
hold on,
mean that
hold
I
on,
have
hold
to
on,
hold
hold
a
on,
position
hold
my
on,
whole
all
life.
night.
Hold on. So women are reflective. We're reactive, right? How men interact and engage with us is how we typically will respond. Even like to society as a whole, we react.
Right, men and women
We
both
mirror
do that.
you.
We mirror
Men
you.
and women both do that to a degree. I agree.
So a younger one, as you were saying, the young ones typically they start to find their practice holes, right? Well, those young women don't. Those young women don't know any better, right? They think, and this is kind of part of the package. When you're young, you meet a boy, and he tells you that I love you in the world and all of these things, and
I
then
want to wifey you.
and a month later, you put out because you're in love, and he's emotionally manipulated to the utmost degree, and you think
Well-
I'm in love, it's forever,
Yep.
and then
Yeah, I
then you
get that
become
happens.
the practice hole because you don't know any different. You think what he says is true because that's what he tells you, and then you
Right,
become
I
the
get
practice
that
hole,
happens.
and the very next day, he's gone and disappears. Every woman knows this act, right? Because we all had to learn it fucking somewhere.
Yep.
And then you're
Hard
heartbroken
All
and
right.
crying on the floor, and now he got his practice.
Hold on, Sarah.
Which by
Hold on.
default
Kalina
makes
doesn't
you
get it.
liars,
He's the one
though.
turning the morality of the situation on its
Hold
head.
on, Sarah.
All of
To
this
be
situation
fair,
are
Trouble,
consensual and
I
fine
have
until
said I would.
You guys are
demonize both.
weak.
I would
You're
shame
weak
both.
men.
I would shame both men and women for this behavior, though, Sarah. That's
Yes,
what I'm saying.
yes.
But all I'm hearing you say is that you should shame these men that have taken advantage of these girls. And
Exactly.
I would
Wait,
say
is that what
shame
you were
both
saying?
because
That's
hold on though.
cleaner. Hold on.
Because
No,
we also
you
know there
just
were those
said
girls
men
that
go
would
out
use guys
and find
too. All right.
practice holes. Did you not just say men go out and purposefully find practice holes?
And he said they didn't
Yep.
know they were practice
Yeah, I
holes,
said
which
some
is the
men do.
problem.
That's
Some men do.
manipulation.
It's not even a problem
That is
if you
men
have
do.
practice
That's
holes.
not
If,
what you
Women do
said.
the
if they
same
don't
thing.
know it, that's the
This
problem.
That's not what
is
you
I'm
said.
saying, Sarah. This is what I'm saying, and I'm being fair to both sides when I say this. Some men do that. Some women do the same thing in reverse. All right, both sides do it. I'm saying
Yeah.
that we shouldn't be
Mhm.
doing it. They shouldn't be doing that kind of behavior because it doesn't
Exactly.
produce a positive society. It hurts people.
I agree.
Because of the manipulation, right? Not because of the
100%.
sex.
It may leave that girl an emotional wreck on the floor. In the same
And
time,
the guy,
if girls
and
are
the
doing
guy.
it to guys, there may be a guy that takes his own life because of it. There may be a guy that's
Exactly.
an emotional wreck
Right.
because of it.
So because of the
Listen,
dishonesty, though,
Those
right?
guys are
The
weak.
Lead to a
dishonesty-
red
It
pilled
They're
happens
asshole.
both
Clear.
ways.
Yeah. And by
This
the
is
way,
like-
Both
Because
ways is
sincerity.
what I'm saying. I'm willing to
Hold on.
engage on both sides of it.
You know,
If a
I'm
guy's
coming up on.
self-delete because he encountered a hoe, he's weak. Chuck, can we agree
Yeah,
with
I'm
that?
coming. I agree.
Okay.
Guys,
And this is
But
why
I'm coming
good
up
parents,
on.
by the
I'm
way, tell you,
coming
hey,
up on
don't be alone with the opposite sex when
45
you're young.
years.
Don't be a skank. Just saying.
I'm coming up on 45 years of marriage. Marriage is not a destination. It's an adventure all the way. When
Thank
you take
God.
those vows, you best
So or hoe.
believe what those vows mean.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
there's a lot that comes into that.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
And with
Sir,
hoes,
I'm fucking
I'm
talking about
old
marriage.
school. I am old school. Every person that I have been with was a quote unquote relationship. I got burned by two.
congratulations.
I got burned by two of them. When I say burn, the first one shot.
Whoa.
This is hard to say.
You say
Okay, well, this is getting weird anyways.
I'm just saying,
man.
the first one unalived the kid. The kid.
Who's
That sucks. Sorry to hear
The
that.
second one was a long-term relationship that for some reason she decided somebody was better than me. And I crawled into a shell, like somebody was talking about a while ago, and I became a total drunk at that point, at 16, 17, somewhere in that ballpark. But it devastated me. However, I did not let it deter me from understanding that women should be treated, like I said, like a delicate flower.
Well, I don't disagree with you necessarily, Chuck. I think you're right. Generally speaking, women should be treated good. I don't think they should treat themselves as shitty as some of them are treating themselves.
I agree 100%.
Unless you arbitrarily deem them as hoes, right?
And
Practice.
as a reminder,
Practice,
backstage, I have Vibe, Rusty, Dragon Rage, Brandon, and Austin Murphy hanging backstage. If you want to see them up here, you got to boot somebody from the bottom half of the panel off. Enoch Jax with a big 5, though I understand difficulty dating as a man, constantly complaining about it does nothing. Accept your reality and take action. Nate comes in with a big 5. Drinking man, bad cleaner.
I would say to the last one, I agree that take action, but also I mean we can have real conversations about like the specific things that specific challenges that men deal with. Like I'm okay with that.
What is this?
I mean, usually
Sarah?
people who do that are also like reverse of talking about the problems women deal with.
Bro, I'm drinking peach knee high. Nice synchronicity.
No shit.
Rude Mudcrab with the big 5 says alcohol leads to promiscuity more than skimpy clothing does.
I don't know. It might.
Oh yeah, alcohol
100%,
loosens everybody.
I would 100% agree with that.
Zero.
That's why we kept saying they go to the bars and then go home with somebody that night because in you're losing your your common sense factor and logic and all of those things, and you're doing things you probably wouldn't normally do. Only a Mr. Bill with the big 5 trippy cast. You can educate Flo while he is backstage, but this was earlier. Flo ended up not getting booted because Chuck came in and bought that space back for Flo. Sarcastic Saint says boot Dusty because the boobs have spoken, aka Novastar. Dusty looking like a dirty old man who hasn't showered in a day. The beard makes him look
damn.
He likes it.
Again, Flo State was protected thanks to Chuck. Radical Coder was gifted 5 Coder memberships. Be sure Coder is live. If you want to go over and send some lover that way. Chuck with the big 25 says, damn it, I need a spot. And we ensured we got you one on here.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Absolutely. Radical Coder getting another 5 gifted memberships.
Shout out to Flo for telling me that I had those 10. I didn't realize. I forgot. I remembered you mentioned that last time, so I sent 10 in.
Oh,
and
by the way, the
cool
3
emotes over there, so go check them out.
Radical was included in 3 females on panel, by the way.
Good job counting.
I fucking knew it.
Bad counting. Evan Lohr with the big 5. I was not looking at Nova's large, impressive chest. Could you play the horse, Sarah?
This message is sponsored in part by...
Damn it, can't you make that longer, Sarah? It takes me a little longer than that.
I know. I should have extended the horse clip. Sarcastic Warlock with the big 5. All women appreciate me objectifying them, and this is objectively true. Ask Hoots down there. Hoots McGee.
Hoots McGee.
Do you appreciate objectification of your body?
If it's done in a classy way, yes. If it's between a partner behind closed doors, absolutely. There we go.
What if I waited till
but if you just give it up to be giving it up, you're a hoe.
Nice puns.
Well, I
You
think
know.
I have a lower body count than pretty much everybody on this panel. Anyways, I have a
Awesome.
question.
I'm included in that body count. Thank you.
Awesome.
question too.
Yes,
She's
me and
one of
her,
them.
we're
You're 41, aren't you?
exclusive, okay?
I take the virtual
41, 42, Dusty?
body count.
Doesn't anybody value
Huh?
what they get into anymore? That's what I'm
Oh.
saying.
It doesn't
Call me old, call me old fashioned.
One
But
second.
damn.
Well, you know where I
How-
think this comes from, though? And right now, Jess Gerald has sent 50, the big 50
Holy shit.
gifted memberships. The greens
Lower
are
your life.
lighting up. So congratulations to all of you
It's about to
very,
be.
very lucky lottery winners.
I'm about
I
to
hope
drop you a
enjoy.
bomb.
If everybody could send a bunch of crystals, because you all now have memberships, if you could send a bunch of crystals in the chat for Jess Gerald, shout out to Jess. So here's what I think. I think our society has gotten into a insta gratification type of
Yes.
world. Nothing
Yes.
is valued. Everything is right here, right now. Gimme, gimme, gimme. You know,
Me,
sometimes
me,
I
me,
have
me,
to,
me, me.
sometimes I have to tell my
Proposal.
kids, hey, you know, like when they're mad because their internet's like running too slow and oh my God, like, why is it doing the circle thing? And I'm like, it's going to space and coming back. Give it a fucking minute, right? You know, and we're just in that point where everything is at the click of a fingertip, at the drop of a dime. Everything just happens no matter what. And it's just that we now treat that in everything else, in all of our relationships, the way we treat our material items, our homes. Everything can just be like right here, right now. Give me the credit line so I can buy it now and pay later, XYZ. And now you see that manifesting in all of the relationships.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. I do think that is a thing that we've seen a lot in society, and I would say I think in the past maybe
fuck you, Bumpkin.
10 to 15 years, it's really exploded.
Who is Pax Americana? He's not backstage.
That's Bumpkin.
It's Bumpkin.
Yeah, but
Bumpkin,
he's
bumpkin.
not. But he's not backstage.
Miss Sarah,
Dusty,
I'll
you're-
leave so Vibe can come in, but I gotta do something.
And-
It's been bugging me all night.
Dusty, you're like what, 41,
Coder.
42, something like that, right?
38.
What's up,
Yes.
Trippy?
38.
Coder, hey,
I figured you were
let me
close to
help
that
you out.
ballpark.
Guys,
Let me help you out real
Trippy's
quick.
talking
Enough,
to me.
I'll accept it.
Come here.
I
Come
get
here.
older the longer
that.
it goes since I shaved.
I got it, guys.
Yeah.
Coder, I also found her too.
And 20 memberships from Chuck,
Thanks, man.
which means I've changed my position officially. You're all
Is
hoes.
the
a good
fairy
gag.
coming tonight?
All
Thank
of
you,
are
Flo.
hoes.
Tooth
You're
fairy
all
coming
sluts.
tonight?
Yeah,
Stop
thanks,
giving it
Trippy.
up free to everybody vibe.
Amen. I'm from the old school, damn it.
I'm from
Bring
the
up-
old school too, and vibe is a hoe.
Hold on. Vibe, I gotta put you back because I missed this one. Sorry. That's all. I was trying to get through them. So I wasn't missing them. Sarcastic Warlock says, Sarah, not every woman knows that because not every woman abandons their agency. You got fooled, but that doesn't mean you can project that on all women. Fair enough. Whatever you want to
Yeah,
say.
Yeah, I hate the guys that try to think they understand or know what a woman is. That's bullshit.
Well,
Yeah,
I think there's like some general things we can understand about women, but I mean when it comes down to like everything going on a woman's head, yeah, fuck that shit. You ain't never gonna know that. Not unless she
Exactly,
opens her
because
mouth.
you're not a woman.
Right.
Just like
yeah.
Mel.
But
You know,
that's the
you're
thing
not
that
a
was
woman.
alluded to. when Ghosty was
Wait.
talking about the difference, like
I
the
thought you meant
differences
Mel Pandora,
between
which
how
was
men
even
do
funnier.
things and women.
No,
I
I meant Mel the
was trying to
Fox.
explain to her that yeah, like men and women see things differently, and that's why men who are looking for a wife tend to see this behavior as like a nasty thing, whereas like women would see other behaviors that men do as a nasty thing, right?
That's
And it's
why I
just an
say you gotta
understanding of
take
a
them
generality.
vows serious.
Right?
Them
Yeah, you
vows
should.
are serious. Don't take them lightly.
And this
Right,
is
yeah.
another
It's a
reason.
lifelong commitment. I'm sorry, Sarah.
This is another reason why I said we need to specify where that line is to, in order to have sex with somebody. Are we
Keep
automatically?
them damn legs
Hold
closed.
on, Chuck. Hold on. we're automatically assuming you have to have a relationship in order to have sex, or at least that would be the argument that I presume Paige and Cleaner would be making. Whereas Ryan and Ghosty are saying there is no relationship requirement in order. It's casual sex.
They're hoes. They're hoes.
I wasn't
Well,
saying that
when
at
you
all.
were
I was
talking
just
about
saying why
the
shouldn't I
hold
like
on,
why
hold
should I
on,
accept
I'll
it?
bring it back.
That's all.
When you're hold on, when you were making the claim of the loyalty, right? She's not loyal to a casual sex partner because she doesn't owe him anything, because they both walked into that knowing this is just casual and then I'm leaving, right?
Yeah, they might have.
She
I
is
don't know.
she is actually being loyal to the commitment, the contract of we're just gonna fuck and then I'm gonna leave, right? That is
bullshit.
She's like the
I understand that. I understand that. The
That-
only thing
that's
that
a
I was
cop out.
saying, the only
All
thing that
right,
I was saying in
hold on.
relation to that wasn't.
Everybody that is chatting backstage, I am booting you all from the fucking backstage. You will need to leave for 5 minutes and then fucking
I've
come
never
back
seen that happen
again.
before.
I've said it like 100 times not to do it, and you're still fucking doing it.
She says it
Like,
constantly.
Yep.
Like, seriously. Okay.
Have you ever
all
done that before to the
know
whole
how I
backstage?
feel.
Cleared them all out.
I will fucking
Bumpkin
keep
looking
going.
fresh out of bed.
Is that Bumpkin?
How's it going?
This is.
Oh Lord.
Are you fresh
get
out of
why-
bed?
I get
I
why
heard a
this
Hey
is-
Ryan. I heard a
gets
Hey Ryan.
people
Was there a
so
Hey
heated.
Ryan somewhere?
Yeah,
I can see Ryan and Bumpkin as a couple.
Hey, buddy.
I can see Ryan and Bumpkin as a couple.
Chuck.
Bumpkin and I actually go way back. Funny enough.
Could I ask you a quick question, Ryan?
Mortal
I think Chuck
enemies.
was on to something.
Hold on. Who's talking? Because I can't. Is that you, Bumpkin? I'm going to turn you
No,
up a
it
little.
might be me.
That was
I
Brandon.
turned my mic volume down super low so that because normally
Is that
I can
Duck?
hear much just like crackling.
That's
Is
not
that
Duck.
Duck?
No, that's Brandon.
No, it's not Duck.
Read the name.
Oh, okay.
Should
It
I
sounds the
stand
same.
up on my side,
I can't
Sarah,
see it on
or
this
you-
little ass
He doesn't
phone.
sound anything like Duck. He doesn't. He actually made a sentence.
Okay,
that
can
made
the
sense.
two
He
drunk
doesn't
people
sound
like
anything
stop
Duck.
just
Go over it.
arguing,
Let's
like yapping, please?
Okay,
What,
I'm
Brandon,
sorry.
Yeah,
And
Guys,
sorry.
Hey Ryan.
Rusty, I'm kicking you from the backstage. You need to wait 5 minutes before you try to come back in here. I'm giving other people room to jump on panel who actually follow the rules. Okay?
yeah.
All right.
Somehow I'm
Back
still
to you,
here.
Bumpkin.
Really quickly, Sarah. Oh wait, was it Bumpkin going? My bad.
Yeah, I thought it was Bumpkin that was talking, or was it Brand? I don't know.
I think it was.
Man,
Brandon.
one of you
I turned
start
my mic
filling the
volume
air.
down super low.
Brandon, just
I
go
turned
ahead.
my mic volume super low. My bad. I did it because usually when I come in here, it's crackling and shit. But Ryan, so the entire debate, I heard you talking about all these particulars, but you don't really actually give an affirmative stance, right? Like when whatever that one guy that commented earlier, he was talking about. You never actually gave like your affirmative position or why your affirmative position ought to be the case. So, like, given the topic of debate, should society, et cetera, accept female promiscuity? Right? You never gave a formal argument as to why. I mean, a formal or informal argument for that case as to
think I
why
did.
we ought to accept it. It was just, well, it doesn't cause harm, so, but you didn't actually substantiate why it not causing
did,
harm
actually.
would be bad. I mean, why it not causing harm would be good in the first place.
Yeah.
Like you didn't
So,
actually
so one of the
justify your
things,
position.
yeah. So one of the things I specifically brought up was how the stigma impacts. It makes people, men and women, less likely to get STI testing. So that's one problem. The second one was there's hiring discrepancies where the stigma is shown to make women be perceived to be less hireable, even if they're, for all intents and purposes, they aren't. So that's another
Wait,
harm.
hiring? Yeah, that was one thing that I actually heard earlier. So what? How would they even conduct the study? Like, what was the methodology of the study to figure out when
I'll
people
pull
are
it. It was
hired, if they have a
specifically,
high body count? How would their employers even know? Like, how would that even be brought into the discussion of as to whether or not they're going to be
So
employed?
again, it's not like they don't have to know exactly what their body count was, but if they perceive them to be more promiscuous. But I'll post the study. Hang on.
Also, the way I view this is like
I wouldn't necessarily refute that from Ryan. I mean, there are some jobs that employers want women who are dressed modestly, who are not presenting themselves as a quote unquote slut or
Like
hoe
mine.
or whatever.
Oh
right?
yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, I would
So, I
agree with
mean,
that to a certain extent.
I
yeah.
disagree
I
with
do
that.
even
I just don't
understand
know
that.
what he meant
Look,
by it.
I hired before I was this sort of degenerate that you see before you. I was a banker, a bank officer. I ran 3 bank branches, and I hired
I
for
don't
3
believe it.
branches.
You've always been a degenerate.
I have always been a degenerate, but I was wearing a suit then. And
okay,
Big
and
difference.
I would hire.
Don't get
I
confused.
swear to God, I would hire for looks, and the better looking the girls were, the happier the customers were. They didn't give a fuck if it took longer. They didn't care
Absolutely.
if they had overdraft charges. They wanted hot tellers.
Well, we're
I
gonna
don't
kinda
disagree
defeat
with
Ryan's
that.
point there.
Look, I'm not saying that like that some women won't get hired into certain jobs because they have a sex appeal to them. I do think that like in sales jobs, they may end up hiring women that are dress less modestly because they want someone to be thinking about something else so they can convince them to buy X good or whatever product. I agree. Yeah, that happens.
No, I agree. That's why I'm
Paint
asking
color, sure,
Ryan what the
that may happen there
methodology of
too.
the study was, because I don't know how he gets that the employer deemed them to be more
I'm gonna post
promiscuous.
it.
I don't know by what metric.
Well, I
So
think
I'm
there's
not
like a
currently in
handful
track
of
of the
jobs
global.
where they just don't want promiscuous looking women that are less modest, right? And I would say like in
Well, that's
law
dress code.
generally.
That's dress code.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
that's
have
dress code. Yeah.
Attractive people in general make better sales, period, across the board.
Well,
They
yeah,
make more money across
yeah,
the
absolutely.
board.
There's
They get
there's
hired
no
more across the board.
there's no question about
And
that.
as
Wait, but so
hold
just
on,
to cross that.
hold on. And Dusty
Well,
Flow State, as he's talking about hiring girls who looked good, it doesn't necessarily mean all their goods were hanging out. They're dressed appropriately for the bank, but they're attractive.
Yes.
So
Yes.
don't get it confused.
Nova, I would
To a
appreciate
business
if you
owner,
would stop demoralizing Dusty by not using his new name.
Wasn't one of the main points of
Is that
wasn't one of the
your
main
new
points of
name?
Ryan and Ghosty that typically within society promiscuity is not positively correlated with the way that a woman dresses? Like,
Are those good?
wasn't that one of the arguments?
What is
presented?
that?
Yeah, how you
Peach
dress
Knee
is
High.
not like
These hold on.
does not determine promiscuity.
This is important.
Are those
Wait,
good?
so then, wait, hold on.
These are
yeah,
so
yeah,
good.
No, I get that, but wasn't it that society
Hold on,
itself does not
Brandon.
deem?
Brandon, this is important. If you find these peach knee
I'm
highs
sure.
at a gas station, it's probably a hood gas station. Just buy them all.
Yeah,
What
I
is it, liquor? What is
Brandon,
it?
you have been booted
Okay. No,
to
it's
the
just soda.
back.
Okay.
Let me clear the air on this panel. A lot of you are just yip
Okay, no
yapping. So please stop the yip yapping. Wait for somebody else to finish their thought. Brandon, you got booted to the back, so I'm going to put you back to the back. And then Dragon Rage got brought.
I'm trying to find that study, but I'll find it for you, Brandon.
I did kind of want to reply to him though, like with the prompt of the debate. Like, yes, I guess we have a positive position as where we accept this, but I do feel like the larger burden should be on why you don't accept it. Like giving a reason. We just accept it.
Sure, if that
It's
was the
happening.
affirmative.
We accept it. Like, where we don't think it causes harm. But why you don't accept it, I do think that's like more of the burden for you to say why it shouldn't
Okay,
be
yeah,
accepted.
see, and listen, to be
piggyback on
fair,
that real quick.
I even engaged with you as if we were on the affirmative for a large portion of the debate, and yet you still weren't able to give me a reason why this should be a neutral concept or a positive in either way. All right,
Yeah, so I
I
think
did
that-
engage in a defensive maneuver as if we were on the affirmative. However, you still weren't able to give us anything.
So I think that what's happening is we're kind of conflating like affirmative with or like conflating the nature of an
conflating
affirmative
anything.
claim.
I understand what the affirmative
Okay,
claim
well, I'm
is.
sorry. Let me. Well, you can disagree afterwards, right? But like the nature of a debate, they're like we're using the word affirmative and saying that the burden of proof is necessarily on the person taking the affirmative position, but I don't think that's true.
That's what
I think
I was
the
trying to say.
burden.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I
it
think
is.
the burden falls on the person making. It's not just that the claim's affirmative; it's that it's a non-neutral claim. Like, and I think that that's generally where the burden of proof falls on, because the neutral claim, which is very logically, you would start at a neutral case for any phenomenon. You wouldn't necessarily like unless you're what is it, putting the cart before the horse or whatever. Like you're
Bumping
begging the
hitting you with
question or
those
whatever it
eyebrows.
is. I don't know which fallacy it is,
No,
but you know what I'm
in
saying.
debate structure, I get what you're saying, Ryan. But in debate structure, if you take the affirmative, you are the one that is defending your position.
Yeah, I don't think
and
in
you're
formal debates
defending
they
it
would
with
agree with you, though.
evidence, with studies, or whatever. Right? You're defending your position. You're showing people why your position is the correct one. And my job as the refutation the non-affirmative side, is to poke holes in it and show why it's not whatever it is that you're saying it is. And so that's what I did through the whole damn thing. That's what me and Paige did successfully through the whole damn thing. And you
I wouldn't
guys
say
didn't give
successfully,
us.
but you tried to do that.
The
at
thing
points,
is,
yeah.
no, we did successfully because you weren't able to give us any real reason
you
as
weren't
to
able to
why
give
it should
us-
be a neutral or positive.
And you gave us no evidence that it was harmful.
Again,
If
we
you
didn't
give
say
me
we
tons
weren't
of
here to
evidence
prove
why
we
it's
weren't here to
harmful.
prove it was positive. We are not promoting it. We are accepting it. You are the one trying to prove a negative.
I never said you were promoting it.
Exactly.
What I said was
You just said that, dude. You
haven't-
quit the drinking.
No.
Like, you have no idea
No,
what the fuck is
said-
happening. We've been going back. Like, you keep repeating yourself. You're not hearing what's happening. Like, just chill, dude.
I'm hearing everything. You're not able to understand the difference between
Okay.
acceptance and promotion. All right. I'm asking you to tell me why I should accept female promiscuity, and you're not able to give me a reason for it to be neutral.
The people, right? Like, you're just accepting the people into your society and not.
Yeah, she never framed it like that
Accepting
at
the
all.
action.
That's the prompt.
The
That's
prompt.
the prompt.
Yeah. Do we accept the action? Do we accept? Is this an acceptable behavior?
This is the thing, all right? You haven't shown me how it should be an acceptable behavior. And I would even go so far as to say acceptable meaning neutral. Whereas normally I would think acceptable would be like a positive or something that we see a slight positive in, right? But I'll even say neutral even.
It doesn't have to be a positive thing to accept it. She's like, for instance, being an asshole in public, right?
Mm-hmm.
We certainly we're not fond of it, but we have to we accept it, right? People are assholes, and we're like, whatever.
Shit. No, people love that.
We
shit.
move on. Kirk Taylor with the big five. Study suggests that women who engage in frequent casual sex report lower levels of long-term satisfaction, higher depression, and increased regret. I think that's a personal problem, not a. I think that's a personal problem.
And again, the regret and depression comes from the social shaming. They wouldn't feel that way if society wasn't shaming them for these things. So that's the cause, not the promiscuity itself.
I
understand that's your position.
I don't
Can I just say something?
They wouldn't feel that way though.
Ghosty, if you want proof as to who was successful in the debate, all you need to do is look at the literal hundreds of comments in the chat that are like unanimous decision, Page and Cleaner one,
the
great
bias,
point, Page,
the
great
super biased comments that are
biased. This is a neutral platform.
Biased.
Well, then I'm gonna ask the question: how many of them have fucked a girl who's a hoe?
Probably not enough of them.
Why would
That's why
that
they feel
matter?
that way.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Dusty's probably
most.
Okay, let me reframe the question. How many of them would fuck a girl even if she's a hoe?
Be honest.
It wouldn't matter.
And I think that would be the part that would be the kicker.
Explain to me why it would matter.
Why it would matter? Because then
why would it matter?
Then you're not rejecting the behavior, you're accepting it.
Just because you engage in a behavior doesn't mean that you don't see it.
You'd have to be accepting the. If you
I know
were,
plenty of crackheads and heroin addicts that don't want to be crackheads or heroin addicts.
Hold on. Here's the part we always forget. It takes two people to have sex, right?
No, I don't forget that. I understand that completely.
Normally.
If
How does that happen?
If two people are engaging in casual sex, that means they are both acting in promiscuous behavior. That means, therefore, they both accept the terms of what promiscuous behavior is, and they're not rejecting it.
Hence, you end up with a baby.
I don't know. Whatever. I don't care.
The angle that Cleaner has his camera on makes me feel promiscuous.
Everybody wants to go raw dog.
It's just because you're under me.
Yeah.
I don't know why we gotta have her POV.
What about herpes? What?
Cleaner's got his camera put at the her POV angle.
That's crazy.
No, a lot of women do that.
Hey, Sarah, wouldn't you say that all these guys who are out there doing that, even in the red pill space, they're creating 304s? Wouldn't you say that?
What the hell is the 304?
I think it takes. Here's what I believe. I think it takes two to tango. They're both accountable for their actions, right? I think it takes two people to engage in that kind of activity. Now, I do believe there can be manipulation and other things in different viewpoints. However, if I go
Both
to
ways.
a bar, and Flo goes to a bar and we both hook up later that night, we both are like that is on us both.
Chuck should have warned us.
Across the board.
Yeah.
If Chuck was there,
So stop swinging it all on women.
it wouldn't have happened. It was we participated in degen behavior. Kazumi with
It
the
really
big
is like the
five.
meme. Sorry,
go
I
ahead.
think you
it's really
people
like
are
the
still
meme of,
misunderstanding.
hang on,
I'm not saying that men
Hang on,
doing
Cleaner.
this isn't bad too.
Yeah,
I've
we
been
know, we
saying
know,
the whole
we all
damn
I
time.
know,
most
but you
guys
just tried
doing
to
it,
say
like-
that by them sleeping with these girls, they're not accepting it, tolerating it, and acknowledging it. That's what we're pushing back on. Go ahead.
I'm talking about
I was just gonna
society
say
in
real
general.
quick-
I'm not talking about the specific little
Never mind.
sects of
The
men
time has
that are
passed.
okay with this behavior and engage in it.
I was just gonna
Listen,
say that it's like the meme where like one person's like I consent and the other person's like I consent, and then like you have like Jesus popping in, he's like I don't consent, and it's like that's Chuck.
Well,
That's
think about Rome. That's what
Chuck rule.
destroyed Rome. Y'all forget history.
No,
With
that
the
wasn't
big
what destroyed
five,
Rome. There was a lot of things.
Thinking
that
about
destroyed
the
Rome.
delicate flower thing, it's weird that some women go for bad boys who treat them like crap. I 100%.
That's a
agree with
fact. That's
I
a fact.
100% agree
I've
with
seen
that.
it.
And hold on, I'm very far behind. We need to catch up. Just Raw with the Big Ten. Kick Ghosty for that one time she got sassy with me. Sorry, I haven't been around. Life happened and it had to be dealt with. Well, we're glad you are back, Jess. And shout out again for the big 50. And shout out again to Chuck for the big 20 on Powder Dusty's side. Unacceptable. And of course,
Yeah, it should be on
Bumpkin
my
buying
side.
his own spot on. And Sarcastic Warlock with the Big 10. My wife has a body count of 2. That's one too many. Unacceptable. Nope, she's a hoe. She was widowed before I met
the
her. The
streets.
way the way women are talked about as 304s is terrible for society. But 304s defend their bad choices by saying all women and leaning in.
I agree.
What the hell's a 304, please?
Slut.
And we
Effigy,
shouldn't.
I've been
I don't
speaking
think we should be
effigy.
referring to all women as hoes either. I don't think that that's.
If
a good
they
thing to
sleep
say.
around, they're hoes. If a man sleeps around, he's a
That's
hoe.
not all women. That's not all women, though, Chuck. That's not all women.
I didn't say all women. I said
what I'm
if a
saying.
woman or if a man
Okay,
sleeps
all right.
around.
This is a problem that the left and the right both have, and I try to approach these problems in a neutral way and look at them as what's good, what's bad, right? The left and the right both like to use this misguided type language, this language that will frame the other side in an all or none type mentality.
No,
right? No,
that's not what I'm doing.
everyone does it. I mean, not everyone, right? But a lot of people fucking do this shit where they're like, oh, well, you're saying all people who do this. No, I'm fucking not. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm not saying all. I'm not saying none. And I think this is causing a problem between us being able to come together and have these conversations when we misinterpret each other and just try to demonize each other rather than actually having the real conversation
Okay.
and getting to it
sure.
and understanding it.
You should drink.
You
more.
can be dismissive, Ryan, but you've done this tonight a number of times.
Well, I'm
Ryan's
saying
always
because I think you're
dismissive.
I think you're projecting like super hard right now.
I'm really not. I'm not projecting.
I mean,
I know.
I can't imagine the amount of guys Ryan has
I'm not
entertained.
female like you, Ryan. I don't project naturally.
Exactly.
The fuck it button with the big 5 says, if you have a choice, do you want a new or a used car? There you go.
What do you think about that, Cleaner?
Oh, that's kind of misleading because everybody makes
Kind of
mistakes.
objectifying, right?
Don't objectify women. Which kind of car? What?
Personally, I would like an older vehicle that doesn't have one of the new age fucking computers on it, because
You
fuck
want a
all this
Chevy
new
too, don't
computer
you?
bullshit, dude.
That's the problem with modern women.
You know,
Well,
I don't
they
know.
wanna-
Chevys
All that
are
new
all right.
computer
Fords
stuff.
are all right. Dodges are
They-
all right. Realistically, Dusty, anything that's older that doesn't have all that bullshit in it, I love them. You know.
They wanted my wife to be the first Neuralink recipient,
I kind of like my
and I
backup
fought
camera,
against
not
it.
gonna lie. I kind of like my backup camera, not gonna lie. I don't think technology is that bad, to be honest with you.
You know
It
what?
is.
It will be when you try
camera's
to leave
kinda
the city
nifty.
and then shut your car down.
That
Just
damn
camera's
backup
kinda nifty.
camera is ruining
I
my
don't think
driving.
anyone's shutting down my 2021 Toyota.
Oh, shit.
Corvette.
Well,
Using
I
his
mean,
brainwave
You want that camera?
I mean, used cars are like I look at them as more valuable to a degree, when it comes
Oh,
to
yeah.
getting like
Some serious mental gymnastics. You're
like
gonna do this.
no, like more value out of my dollar, right? Like that's how I
Okay.
look at it. If I buy a brand
So
new
you're on a
car,
budget.
no, I look at it as like because once you drive the car off the lot,
How am I gonna
obviously it
make
just
this one work?
loses value immediately.
Oh yeah,
Whereas
just
I
look at the
know if
dog.
I
She's crashing and burning.
if I buy a used car, I
She's
already
gonna struggle
know
on through that.
I already know all. I'm not saying that it works. I'm just saying I'm not talking
painful?
about sleeping with
Look at
women.
the
I'm talking
doggy.
about
Sarah, we both know where this analogy's going, damn it.
I'm not talking about sleeping with women. I'm actually talking about the value of buying an old car. It actually can
Why
have
are you
value
still doing
depending
that?
on.
We're trying to give you outs.
I'm not comparing it to actually
man.
sleeping with a woman. I'm actually talking about the practicality of a used car.
Right.
Also, by the way, do the majority of like real adult
You gotta
men
test
really
drive
want
first, man.
virgins? Like, let's be real. Like, sure,
Well,
some guys want
look.
virgins, but I don't know if the
just
the
don't want
majority of
dudes
like
like me and Chuck
full-grown
slaying
adult
it all
men
first.
want virgins.
I bet there's data on that.
Ghosty, I can tell you right now. All right, if a girl in her 20s approached me and said, "I want to have a whole mess of kids. I'm a virgin," and she fit every fucking box that I've got for a woman to be, I would be like, "You're getting all the kids you want, and you can have my millions." Like that would be my fucking
What
answer
if
to
what
it.
if there was a
So,
virgin?
Yes,
what
guys
if
do want virgins?
What if there was a
Yes, it's
virgin who
true.
didn't fit all the boxes, and then there was a woman who had 2
I-
to 3
I wouldn't-
partners who
I
did fit
wouldn't
all the
engage in a
boxes?
sexual relationship with her because I'd never marry her.
Okay, you can just ignore the question. It's
Can
cool.
we go back to hearing
That's
Sarah
his-
talk about
Well,
used
no,
cars?
that's his
Here's the
prerogative.
question. I'm answering the question. You just don't like the answer.
Well, you added a whole bunch of other things in there. Not just she was a virgin, but she fit
You
all the
said
boxes.
She doesn't fit the boxes, and as soon as you say she doesn't fit my boxes, she's not the woman I'm looking for.
Okay,
I don't
so
care if she's a
I
virgin
didn't
or
get
not,
to
I'm not
finish
gonna
the
marry her.
question. I said, would you rather have a virgin who doesn't fit all the boxes or a woman who has 2 to 3 partners and fits all of the boxes?
She's too old for a virgin.
How old is she?
He's too old for a virgin.
I don't know. They're both like 25 or something. I don't know why
Yeah,
age
I
matters.
I mean,
but-
if she's our age and she's
Yeah,
a
I
virgin,
wouldn't.
there's other problems with her.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Like, why is she still a virgin at 40? Because
If
it's a
you
very,
ain't married by
very rare
20, there's
thing.
something wrong.
Like, what's going on?
well, you were
you
talking
know?
about children and everything, so
Right.
I had 4 of them. What's
You
wrong
asked
with
a
that?
simple question, and I gave you, and granted, it's an exception, but I did give you the exception that I would be like, hell yeah. But look, okay, generally speaking, yes, men would like to be with the virgin because they know
Some
that
men.
for sure.
Bullshit.
Some. I'm not saying all, right? Like I already said earlier, I don't speak in monoliths when I'm talking about things like this.
Well,
Okay?
it sounds like
I'm
it.
speaking in
How long do you
generalities.
think a woman's labia should
Well, I'm just
be?
saying it's certain kinds of people who put value.
I
on
mean,
that,
without the
right?
relationship, you're
Who-
missing
who
the
what,
entire point.
What were you saying, Effigy?
I say it's only certain kinds of people, to me, in my experience, who actually put value on those things. I mean, most guys that I've known in my life have many things on their list that have to get checked before they even start to give a shit about
Oh,
that. And
God.
mostly, if you're not outside of like your early 20s,
If you
I
got
don't
a
see most
fucking
people
list,
ever
you
give
got
shit
a
like that.
problem.
No, that's
Let
fair,
me-
Effigy. Yeah.
Let me promote
That's
some
not even the highest on my list at my age.
I dropped some memberships too, Sarah.
I see that. Thank you so kindly.
You're
Let me
welcome,
do
sweetheart.
some logistics.
Me next, Chuck.
Number 1, I'm resetting the goal. You've got 15 minutes if you want to keep pushing for your DGen Power Hour. It's now almost 1 o'clock. If you want me to go till 2, you know what to do. DGen Power Hour, you got to get it.
Well, bend over.
Number 2, backstage, I still have, I've got Dragon Rage sitting back there. I've got Brandon sitting back there. Poor Vibe is, I booted him earlier for fucking talking in the back chat after I specifically said not to. And then I've got Rusty for the same fucking shit. And then David is hanging back there as well. So if you want some panel shakeups, please feel free to go ahead and hit the goal and just boot the whole bottom half. I don't care. Whatever. Have some fun.
It's going to cost you for that.
It might. Chuck in Tennessee gifting 10 Gauntlet memberships. So to all of you lucky lottery winners, welcome to this side. Be sure to throw rocks at your convenience. Wrongful Rage with the Big 10 says just promote chastity for all. No more dirty zipper dance and stop being cardinal desire tools. I do agree with that. I think we should promote that to begin with. Sarcastic saying with a big 5, if we're comparing women to cars, the Nova would be a Volkswagen Bug. It has good mileage, a great front and back side, and ease of maintenance. Bumpkin, you got 5 minutes to the back.
No, I don't.
Maybe like the Herbie
When you
generation.
when you
because it was
portray
awesome.
yourself as a whole, I can understand that.
Fuck It Button says lower price is just easier to acquire. No one aims for the lowest bar. Technologies dodges it too. Hell, a bag of chips with 5 hands in it is gross.
What? What the hell?
That is true.
Pretty gross, man. That's fair. That's pretty gross.
Oh, goodness.
Cheetos is worse.
All
Sarah?
right. And Paige was
Yeah.
my final thought.
Oh, thank
to you. Paige is going to make her exit. Go ahead, Paige.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you again for having me on this panel. Ryan, Ghosty, pleasure debating with you both. You both are formidable opponents, and I had a lot of fun tonight. Cleaner, thanks so much for being my first debate partner on a 2v2. You rock, don't ever change. And yeah, to the rest of you guys, hope you had a great time seeing us debate. Hope you have a great rest of the discourse this evening, and I'll see y'all soon.
Yeah, much
Please
respect for
stay
taking
safe.
a graceful L.
Thanks
Toodles.
for coming on. We appreciate you.
I have
Stay
a
safe,
All
Paige.
right.
What is-
next?
I have
All I see is 2 loose people up there.
Oh my.
I'm sorry. I come from the old
Cleaner
school.
question really quick. If virgins are basically what people want and they're considered pure and good and stuff like that,
Oh,
is it
yeah.
acceptable for you
We
for
got
like
an
40-plus-year-old
empty chair again.
guys to go after like 18 to 20-year-olds? Is that like completely fine since it's universally understood that that's what people want? Is it not creepy?
Yes, it's disgusting.
I don't. I mean, as far as
But
creepy,
hey, it's
I don't
universally
really give
understood
a fuck
that that's
about
what
creepy.
people want.
If-
We want non-promiscuous virgins, right? So why,
Well,
why
yeah,
should it be
but
creepy if like a 60-year-old
you-
wants to go find
Are
a virgin?
you?
You
Are you
whoa,
done answering the
whoa,
question, or
whoa,
do you have more bullshit to put
back
into
up.
it?
No,
Back up.
I'm just
You're
checking
being
how your
sick.
logic works.
You're being
Right.
sick.
So what
I
you've done
agree.
is you've added some buzzwords in there, right?
Oh my
To
God.
frame it as if there's something wrong with somebody doing something. I wouldn't say there's something wrong with a 40 or a 30 or a 50-year-old guy going after a girl in her 20s or a girl that's 18 or 19 if that's his preference.
An 18-year-old
Now,
virgin?
Hold on, Ghosty. Now, if an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, or a girl in her 20s goes after an older guy, which there are groups that do, I wouldn't see anything wrong with that either. As long
But
as
what's
there's
the
no,
reason?
As long as
What's
there's
the
no
reason?
actual problem, like as long as there's nothing actually harmful to either one of them, I don't see a problem with any of it.
Oh my
You don't
God.
think that 18-year-olds are vulnerable and inexperienced, especially virgin ones? Especially,
Well, see, I
like-
get what you're saying, but let's go ahead and do the same thing you're doing, and I'm going to frame this a little different. Do you not think that guy that that may not be as attractive but has a whole hell of a lot of money is vulnerable to some girl using
Shut
her
up, Chuck.
pussy to come and take all his fucking money,
Yep.
Sure.
or
That's-
her
that's-
youth to
that's
come and
not-
take all his money? See, you frame it
I-
in a very negative light towards a
It
specific.
is negative.
Yeah, you're.
I'm
you're
talking about
framing
the
it in
thing
a
that we
way
were talking
makes it
about.
look
You're the
very,
one who's
very
na-
negative
de-navigating.
to a very specific set of people.
That we
But
were
that
talking
world's
about.
majority
But-
of
Cleaner,
people.
you've been on this all night.
What-
Jesus, people have perspectives
You
because they
guys
have
My
keep
God.
doing is going towards exceptions, and I'm not talking about exceptions or bullshit outside.
We were
the
asking you
general.
a question. Effigy
How
asked
many
you a question
blowjobs
about your
can you
beliefs.
receive
Yeah,
before
and
you're
I
not a
gave
virgin
him a
anymore?
fair, and I gave him a fair
And
answer.
I was
wouldn't
pushing
think
back
that
on your
there's anything
answer.
wrong with it.
So then what should you raise the age of consent
I
to?
pushed back on what you said, showing you that what you're saying is fucking ridiculous.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I think it's pretty gross. I think it's gross if a 50-year-old man is going after an 18-year-old virgin.
Or anything
period.
like that.
Correct.
What you're not understanding is that there has always been a power imbalance between men and women, and women have.
No, you're not understanding literally anything that's happened in this entire conversation. You're having your own fucking conversation
because they are women.
So is he planning to marry the 18-year-old virgin?
If you don't have a
I
relationship,
bring up the virgin thing because it is like an inverse link, right? The same people who sit there and promote virginity are the same ones who disparage promiscuity, and the people who like overtly focus on virginity are the same people who keep trying to like push back the marriage age, right? And do those kind of creepy shit. So like, let's not pretend
like you keep saying it's creepy, but the thing is,
it totally is
young
to me.
Women
That's my
seek out
personal
these
opinion.
older men. Is that creepy?
Yeah, I know. You have to draw a fucking
Not in the
line
same way.
somewhere.
So look here. I'll turn it back around on the
You mean
promiscuity
in the
thing.
same
So
way?
we have a self-admitted
of the
like
older guys to take the money from them. Are they not creepy too?
I don't think it's creepy. To do
Hello?
that. I think
It's
it might be like
manipulative.
insincere. Yeah, manipulative.
Yeah.
But I don't know if creepy is.
bad
I would use creepy
behavior.
in the inverse.
unless there's a relationship
The thing is,
that has
not
been
all
established.
of these situations are like that. And the way that you're framing it makes it sound like all of these situations are like that.
I think
What I'm
50-year-olds
saying
creeping
is-
on 18-year-old virgins
what I'm
is
literally saying right
fucking
here is
weird. Pretty much all the time.
Are they? Hold on.
Then where should you
hold
put the
on,
age of
hold
consent?
on, Hold on.
Where's the
hold
age of
on.
consent,
Y'all are.
Eugene?
This is totally
No
creeping
one's
me
talking
out
about
right
the age
now.
of consent, Rusty.
Stop it,
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah,
for a
where's the age of
second.
consent?
You guys
Shut
have
up, the host is
8
talking.
Thank you. You guys have 8 minutes to hit the goal. You still have 8 more to hit the goal if you want your DGen power hour.
God damn it.
It is almost 1 a.m. for me, and this is either shut down and go to bedtime or continue on with the DGen power hour, which is where things get even more fun. It's up to you. So are
Who do I
these
give the money to?
50-year-old me?
Me.
Are these 50-year-old men? Are they marrying the 18-year-old virgin, or are they just having sex with them?
You're
Is she a
asking
practice
me
girl?
or
matter.
Effigy or Ghosty? Who are you asking, Sarah?
It's the practice
Whoever
girl. That's what we need to know.
whoever's talking about the
I
old
think it's
dudes.
weird both ways. In almost all cases, there might be a few exceptions, but I'd be like, I don't know.
What's the exchange rate of
Great.
butt
Do you have
sex
an
to
issue with age of
virginity?
consent?
No, it has nothing to do
I
with the
mean-
age of consent. It's age
Depends on
gap.
you ask, Dusty.
So
I mean,
so
I
my-
fully
This is the
support.
math that people need to know about.
I fully support. Younger women
Butt
dating
sex?
older men and butt sex. I fully support that. What I would not. What I would
331.15.
not. What I he's ready
Don't mind me putting weird emojis in the chat. I'm just
Dusty's gonna clip that one. Dusty's gonna clip that one.
That'll be up by the morning, I promise.
don't mind those emojis.
So the thing of it is I would not be okay with men particularly targeting that younger woman who is a virgin who has no life experience to know when men are just targeting her for sex. I would not promote that in any age range, right? But if he wants to marry her, wife her up, make him his little wifey with babies, I'm all for it. As long as you are accountable and you take care of that woman for the rest of her life, I fully support that. I'm a big fan of dating older men. I love it. I love it. I love it. So whatever.
Well, and Sarah, what
yeah,
you're
sure.
saying, like most girls in general, will date guys that are a little older or I don't know what some people would call a lot older than them. Like some people would say 10 years is a lot, and some people would say 20 years is a lot. I don't know what the a lot bracket is, but women in general like men that are a little older because they have their shit together. They're a little more mature. They've got more that they can provide women with. Like there's a whole slew of
That's
reasons.
not always true.
No, it's not always true. I didn't say it was always true. I said women in general.
That's fine. We're just talking about two extremes here.
Right.
Again.
So,
I don't
really,
I mean, I can't even say it's an extreme, right? If he's
No, it's
50
definitely
and
extreme.
she's what I'm saying is if he's 50 and she's 18 and he says, "Look, I will wife you up," You give me all the babies, you know, and I'll die in probably 20 years. And by that time, you'll be ready to, you know, move. Like you'll be in your prime by that age. You know what I mean? I think we have to look at the reality behind that, and she kind of gets a double life in that effect. I mean,
I think the reason I was bringing it up so much was that it was going to show that they were putting such a heavy moral worth on this thing, but their emphasis on this thing puts them in morally precarious situations, i.e., trying to get with younger and younger chicks. Whereas when we talk about promiscuity as an individual situation, those are consensual sexual acts between adults. And does anyone agree, other than the people who think sex outside of marriage is bad, that that is immoral? And if you say no, then you have to explain to me why a series of non-immoral events equates to an immoral behavior.
There's been times when a younger woman or older man or vice versa has happened. But if you're just going after the virgin, then you're wrong.
The first part of what you're saying, I do think that some people put a little too much weight on the virgin in today's society, because I mean it's a rare thing nowadays, right? I do think that back in the day people put more weight on it because it was fair to.
Yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say that the 18-year-old is smart enough to make her own fucking decisions and decide that she can choose her partner, but at the same time say that the 50-year-old who chooses the 18-year-old is taking advantage of her some way.
No, you absolutely
both
can.
be choosing her own partner and the 50-year-old be taking advantage
You
of her.
absolutely
And
can.
she's not choosing her own partner. She's getting taken advantage of.
The man
You're
is
actually both
choose your
right.
poison.
The man is
You're
full,
actually
has a
both
fully
right.
the man has a
Okay.
fully developed brain. He has
don't get into
decades.
this.
The woman
He-
is
hold
not
on, hold on, hold on.
Ghosty,
He
you're
has
wrong
he
about
has
She
that.
doesn't have a fully developed brain.
he has no
And you don't
18-year-olds
actually
don't have fully
understand how the
developed
brain
brain.
deconstructs itself
Plus,
over time
hold
if you're making
on! Oh my
this argument.
God! Jesus Christ! Shut up! Two people are
Your
yelling
brain
at
has
the same
fully developed.
time.
Every year after that, you lose 1%.
He also
By the
has
time you're
decades
50,
of
you're
dating
30%
experience
less than
that
someone
she
who's
doesn't
25.
have.
why are you stop?
Not necessarily true.
He has decades
Stop.
of dating experience that she doesn't have. The brain isn't fully developed until 25, and the experiencing is really the main issue, especially if you're a virgin, you've never had a sexual experience, you're very vulnerable, you're very gullible, there's a better word for it, like easily impressionable and naive. Yeah, you're super impressionable
Hold
to older
on,
people.
hold on. To the chat, you have 2 fucking minutes to get 4 more super chats in. They got to be $5 up. If you want to continue, you got 4 more to go, and the goal is complete. If you want to continue on into the DGen Power Hour, please continue. You have to pre-purchase that hour in advance, and then after
Damn
that,
it, people
I
give.
stop. After that, I stop doing goals and I leave it up to you, but you got to pre-buy your DGen Power Hour. Sarcastic saying with the big 5, what is creepy is a man who hides behind his camera while he makes no sense to anyone on the pane. Ryan barely understands you, effigy in the back. You got kicked back there. Chuck in Tennessee with the big 5. What the fuck? Y'all need Jesus.
Yeah, damn straight.
Amen. Amen, sister.
Damn straight.
Grid with the big 20 says, my wife is 11 years younger than me and it works great. When I was 35, I had no time or interest in women my age or the baggage they brought.
Grid One Motorsports, your hero.
My wife is older
agree,
than me.
Grid. I
That
agree.
is-
Hero, Grid.
That is fair. My ex-husband's 16 years older than me. I had no issue with it. Nah,
I have no problem with dating older men. Like once you're at a certain age, I just like.
However, if you're going into
If you're
the
18 or older,
you're lost.
if you choose to date a guy that's older, you're allowed.
You're allowed to. I'm just saying. I think it's
At
dangerous.
17, I was able to volunteer to go get myself killed. At 17.
Hold up, broski. Ghost
Yeah,
basically said
Chuck,
that the
that's
that the
fair.
18-year-old could not make a smart enough decision because she didn't have the experience. But at the same time,
Then why was I able to join the military to get myself shot at at 17?
No, I agree with you, bro.
He's about to make the whole point that, like, because she's 18 and they say that she doesn't have enough mental capacity, why should she be allowed to vote, or some other bullshit like this. Look, the understanding of the mental rise and the mental fall is real simple. All right, an older guy loses some of his mental capacity, or an older woman loses some of her mental capacity over time. You do as you
He gets
age.
dumber and she gets smarter.
Yeah, it happens. It's factual,
Uh,
scientifically backed up. I don't
well,
fucking
Sarah,
I'll
believe
even
that
I'll
I'm
even put
having
it in
trouble.
I'll
Did we
even
hit
put
the
it in this
goal?
way.
Cleaner,
I
I
will
think you've been
even put
huffing
it
paint.
I will
No,
even put it in this way. Women, as I said earlier, we need to resource seek. That's what we do. It's instinctual. We're looking for the resources. Being 18 years old, dating a 50-year-old man who already has his retirement fund built in, he already owns his home. He already had a starter home before that, sold it. And, he can take her on vacation. He can support their children to the full utmost degree. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is the perfect package for an 18-year-old woman who wants to get married, settle down, and have babies. And real quick, you guys have purchased your DGen Power Hour. We will
Bitch is a genius.
continue on. Shout out to Pax America, Lobster, Uggs Women. Q-Tard says, "Don't make me regret this. I want my extra hour." Sarah, a Crucible fan, Sarah with the H, says, "You're awesome, Sarah." And she even spelled my name right. Sarcastic Saint says, "Boot Rusty. Rusty, goodbye. Dragon, you're on." And let's see. I think Brandon was up next, and then Trippy's up next, and then who comes back after that?
Don't boot low.
Effigy. Yeah, Trippy, then Effigy. And then Christopher with the big 20 says, "I think many men think that promiscuity in women shouldn't be accepted because they don't want their daughters, granddaughters, and nieces to have 304s, or
Hallelujah.
women who don't value stable relationships for role models." Any
Amen.
thoughts?
I
I
think
wouldn't
it's a
disagree with
fair
that.
point.
I got 3 daughters. I
Hold
got
on.
3.
Let her
Okay.
answer. Let her answer.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, I think that's like a fair point to say that men might not like it because they think about their daughters or something like that. But I really don't know if that is the main driving factor. I don't know. Yeah.
I think it might be
I got
situational,
I
Ghosty.
got
Do you
3
think maybe
daughters out there.
I think you're muted.
You think that maybe like it might be situational, Ghosty? Like, I mean, when you're a dad, like you look at your daughters and you're like, I don't want my daughters to be like that. But then when you're a younger guy or you don't have kids of your own, you're not really thinking about that. You're thinking about, oh well, this younger girl can provide me with kids and I can give her a good life and all. There's situations, right? There's situational awareness to this.
That's
Would you
fair.
agree?
I think it, and not all 18-year-old women want to just go and be housewives and get married either. Some of them, that's like, ugh,
I just
why
think
would I do
think
that?
at 18 you don't really know what you want. Like you might think you want that. You're super hormonal. Like you have no. I mean, again, there are going to be exceptions. There's going to be times when this happens.
Logically, though, Ghosty, it's an incredibly intelligent decision. If you are resource seeking and you want the best case scenario for your children, it would be logical.
Yeah, but if you want like the person
not
that you
even that,
actually love, like if you're like trying to actually, you're not just looking at resources, but you want like an actual life partner that you love, like, and then you can have like raise a great family with that person because
Why
you
can't
actually
she
love
love
them and
him?
you're not just.
Well,
I'm saying if
Ghosty-
if you're only prioritizing resources, I don't know if that's like exactly
It's
the
not gonna
smartest
work.
thing.
It's not
That's the
gonna
only
work.
time.
Yeah.
Aren't you
That's the
Don't
really
only
quickly,
time
necessarily
Ghosty? Aren't you in
disagree.
favor of?
Jesus
Aren't
Christ.
you in favor of 18-year-olds doing sex work? Like,
I don't.
No,
No.
You accept it though,
Pretty
right?
sure
I
she's
want
against
to
that.
raise the age of sex work to 21. That's a
Yeah,
position
I
I
was
have.
pretty sure she was against to that.
What's
to
the
drop this into
distinction?
blood
What's the
sports.
distinction between an 18 and a 21-year-old insofar as
You're out
you
of
would
high
raise the
school
age?
for at least 2 years.
I tell you what, when my first
being
daughter
part
was
of a
getting
certain
married,
school.
I interviewed the young man while cleaning the shotgun, just to make sure his intentions were pure. That's how
very
old
cool, Chuck.
school.
It's scarier
That's
if
how.
you
Well,
don't
I'm
put them in
sorry,
line.
I'm old school. But when women use the coot as a tool, I find that disgusting. The same with a man. I'm sorry.
So
That's a little
Ghosty,
ridiculous.
what's the morally relevant difference between someone who's been out of high school for 2 years versus someone
Yeah,
who's
no,
been out of high school for 1 year?
I'm just going to say,
But
Chuck,
no,
that's a
and
little ridiculous
I'll say
because to
there's
some
a lot.
degree,
Yeah, you learn a
like, Chuck,
lot
to
when you
some
leave high
degree, no
school,
matter what
especially
you
if you're
do,
going to
every
college
woman
or if you're
uses
starting
that
to
to
work
some
a
degree.
job in the real
So that's
world.
just fucking ridiculous.
There's
I got
But there
3
are
daughters.
plenty of, there are
also
plenty
I would
of
say
individuals who take a gap year or don't go to college.
Stop.
Hush, the host is talking.
Cleaner, is your volume on your headset turned up? Because you seem to like have talked over everyone all night, and I'm wondering if maybe you just can't hear us. Like,
Because he's
because
in
I
that
just
air traffic control tower.
maybe quite
Coming in for a
maybe
landing.
Some
negative
people
Ghost
are very
Rider.
much.
The pattern is full.
I've just
Okay.
been talking over him because I feel like he does it every time. So sorry, I've just been talking.
Yeah.
Some
But
people are quieter than others.
yeah, so I feel like there is a lot of experience when you get out of college. Like you're working in the real life world. You're going. Maybe you're like moving away from home in a dorm or something like that. Also,
There's
I would
no
say.
need for college.
I would also say it's
So-
less weird for 21-year-olds to start dating significantly older men. I'm still like a little iffy about it, but it's less weird than an 18-year-old. I do think there's a big difference between
Sure.
18 right out of high
But
school
I just
and
want the
your
morally
early
relevant
20s.
difference. I
Experience
just want the
subjective.
Oh
morally
my God.
relevant difference. that would
Ghosty,
make
you know,
it-
16 years old is consensual in England and stuff, right? You know that,
I
right?
don't
Yeah,
care. This is the
there's
United
like
States.
You know,
No,
here in
that has
America,
nothing to do with the
people are
question that
having
was asked.
kids.
It has nothing to do with the question
Holy
that was
shit.
asked.
But
And I'm
if
the one
an
that asked the
old
question. So
Go
pervert,
ahead,
no,
Nova. Go ahead,
hold on.
Nova.
You know, in
I'm pretty
America,
sure there was I'm pretty sure there was a super chat that Nova was supposed to get dropped earlier anyway that I saw in the chat. But
What?
that's cool. Yeah, there was a $5.
I don't think
thing
you
in
should
there.
try to take the host spot.
No,
That's-
no, I'm just saying.
That's a
Nova.
very and there wasn't. There was a super chat that dropped somebody else, but talked about Nova's tits. But if you want to take my position, you want fuck it, Brandon, you come do it. I'm gonna go
Oh my
sleep.
God.
You
No
come
problem.
take the position. Okay, that's what I fucking
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nova. Please finish your thought.
thank
To
you.
be fair, could probably be a better moderator. Not gonna lie.
All right.
Oh my God.
Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Uncalled
That guy.
And you know what the dipshit commentary is that the open panels, I'm not modding, I go to hosting. There's a huge difference, and a lot of you just are too dumb to figure that out, that once closing
Amen.
statements are over, the fucking debate is over, and we go into what's literally called open panel dumpster fire, which means there's no fucking moderator. Now there's just a host telling you all to shut the fuck up. So, dipshit ding dong, get your shit together. If you don't like my moderation, fuck off. Anyways,
There's
back to
other
you.
channels.
Yeah, bitches.
There's other
You know
channels.
what?
Pay $5 to boot me.
So many other channels out there. Go find someone else. Don't come on my panel. And then Furby learned the very hard
Hand
way
down,
about
come
this.
off her panel like a gentleman.
Okay, all right. So,
Go ahead,
Ghosty, in England, age of consent is 16. In America, consent was also much lower. My grandfather, who raised me born 1928, already had 3 kids by the time he was 18.
Mhm.
Yep.
His wife was 16. And so it's kind of everybody's prerogative. And so raising the age of consent to 21 doesn't really make sense, honestly.
For sex work. For sex
My
work.
mom was 13.
You're muted, honey. I can't
Oh.
hear you.
I said I would raise the age of consent to 21 for sex work.
Oh,
So-
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
part.
so to like do
just
OnlyFans
prostitute.
or anything
didn't
like
hear
that, I would raise that to 21. That's what I was talking about.
My other question to some of the gentlemen here who have major picadillos against 304s, which I don't condone the behavior, but you can't stop people from doing what they want to do in a free country. What exactly are you suggesting?
Do away with OnlyFans.
Then you'd have to
Do-
then you'd have to also do away with most of the porn industry.
Well, I would agree with
I'll
that
make
too.
that deal.
Because everybody is turning into a damn degenerate. That's what's bringing society down.
I'm
We're
not against
seeing it
that.
nowadays.
I don't.
Y'all just don't see it.
Right, we're in the final
don't
days
say
of the
you
Roman
all,
Empire.
because I'm quite astute in many different directions. My question to you would be: in the minute you start doing that, you're going to also start imposing your freedom of speech and your rights in general. Do you realize
Well,
that?
for society
Hold on, including the rights of the church. You realize that, right?
For
That's true.
society
That can happen.
to survive, you cannot
I'd
keep
actually like to engage
pushing
with
the
this.
boundaries.
Very
You have to
Okay.
draw a line somewhere. You want to
Yeah,
show
you
your
do.
tits online, that's your problem. However, it should not be allowed. All you're doing is
Allowed.
promoting degeneracy.
Okay, now I
That's-
disagree with you because.
Well,
Putting a cap
disagree
on
all
free
you want.
speech
I'm from
and
the old
freedom of-
school. Free speech has a limit. Your right to freedom, your right to rights ends when it interferes with another person's rights.
Yeah, but
No,
nobody's forcing you
that's
to
a
go to any
terrible
of these
argument,
websites
Chuck.
to
That's
see any
very
of the shit.
horrible.
That is not a terrible argument.
Telling me what?
Y'all are losing sight
Hold on.
of
You're
what.
saying to me that I shouldn't be able to show my tits. Are you saying what I'm doing right now is showing my tits? Is that what you're doing?
Not right now, you're not. I've seen you on previous broadcasts where you kind of flex the breast. I find that.
I mean cleavage. There's a big difference between
Hold on.
exposing
Hey,
and wearing
Chuck.
a shirt.
Chuck.
Okay, I'm old school.
Hold on. Chuck, what is your favorite video here?
This message is sponsored in part by
Sarah, I do
God,
that.
Sarah, you're killing me.
Sarah, I do that as a. I do that as a joke.
Engage with this with Nova for a little
I
bit here.
do that as
But it
a
works.
joke.
It works, doesn't it? It works. We sexualize the lady on the horse, and it.
I look at the horse. I look at the horse. Gosh, darn.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
I mean,
I can't
I still got my damn pants on.
Can't help it.
They don't.
I'm
But
a man. I can't.
I can joke with the next person. And yes, I can go into the gutter at times. However, when it comes to society, we're tearing society apart by all this degradation. Hate me if you want. I don't really give a damn. If you people had morals and principles nowadays, this would not be an issue. If you were a man, not a effeminate female, like so many of these leftists, the world would be in a better place. I mean, Rome went to degeneracy, and you see what happened to Rome.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
I'll shut up now.
What about literally every other
I would
society
like to-
that has
I
collapsed?
would actually like to engage with Nova on what she
almost
was
like-
asking, because I think it's a
I'll
really,
shut
really
up.
good question, and I think it's a really fair question, right? Your first question that you were asking about what is it that we actually have against this behavior. All right. Now look, from my point of view, what I really actually have against this behavior, I have no studies or data to give you that can support this. I have nothing like that. All I have is reality. All right. I believe that there's more to a woman than just her sexuality. And I believe that nowadays men are hypersexualized and looking at women like they're fucking objects. And I think it's fucking horrible. I think we should be able to acknowledge that women are something more than just a pair of tits and a hoochie coo that we can get it on with once a night.
Okay.
But don't,
Well-
and I believe some men have told me that like men immediately just look at you and it's either I'm gonna fuck her or I'm not, right?
pretty much.
Like,
yeah.
Wait a minute.
Ooh, I've heard
You don't
that.
come on panel exposing yourself, Sarah. There's a difference.
no, I know
Neither
that,
does-
but I'm pretty sure that
What?
there's still either in the chat, men in the chat are either thinking I'd fuck her or I wouldn't.
Yeah, it doesn't even
Right.
matter what she's wearing. Some
Well,
guys will
that's
fuck a girl
okay.
in a
It's-
turtleneck sweater and sweatpants. Like,
And no.
In a burqa.
exactly.
Like Daphne from, what was it, Scooby-Doo? Was that her name? Daphne?
The purple one, the
Yeah,
girl?
with the sweater.
Oh no, that's Velma.
But,
Sarah,
but I
something
mean,
happened to your mic. I can't hear it.
everybody's worried about sexual gratification.
I can't
If you
hear
go
Sarah
for the relationship, as opposed to the sexual gratification, everybody's in this me, what's in it for me moment. And that's what's destroying society. I'm sorry.
Well, then start
Chuck,
shaming
none of that
men.
matters anymore, though. Chuck,
Start
Chuck,
shaming
listen.
the dudes.
Is my mic low?
Shame
Go
both.
shame them.
The men who are still running
Stop the
society.
demand.
Flo is a degenerate. I will agree with that.
Dude?
Look, I
My
get
name.
I get that some people are going to think this is some kind of virtue signaling or whatnot, but
It's not
this really
virtue.
is no, this really is what it comes down to, and this is why I fight it with all the data that I do and whatnot. I really do believe that there is more to men and women than just our stupid fucking sexuality, and I think that the society that we're living in right now has hypersexualized fucking everything. And it's
What data
just,
did you
it's
bring?
ridiculous.
That's what I was
It's
thinking,
fucking
Ryan.
ridiculous.
I
We
feel
need
like
to
I
get
think
to
I've
the
been muted for a minute. My mic was. I had to
What
leave and
about
join
what
back,
actually
but-
fucking matters? Like, hey, look, I found a hot chick. Oh, good for you. Is she gonna be fucking loyal? You know, are you gonna have a good relationship with her? Are you gonna like? Are y'all gonna match up? These are the things
You're
that actually matter.
hypersexualizing it more.
Yeah.
You're drawing attention
I'm
to
not.
only the sexual component. Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
No,
That's what I've been
I'm
trying
not.
to say all night, is that this woman who is having sex is having sex. You're saying that she is just a sexual object, or by her having sex,
she's
her
putting
her
herself
whole
out
personality
this
is
way.
just her
Yes.
sexuality.
Yes,
And we're saying
yes,
she
yes.
just likes
saying
having
she's
sex.
only
There's
a
much more to
sexual
her. Just
object.
because she just has sex, has casual sex,
Damn,
doesn't
guys.
mean that
Wrong,
she's
wrong,
just a
wrong.
sexual object.
Hey, let's get back on the talk.
Wrong.
about
Sarah.
shit.
It kind of sounds
She's
like
gone for right
everybody
now. I don't know what happened.
should be back, I'm sure.
Damn.
I'm sure she'll be back. Yes.
I'm
kinda-
saying they're only sexual objects. I've never fucking said
You've
that,
been
Ghosty.
you've been saying
I'm
that
saying
only
they
there's.
sexualize themselves, and I
Okay,
think
so
it's
she
a
turns
shame.
herself
You're
into a
not
sexual
getting it.
object.
Yeah.
They use the
They are
pussy
cutting
for an
themselves
advantage.
into that.
Okay.
Yes,
Cleaner,
they use their
cleaner,
vaginas
cleaner.
for an advantage because
Okay,
women
okay.
can
Men
get
use
over
their-
on men
Alright,
on the
alright,
internet.
alright,
And yes,
I
most
kind
of
of
the
think
people
they're all
spending
putting
money,
Bro, it's
most
like
of the
it's
people spending
impossible,
money
dude.
on
It's literally
OF.
impossible. Okay,
Well, hold on just
listen.
a second. Most of the men spending money on OF are actually from the Middle East. I don't know if you guys knew that.
They're
Where they get
incels.
the ankle.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Bumpkin was saying something though.
Fuck it, bro.
Go ahead.
Honestly, at this point, Jesus Christ.
Well, say it,
Cleaner.
Bumpkin, damn it.
Cleaner, shut up, Chuck. Cleaner. At this point, you cannot
Bite me.
progress, you cannot progress backwards, right? There is no reclaiming tradition, right? At this point,
Yes,
let them be
there
whole.
is. Yes,
Chuck,
there is.
isn't. Chuck, there isn't.
Bumpkin.
Progress does not go backwards. I hate to say it
on
like
your
that.
lifetime, Chuck.
As a
Hold on,
traditionalist,
hold on.
right? I hate
on.
that, but it does not progress backwards.
Hold on,
Let them
Bumpkin.
be
Hold
whores.
on. What
Let
you're
them be whores.
telling me?
No, you hold on,
Listen,
Cleaner.
listen to what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm engaging.
You can
I'm
promote
engaging with this a lot
chastity
more,
as a
right?
virtue.
I don't even care if we get to the point where every fucking woman and man on the planet is a virgin again. What I'm trying to promote is that we look past the hypersexuality of everything and get to the intrinsic values of each other again. Stop
Like our
engaging
virginities?
in all the hypersexuality.
Okay,
You did
I
that by
was
totally
what I would
bypassing
prefer
anything
in
about the woman
society.
aside from her sexuality. You've got a weird roundabout way of getting there. The only thing you focus on is her sexuality the whole night.
going to actually
Because that's what the
say
fucking
something
debate
along
was
those
about, dude.
lines, which are everybody's basically putting low value on all human beings unless you fit into somebody's fucking category where you want to shove them.
I agree.
Yeah, and Cleaner
I
only has
agree.
2 categories for women, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, it's either virgin or whore. Like, give me a break.
No, it's not,
Friday
it's
night
not
or
virgin or
wife,
whore.
wifey, I guess.
Oh yeah,
not
it
virgin or
basically
whore.
is.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
okay. Cleaner.
It's
If a
not
woman
virgin
has
or-
only used her back door access and she's never been penetrated in the front door, is she a virgin or no?
Not really, no. Because sex.
I was asking Cleaner.
sex, man.
What are you asking? If she's engaged in some kind of sexual act, if she's a virgin or not? No, if
No,
she's
she's
engaged
only
in a
used the back
sexual
door.
act, she's not a virgin.
Okay, so Britney Spears, you were never a virgin.
I don't
Wait,
fucking
he's
know.
not really a
Look, I don't know. I don't know every woman
No,
on the
she
planet's virginity status or when they lost it or any of that shit. All right.
Is there a way
I
to
don't give
medically
a
tell?
fuck to
Can
know
we
that
get a
either.
poll on that?
Is there a way to medically tell if a woman is a virgin?
Not a reliable one.
I know.
Nowadays, you can't even tell if women who are actually virgins are
Nowadays?
virgins in some situations. You really
I mean,
can't
history
because
is literally
if
riddled with
if
the
a
blood
woman's
of
working
women
out, she
who
can
were
lose her hymen.
falsely
There's a lot of
assumed to
situations
not be
that can.
virgins.
Yeah, there's a lot of situations that can actually break a woman's hymen. So I mean, I wouldn't even say that medically you can prove that a woman is always a virgin. If we're talking about vaginal sex, I don't really fucking care about that. You're still hypersexualizing the thing and pointing to a sexual component that you feel matters way more than anything else.
We're saying that just because somebody has casual sex doesn't mean that their entire personality is being just having a bunch of sex and being a whore.
Never said
or
it
whatever.
did.
That's what you were
No,
getting at
that's
earlier.
not
You were
what I was
saying we
getting
need to
at.
stop with the
No,
hypersexualization and
no,
blah, blah, blah,
young
blah.
lady, you were
Women
not
have been
listening to me.
sexualized forever.
I was saying in
so
those situations they were objectifying themselves. All right, there's a difference.
Yeah, but they're not.
Okay, like
They're-
you need. I
they're
mean,
not
maybe you can like
inherently- you're
re-listen to this debate
sexualizing them.
tomorrow or something.
Maybe
Sarah's
you
internet
can,
took a- hold
I
on.
don't know,
Sarah's
grow up a
internet
little
took
bit, I
dump.
guess.
In the
I don't know.
meantime, if we can bring in a whole bunch of donos right now while she's gone, it will make all of us on panel look really good.
That's true. Yo, money, money, money.
Send
was gonna
Sarah
point
some
out.
fucking money.
Send in a super chat and call me a slut.
Honestly, from now on, none of us should address.
show my
anything.
dog.
That's a good idea. Hold on.
Don't
Hold on.
don't
We
call-
got to
don't
agree as a
call-
panel, though. We
yeah,
got to
don't-
agree as a
don't
panel.
call anybody on panel. Don't call anybody.
None
I
of us
agree
should
already.
address anything but super
That's
chats.
rude
Do we agree
enough.
to that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Wait, what was it?
None of us are going to address anything except for super chats that come in starting right after Chuck in Tennessee. Bunch of selfish retards for $10. After that, now we got to hold to it. Look at this. Look at this.
Okay.
So we just sit here quiet until another dono comes through?
Well, I have
wanna
been
do
waiting to
that. I'm
take
sorry, I
a leak
don't
for a little
agree.
while. I'm going to get up and take a leak. I'll be right back.
I can tell. I can see your teeth are floating. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually thought your Trippy Cast. I actually
Asshole.
thought your meme earlier with the tooth was funny. So
I
I'll
saw
give
that you
I
laughed.
thought it was a
You
good
know
one.
how to take a joke. Don't ever let anybody stop you from taking a joke, you know? We got Pax America.
There you go, Ghosty.
Ghosty is a 304 for sure.
There you go. Good idea. That was a good idea.
You're welcome, Sarah.
Thank you for supporting the channel.
And you know what? To all dudes who didn't
And I
get passed
definitely
over, on
am because I have
behalf
big boobs. So
on
Hey,
behalf of
Bumpkin,
all
you
dudes
can donate
who
that to
didn't
me
get
as well.
passed
By the
over,
way.
we
You can call her
appreciate
304 on my channel also.
No, there are no male 304s.
I don't know.
Or you can call
Ryan might be
Ghosty
able to
304 on
read.
my channel.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
Nova.
Yeah. You're just gay.
Coder might be able to
wait,
redefine
what?
Sarah,
your.
you can call
I didn't
Sarah
hear you,
through
Ryan. What did you
definition.
say? Ryan, what did
I
you say?
said that Bumpkin, I was granting Bumpkin permission to go to my channel and give me super chats, calling you, Sarah, and Ghosty 304s.
Chuck in,
Oh, I
you
thought
might
you
get
wanted
another
to
one.
be a-
Chuck in Tennessee just gifted 10 Powder Dusty memberships. Dust bombs dropping.
Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. Yeah.
Got the soundboard.
Let's have super chats.
That's
not
Are you
what
streaming
I
right
got
now?
right
Dusty?
now.
Sarah said she's
I'm not
Chuck
surfing
will.
right now, but we'll see how long her internet stays crapped out for.
Okay, guys.
Zephyr with $5 says, "Missed you, bro. I got you. Thank you, Zephyr, and I'm back now. It feels good to be back. All I've got is the gunshot, so I can't drop bombs."
No, keep hitting on them super chats, and you will
finish him.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go. I've got one. No, I'm not gonna do it like that.
Yeah, so I mean, again, like, Cleaner and Page just did not come. They keep saying that they showed all this data, or they disproved like everything we said, but that just none of that happened. Like, I don't know when there was data that was shown. I'm pretty sure
You're
I'm the
the
only one
weakest
who
link.
posted
You're
any
the weakest
papers
link.
back here.
You know that, Ryan.
I think.
I mean, I
Look
know
at-
you might think so. I don't
Look
feel
at
that way. I don't
Pumpkin's
feel like the
face.
weakest link at all.
He looks like he smells poo. This man looks like he smells poo, and it's you breaking the wall of silence.
That's okay. I don't care.
I have self-made in chat saying that
Mm-hmm.
Brian looks like a fat Brian Atlas.
We're talking about Bumpkin. He said
Oh,
Bumpkin. looks like a
Bumpkin?
fat Brian
Oh,
Atlas.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not sure who Brian Atlas is.
I'm not sure.
totally.
a little.
I tried
a
to
little.
raise there. I
Just
made
the
$10 for
whatever
you, and I
guy?
made 65 for me. It was a good run.
That's
what
right.
I'm
Is
talking
wait, is
about.
Brian the whatever guy?
Yay,
Because I
he's
can
back.
see it. I can actually see it.
Yeah,
Bumpkin kind of-
yeah, a little bit.
like
He-
Bumpkin.
a little
Are you
bit.
saying that Bumpkin looks like a swelled up, whatever podcast guy? I mean,
yeah. I
maybe.
see it.
I think. I
Uh,
think Brian looks a little like
Kazoom
Bumpkin.
with the big five says we can go backwards if we get an oppressive government.
True.
Oh,
Oh,
gee.
we're working our way
Yeah.
there.
Oh,
Because, like-
I guess,
Go ahead.
How
Chuck
fun that would
coming
be.
with the big 10 over on Flo's side. Bunch of selfish retards.
Mm.
And Bumpkin coming in with the big 10 says Ghosty is a 304 for show. Ghosty, are you a 304?
I'm whatever you want me to be.
That's crazy work.
Oh.
Crazy work.
Chuck in Tennessee with a big 10 Powder Dusty membership. Shout out to you. I think I heard Flo saying that. And of course, missed you, bro. Yeah, Flo, what the fuck? You take vacation for like 10 fucking days, you wimp. I told you, stop burning yourself out.
He was starting his OF page.
And
I went to the pool every day.
backstage, I still have animated effigy. Poor vibe, because your shit's going in and out. So every time you pop out, it puts you back at the end of the line. So I have
She just
animated
came that. She hasn't tried to pull you up
effigy.
at all.
I did actually several times, but all we saw was his empty chair. And so I moved him back again and brought somebody else. This happened like 3 times. We were just staring at a chair and I'm like, yeah, like 2 minutes is one thing, but 5 is another. Animated effigy, vibe, Chuck, and RK. You're going to have to cam up for me backstage before I put you up. And then Hyatt Riot with the big 5. Yo, big win for Grid. Hello, Grid. Are you ready to come drop some nukes?
Yeah, I mean, I got a few minutes. I actually
Mic up.
have to bail.
Get
soon,
closer.
but I could not come on. So
Can you turn your mic up a little, bro?
I mean, you didn't have to come up, Grid.
Yes, he did. You shut your mouth.
Is it just quiet on mine?
I really
Grid
like
always
that,
comes last.
You cut your hair and you use like some sort of look like you got some product in there. You're looking cute. You're gonna have a date. I'm sure.
You talking to Ryan?
Yeah, it's Ryan.
Oh.
I hope so.
I just figured that Ryan used his
40-year-old
$200 from going to
Grid,
the No Kings protest.
how many beers before you'd fuck Ryan?
Are you talking to
Is it 16? It's probably 16.
Talking
Bud
to you,
Lights.
Grid. We want to know how many drinks do I have to buy you?
Drink it.
I hate this place, dude.
I love it.
roll.
Dusty,
love
you
it.
do this. Dusty, you do
This
this. Your
is-
family jump on, man.
This is why we call it the D-Gen Power Hour, because this is where everybody loses their level of normal and all those
Yeah.
things. Chuck, I see you backstage. Who do you want to boot to get your spot back? Your options are anybody but the original panel.
When
You
are
got
we gonna change the name from D-Gen Power Hour to what it rightfully should be called?
Shit Show, Dusty,
I got the mug.
the musty Dusty.
I've got the mug for shit show supervisor. I used it as the thumbnail for my show the other day. It
Did
fit.
see that. I did see that. Flo and Grid can stay. So, I need to know, who do you want to boot? Don't tell me who can stay. Tell me who you want to boot back there.
I'll elect myself to go after I ask a couple questions here, quick. Just
Sure.
Ryan and Ghosty, I have a quick question. Is it more promiscuity now in society or previously in terms? Because a lot of your arguments, which I will say you guys kind of, I hate to say it, won only in the fact that it was a situation that there wasn't enough data, but brought from the other side. So is it more promiscuity going on now than previously for the shaming factor? Because
I think there's probably more going on now just because there's more access to more people. So back in the day, you pretty much had just your little town. You weren't traveling outside of it for the majority of society. And you just had we're limited to those people. And I do think that a good amount of people throughout all time in society have been highly promiscuous. Not the majority, but it's probably more common now. But I feel like there's always been prostitutes. There's always been, people cheating, sleeping outside of their marriage. They just didn't talk about it and stuff.
Yeah, oldest profession.
Think about Prohibition era, the 20s,
Yeah.
But
Sex work's not the oldest profession. Mercenary work is.
Yes.
Well, we
they were
also
also
don't.
prostitutes.
We also don't see. Or we wouldn't have been able to see the promiscuity.
Yeah.
Right now, it's Nova has a low cut tank
Mhm.
top on and it's
Dress.
here for the world to see.
It's a dress, yeah.
Well,
I
I mean,
think
well,
that's
quite
fair to say.
honestly, if I wore that, it would cover all of me because I'm not big enough to have cleavage, right? And I think
Must be
I think
LaRue.
that's a piece we have to recognize there.
Well, see, I was kind of going from the direction of not the modesty, just the promiscuity side of it, the actual
Mhm.
sexual part of it.
Right.
Because the simple fact of what their arguments were was also pointing at the situations of, the STD testing, those parts, as well as like the bad sex, having the regrets from that. I mean, the regrets from that is your own choice to do it in the terms. So why would that be a kind of a positive to point out that bad sex, kind of makes an excuse for promiscuity? But that's why I was
Wait,
asking
no,
that.
it's
Wait, what?
Unless
what I was
I
saying.
misunderstood what you were saying previously, Ryan.
Well, number one, so well, first of all, a broader point about the stigma, like yes, society, but like by and large, especially like Western like societies, are like more much more accepting of promiscuity broadly. But I think when we're examining like the impact of like stigma on somebody's life, we have to like zoom in a lot more and look at how the people around them actually view that promiscuity, how people treat them with regards to their promiscuity, not just like how society as an aggregate treats promiscuity, first of all. But I'm just saying that, like, the stigma is one thing. Like, it's the incongruence between like how you view like how you feel internally about your sexuality, and then like actually engaging with it. It's the incongruence between those things, kind of like with porn. Like people who are people who have like a really if they think that they're wrong or shameful, or like they're doing something bad when they're watching it, then those people are the ones who are actually like they're the ones who tend to be harmed emotionally, mentally from watching it. But if they don't have that complex, then they don't tend to have the negative results. But additionally, yeah, the last one,
Yes.
and I'll
No,
be quiet
sorry,
for a
go.
minute.
I
But the last one was that that people. Sorry, Grid, I'm almost done.
Let him
The
do his
last one was that women are more likely to regret sex by and large, casual sex, like more than men. But it's like largely correlated to that incongruence and the orgasm gap specifically. That's why I brought that up.
Can I make a
Sorry,
real quick
Chris, go
point
ahead.
before Grid jumps in? Okay. So, also, I wanted to like kind of bring this up earlier, but I guess I never got to it. I think there's a lot of insecurities that lead to like future bad behaviors too, that come from like shaming women for sex. So, lots of them. I don't know if I feel like having a in being in touch with your sexuality is an important thing. It becomes important when you have a relationship in the future. And if you're always thinking of sex as shameful, it creates like damaging. I don't know. It just like it can hurt you, especially like in future relationships, and it leads to bad stuff like that. I'm not like wording it right, but yeah.
And you know what? I think since Grid and Ryan have a little casual thing going on, I think it's time to
Yes.
have ourselves a little
Grid
one-on-one.
wants to smoke. All right.
Just a little love for
right.
just
What do you want to argue about today,
few
Grid?
minutes.
What do I
Or
want to
at
argue?
least
I don't even want to
flirt.
argue. I don't even want to argue.
You
I
just
do
wanna
have a
chat?
question though. I mean, so
Okay.
what I'm hearing from you is you're okay dating the village bison.
Dating the village. I think that you're objectifying people by calling them the village bicycle. But I'm okay with someone who has a sexual like history. Yeah.
Well, I mean, literally, like basically slept with all
Literally
your
a
friends.
bicycle.
So if you were, let's say in your friend group, I'm assuming that you have a friend group, and
At least one.
in your friend group, would you date the girl that literally like banged half the football team, made her way, more or less through the basketball team, and basically, fucked everybody in your friend group, including their girlfriends? Would that be someone that you would date?
Probably not while she's doing all that. But I mean, potentially one day. Who knows? Life's weird.
So let me ask you. Sorry, this is a serious question. I mean, this is kind of a serious question because I have these things that are called standards. See?
Okay. Yeah, me too.
And I wouldn't date the village bicycle for anything other than like a casual affair, which I did, by the way. I was a degenerate for many, many years. I know of what I speak.
Okay, so you're the village bicycle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so why would anyone want you?
Yeah. Which I'm speaking from
So,
experience.
so your wife didn't have standards, is what you're
Speaking
telling me.
esoterically, I'm.
It sounds like you're saying your wife didn't have standards.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like you're saying your wife didn't have standards.
No, I changed. I recanted.
Okay. Well, like I said, like with regards to the woman that you brought up, I said I probably wouldn't date her while she's sleeping with all those guys. But yeah, maybe one day, like if she's
maybe one
like
day.
if we
But
like
while
reconnected
she's
down the road,
doing it,
yeah, potentially,
absolutely
yeah.
not, right? While she's being
What?
super promiscuous, no, you're like, no, that's gross. I don't want that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's, I think, what most people feel like, Brian. I think that most people have that, right? Like, they understand that most people these days have a sexual history, right?
Yeah.
The point
I
is
agree.
that if you are willing to say, well, it's okay for these women to go do these things, then at the same time, you're saying, well, not while I'm dating her, right? That's one thing.
Well, that's because, I mean, when you're dating someone, you don't want them. I mean, if you're exclusive, you don't want them to be dating other people.
Would you have wanted it recently? Like, let's just say that she ran through your entire friend group, and then she's clean and sober.
I might be skeptical that she's interested in.
What about
that?
that?
I mean, I might be skeptical that like she's
Skeptical
suddenly
a little bit,
interested in a long-term relationship right after doing that. Yeah.
Let me throw this at you, right? Because this is the situation I found myself in, right? So I was like 33, I think I was, and I had gotten to a point where I was just kind of in a I had been a degenerate for about 10, 15 years, since 10 years, but it wasn't fulfilling at all. Life sucked. It was borderline lonely as I can be, which isn't very, but and I ended up wanting to. I was like, you know what, time for me to get married, and I ended up making that decision. I was married within about a year, but I tried really hard to date women in my age group, and they were all, I mean, they're just not. They're basically, and I understand most men don't understand this, and they definitely don't want to admit it, especially when they're young, because that limits their dating pool. But the more miles you put on that bicycle, the worse the ride. I'm just telling you, it's crazy.
How old do you think I am?
Well, I don't know, right? I'm probably 28.
I'm just curious. I'm 32.
Yeah. You're 32? Okay. Yeah, you're about where I was. Yeah.
Yeah, and I spent the majority of my 20s in I did serial monogamy. I dated people for like 2 years. I have 5 different relationships that lasted 2 years plus. I've been around the block.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't do that. I almost got married twice in college, and immediately after that, after the second one didn't work out, I was like, fuck it, I'm not meant to get married. I'm just gonna bang a bunch of chicks, and that's exactly what I did for about 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I've had that as well. I was promiscuous for a while.
Yeah, and so, but what I ended up figuring out is that I didn't want that in a woman, because all the women who were like me were absolutely insane, right? Like it's just terrible. And so I had to go younger.
That one,
and literally
had to.
Oh yeah, had to. There was no choice.
Okay.
It was the odds of finding, in my experience, which is limited, but I've watched a lot of other people go through a bunch of shit. The odds of finding, if you're a man in his 30s dating a 30-year-old woman is probably just you're behind the 8 ball. More than likely you're dating somebody that has kids, and probably an ex-husband or 2, maybe 3, and those are things I had no interest in. I didn't want to deal with somebody. I thought maybe I could, but my personality is such I couldn't. There was no way.
Kind of weak, Grid.
That's great, Grid.
Kind of weak.
That's awesome. We've learned so much about you here tonight. It's really beautiful.
That's weak. That's really weak.
Yeah, there was no way that I could deal with.
So were you combing the high schools to find the bride, or what? Is that what you're telling
us?
Yeah,
that was a.
That was going on. Like, what's up?
I liked it. I like that. I like your energy. But no, I dated.
But Grid, really quick. So you're saying that even though you were promiscuous, that didn't stop you from making the choice to change and become monogamous.
Yeah, no, I never said it stopped me.
Oh no,
but it
I'm
was
not saying you
a
said it.
Well,
I'm saying
came to-
other people said
being
it earlier.
promiscuous
That's a
made
good
you
point,
less
though.
of
I
a
agree.
man.
It was a decision I ended up coming to because there was a long period of my life where first of all, I didn't think I was going to live particularly long, and second, I just didn't see myself getting married after the second relationship ended because I ended up just basically saying
trauma.
this is going to be my career. I went completely into my career. I didn't take a vacation for 10 years. I didn't do anything.
Was you using money to buy the women?
So
No.
you chose to settle down, and women can do the same thing.
Yep.
It's much harder for a woman, I think.
It's not.
No, it's not.
But if she's got
Why would
kids,
it be
that shouldn't
harder
be a
for-
barrier.
It's not harder for
Would you
women.
say
Wouldn't it be
it's
harder
made
for men?
harder?
Yeah, I
It's
feel like
made
if
harder
you're
for
going to
men.
make an
Mindset?
argument, it would be harder for men, but I don't think it's harder
Yes.
for one gender or another, to be honest.
That's one thing I would agree with you on, Ghosty. It is harder for men to settle down often than it is for women. Usually when women get done doing something, they're done doing something and they move on. But guys, you guys have a hard time changing those spots like a leopard, right?
Yeah, okay.
I think maybe younger guys have a harder time with that.
I
Yes.
think that is possible for a woman to do.
I know. Look, I've been around a lot of musicians and shit. You're gonna tell me those guys in their 50s and their 60s are still not pulling the same stuff they were doing in their 20s and their 30s? Oh.
Well, yeah,
No,
they're
they
stuck in their
You're
loop.
talking about a hyper, like a really, really high end successful type person, right? Like
I'm talking
musicians.
about a lot. I'm
like-
just talking about a lot of guys. I've known a lot of guys.
I mean,
in
those
a
are
lot of industries.
drugs.
Well, I can see why Ryan has so many problems with relationships. He's too effeminate in his. When he was talking to Grit, he was talking about what 5 relationships.
Yeah, but they each one lasted like 2 years, so I wouldn't call those like.
Yeah,
like,
but you're
failures.
too
I mean, I
effeminate.
think they were
You're
pretty good
not being
relationships.
the
I'm still on
man.
good terms with a lot of them.
Yeah, but you're not being a man.
Misconstruing Ryan.
I mean,
you're
I'm also the one who
misconstruing
ended a
Ryan.
lot of them.
I don't think you can actually speak to Ryan's personal experience because you don't fucking know what he's done, Chuck.
Well, I'm just saying, if you have that many relationships, it's usually the common denominator, which is the person.
Yeah, I agree. I wasn't right for any
Sometimes.
of them, and they weren't right for me.
I feel like
I
5
agree.
relationships at the time of 32 is pretty average. Like, I don't know.
I just 5 that were like 2 years. I've had actually probably more relationships.
Yeah, that's what, like, long-term relationships. Like, yeah.
And
I wouldn't call
Chuck,
2 years long term.
You don't.
Chuck
You don't.
coming in with Big 10, he says, more than a mouthful is a waste. Well, I don't know. I don't think that's
That's a lie.
No, that was towards that was towards you.
Me, you want to hurt my feelings and make
No, that was for Sarah. That was for Sarah when she said she couldn't wear the top.
Yeah, she could wear this. It just fit different. It's a
It
dress.
would cover. It would cover.
It was a compliment towards
It's fucking
Sarah.
summertime, and she's wearing a fucking dress. Like,
yeah, it's 100.
I know. I was trying to compliment Sarah.
I know what you meant, Chuck. I was just being funny. And Chuck says, can't boot Ryan, so bye, Trippy. Trippy's backstage.
I'm gonna go
and
here
then,
in a second.
Pax,
Fucking
Trippy came back on. And Pax says, goodbye, Trippy. I need a spot. I love it when people have to buy their seats on panel. And then we still have RK, Dragon Rage, and Trippy Cast hanging backstage.
I still got $10 available, so buy FG.
no.
Remember, I had to pick one.
Yeah, that was you wrote in the backstage that was you picked Bumpkin, and so I booted
But
him.
you.
Then he
Oh,
bought
okay. I'm
himself
sorry.
back
I
out.
misunderstood. My apologies.
Okay. You're good.
Not
You're
today,
good.
motherfucker. He doesn't appreciate you.
As long as Flo and Grit are still up here, I'm good.
Well,
Wow,
what I'm gonna
Chuck.
do?
A few minutes. I've got.
Grid's gonna tell us more about his life.
Shooting stuff tomorrow.
Speaking
Wow.
of, it is almost 2 a.m. Sometimes we go till 3, but you have to hit the goal.
How much you need?
Well, 10 super chats, $5 a piece. That would be $50, sir. So
Come on, you tight ass bitches, give it up.
everyone, if 10 of you throw in $5, then we can keep on keeping on. But you have
That's
15
right.
minutes to do so. Don't wait till the timer runs out. It gets really stressful for everyone in chat, but it's that it's that extra hour because after 2 a.m. shit starts getting really, really
Well,
weird.
put Nova full screen and you'll get your money.
Do all of you fine gentlemen want to continue looking at this lovely beauty on screen? Or you can be the gay one that boots her off screen too. That was the most hilarious thing I'd ever seen. Somebody actually, not only did he pay $100 to boot her, but then when somebody matched it and added an extra 20 just to solidify it, then that person spent another 200 just to knock her
Damn.
out completely. I was like, damn.
Now you see why I come around?
I mean,
Damn.
Ryan's more of a woman than Nova. Let's be real. He's so effeminate. He exudes female characteristics.
You're killing Grit.
Are you the?
and
Are
he
you sure you're
runs
the one
his
to be the
panel-
dictator of that? Like,
And he runs his
Chuck,
panel
do
like
you
a
need a new
damn
prescription
dictator.
for your glasses?
No, I got plenty of oxy, son.
No, but do you need a new prescription for your glasses?
No,
Because you
Ryan
obviously are not
runs
seeing
the-
what the rest of us see.
What's
After I
that?
kick the door in tonight, you're gonna be out of those oxys too.
Look,
Oh my
Ryan has a
God.
really weak rack. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Ryan runs this panel like a Nazi Yahtzee dictator. Because I went over there the other night and it was deplorable. He's worse. He's worse than a woman. He's so extreme libtard.
I wanna respond to this now. Now, all right, Chuck's got a
Go
lot
ahead.
to say about me.
Go ahead, little woman.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
think
little
it's really
woman.
funny. First of all, I am actually in
It's a
touch with my
pejorative
feminine
to call
side, and I'm not
someone a woman.
ashamed of it. And I think it's really
I
funny.
know
that
you
Chuck
are.
is
You
so lowly of
exude
women.
it out of every pore you
Hear how much
got.
he hates women?
Starting off on
He
the
said that- He just
backslide.
said he's worse than a woman. Think of that. What does he think of you, Nova, Sarah, Ghosty? If he said I'm worse
I
than a
put
woman,
them ahead of
that
you.
mean?
I put them ahead of
I
you.
mean,
He called me a whore earlier.
in all fairness, I'm pretty positive I have bigger balls than most of the men that come onto these
Yes.
panels. So
Yes.
I think there is some kind of fairness if Chuck says that Ryan's more of a woman than I am.
Yes.
But I don't understand
100.
the Nova one because
Does that
Nova
mean Chuck's
is
attracted to him?
much more feminine than I am.
I think Ryan is a
I don't
regular
think
man. Like, I don't know.
Sarah,
I think you
what-
guys just
What,
disagree
Ri-
with him, and
When Ryan starts losing, he grabs a little puppy dog. Here's my emotional
you're the one
support
who's
animal.
yapping nonsense and just
Yeah, you
talking
know-
over people and shit like that. I feel like that's
Oh well,
something.
pardon me,
I show off
Ghosty.
my wiener whether I'm winning or losing. To be clear.
You know
I
what?
can show you my wiener if you want.
Have it. Then
Hey,
I
hey,
just-
look, I
Whoa,
to say that's actually really fucking good that you guys should pay attention to. You know, I mean it's been a lot of panels that Ryan has been evolving as a debater and coming forward with his skill set. And tonight, I felt like he really tried to engage without losing his cool and staying calm and just approaching the conversation. And I appreciate him and Ghosty coming and having this debate with me and Paige tonight.
Well, when you
He
get
showed
two
some good-
females together, what do you expect?
I think
Sorry,
you should
cleaner.
shut the
That's
fuck
just
up on
misguided.
Woman to
that,
woman
Chuck.
cleaner. I appreciate
Damn.
you.
I think you should shut the fuck up on that, Chuck. I think he approached this.
I'm
with
sorry. He comes across as a fucking woman. All right.
Well, which is a bad thing.
Naomi throwing in her 20 to keep the panel going. Guys, you don't have that long. You have 10 minutes to get them in. It's either one $50 contribution or 10 $5 and up.
Sarah,
The choice is yours.
donating again. Sorry, Sarah. What's the rest of your week like? What do you got going on?
Okay, what's today? Monday?
Today is Monday. Week is-
Thursday night we have Gnostic Informant on. He's doing a presupposition. I need to hit up Jim Bob because I know Jim Bob loves presup conversations.
yeah.
And shout out to Jason for the raid, but the raid, it's going to be useless if you guys don't hit that goal in 10 minutes. And then Friday I have a double header actually. Friday I have Is God Evil with Craig from FTFE and Lucas from Method Ministries. That's 6 p.m. on Friday, and then followed up by the all been waiting for the first of a few Mormon debates with Andrew Wilson and he's a chaplain. I can't even think of his name right now. He goes by something different. It's Two Pogs podcast. But yeah, so that is the Grand Mormon debate that everybody's looking forward to. Do we have one Saturday? I don't know if I have one Saturday or not. I don't remember.
You have a full schedule. You probably have something.
Yeah, I mean, the month is filled up for sure. It's just a matter of whether it's Friday, Saturday, Sundays, or whatever. Because the 1v1s are only on Friday, Saturday, Sundays, and then of course we have Mod Monday and Throwdown Thursday. So Mod Monday, Throwdown Thursday are always in the bag, and then the 1v1s, those are added on as they come in. And King Killed with the big 5 says, sent here by Mir and Chuck now. Thank you so much. But you guys got to keep the goal moving, or else we're going to be going night.
Yeah.
What's that?
One other thing to Chuck's allegations of me being womanly and then saying that I run my panel like a dictator, but aren't most dictators men? Isn't that like a manly thing to do?
I was actually
well. I don't know.
I wouldn't even approach it.
You act like a wounded woman.
So anyway, Sarah,
wounded woman?
I didn't do. I've got a full week with my son shooting the state championship, and then I have a thing in. I will actually be in Florida on Saturday. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do my.
Damn.
Show. Yeah, I've got to. This will be one of the first non-live shows that I do. And
what the hell's a non-live show?
It's a recorded show.
It's recorded.
Okay.
Back in my day, we had these things called videos. And...
Yeah.
VHS.
Yeah. And
it's
going to be with Gia McCool and her brother Aaron, who was Juggernaut and Deadpool, Glenn Lawrence, myself, and RP Thor's daughter. It's going to be
Glenn Lawrence
in Florida. It's going to be really cool. But I don't think it's live. So I don't know what the rest of my week holds other than that. But
are you going to be promiscuous there?
Well, good luck. Good luck to your son, man. I hope you guys do good.
Nova, did you want to make your exit?
Yes,
Sorry,
my head's pounding. I haven't eaten all day. So I'll just say this: make the world a better place. Marry a 3 or 4. Bye, guys.
Try some sugar water, Nova.
Not a chance in hell. Thank you for trying.
Full of sugar and a cup of water. Try that.
Better woman than Ryan.
And I still have Dragon Rage backstage, and then it looks like Mir and Chuck is going to come up. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. And again, guys, you're only 3 into that 10 super chat goal. 3 super chats in for the out of 3 out of 10. You got to do.
What the hell's the matter with these people?
Well, they got
entertainment.
6 minutes to do it, or Mir and Chuck's $20 just went to shit. So figure it out. Either one $50 super chat or fill the dono goal. Up to you guys.
I was given 10s earlier and it didn't count them, so that's why I dropped the 5s in order to fill them.
I think when you put those in earlier, I didn't have a goal running yet.
Yes, you did. It didn't count them because I was checking.
Maybe I had just started it or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, you cheap ass bitches. Flo over there sandbagging. Come on, Flo.
Flo's probably taking a shit right now.
Ew, I didn't even know that.
See okay, I'll just drop it in chat. It's pinned at the top. You got to dismiss the poll to be able to see the link.
I guess I just.
But I will gladly accept your $20 for that question, guys. You still have 6 more goals to see. Mir and Chuck could have done it smart there. He could have split this up into 4 super chats and then this one up into 4 super chats, and then you guys would have been complete. But now
That's what I mean. It don't count it. Yep.
It doesn't. It doesn't count it. So you gotta. You got 4 minutes to do it. And you
Come
got 6
on,
more to
y'all.
go.
Fund the tomato fund
Flo is dropping
for a
some
good cause.
Support Sarah.
Regardless if Flo is taking a crap or not.
Well, this is your pre-purchase to the next hour. I always make you guys pre-buy the next hour after 1 a.m. because it gets weird at this late at night, and you guys seem to stop contributing. So in order to do it, contributing, and Mir and Chuck, tell me in the back chat which one you want to boot out of here.
Getting out of here.
It's probably me.
I will.
Grid, final thoughts?
Good to see everybody. Ryan, really appreciate the haircut. It's good to see you looking human. The rest of you guys, you're all cool. Even you, Ghosty, you're cool. Weird, but you're cool. Effigy, I don't know. Do more artwork. You guys have a great rest of your night. Sorry I didn't like the smash and grab run thing, but I got stuff to do in the morning. So.
Bless you, Grid.
Well, stay safe and good luck on y'all's championship.
We appreciate it. Yeah, we have a really good chance for skeet.
Awesome.
Championship. Not much of a chance in trap, but we're pretty good in skeet. So we'll see how it goes.
All you can do is try.
That's it. You guys have a
We
great.
love you, Grid.
Good luck. Good night.
And Mir and Chuck, get your spot on, and that just leaves Dragon Rage in the backstage.
Hello.
And I love this. King Pilled officially used the word contribution.
Contribution. That is my brother from another podcast, Matt Erickson.
Oh, I like him. And you guys got 4 more to go. It's not that hard. And of course, Bumpkin contributing to hit the goal. Bumpkin finally got back on not long ago and wants to stay in play, I guess, and watch
What's
watch
this
it all.
goal thing? Are you going for like targeted money or just like numbers of goals?
So there's the super chat goal that presents on the screen. So you have to hit the goal. You have to hit the
But
amount.
if I gave you one single donation of $100, you'd be like, no, it doesn't hit the goal. Is that
No,
really
50 and up. 50 and up. I would call it. I would just say that's it. But
it wouldn't pop up on the.
Because the goal is set for $5 super chats or higher. So if one person sends 50, then it's done, right?
I've had very generous people because I've given you 40 so far. What do you need to keep this going for another hour? Because I don't want to see my money go to waste.
You just need 3 more super chats. That's it.
$15
of what?
$3 $5.
$5 a piece.
3 of them.
Isn't it beautiful? Usually people are paying so much money to kick me, but now they're paying to keep the panel going with me on it.
Calm down there, hair. We're gonna get you.
Coder.
We're gonna get you.
You might
in a
get a boyfriend out of this, Coder.
Pass
if I'm
wants
lucky,
to
it'll be
see
you,
it
Chuck.
keep going, sending in the 5, says I got 5.
You don't know what a real man is.
You can show
I
me,
was
Chuck.
the
You got all
most
those
drunk
resources.
tonight, which was weird.
I can show you. I mean, shit. I don't know. I don't want to get Sarah's channel taken down, but I'll show you if you want it.
God, Lord have mercy.
Almighty Nate comes in at the final moment with the final super chat and says, "Here I am."
50.
You all
He
have
is here
saved
for
the
this.
evening.
Well, at least I'll leave my pants on.
Absolutely. And Cleaner comes in with another 2 to finish it out. Thank you so much to all of you. And we're going to leave this one up here. If you had just done this 10 minutes ago, we wouldn't have had to have gone through all this stressful moments. All right, officially no more goals for the rest of the evening. But I will say this gets you till 3 a.m. And then, that's when I start crashing out and weird shit starts happening. And so we'll definitely give you another hour. All right, panel's open. Talk.
Hot
All
damn.
right, I got some. I would like to talk to Storm. Not Storm. Sorry, Ghostly. I wish Noble was here because there is something I'd like to contribute here. So about 30 minutes ago, you said something like, "Because I don't like casual hookups," and you didn't finish your statement. What was that statement?
I don't think I said that.
Yeah, you did. You
I
said
don't.
you didn't finish. You said a sentence that just because I do casual hookups and the sentence ends because somebody interrupted you. I wanted to see
Okay.
exactly what. Yeah.
Just okay.
I'm
Well,
not.
I
Go
haven't
on.
been talking about myself this entire debate, but just because someone does a casual hookup, doesn't mean that this might be back to doesn't mean that their entire personality is sex, like they're
It's
objectifying themselves.
defective.
I think I was replying to Cleaner when I was saying that.
But there's
that
sexual
just
identity.
because she's having casual sex doesn't mean like she just thinks of herself as a sex object or
Yep,
something like
it
that.
does. Yes, it does.
No,
Wait,
no, everybody. You just had your moment of talking. Let me engage with her, please. Especially you, Chuck Dynasties. All right.
I'm sorry.
So,
To be
Chuck
fair,
Dynasties.
Chuck voted
A
with
real
like
man
over
also too would learn how to
$100
shut the fuck
tonight.
up when other people are talking, Chuck. Anyways,
Hey, you know what? You can get your lip off of my zipper.
well, you can go ahead and be gay and think about that, but I'm trying to engage in a real conversation.
No, you're not.
Well, you're the
you're
one
just
over
trying
there
to
being
take the
belligerent and
spotlight.
interrupting. I'm trying to engage with Ghostly, and you just can't shut the fuck up.
You
want to talk about a
just
real
wanna
man?
make
I'll tell you to shut the.
You just want to make your move on her. That's all. Fess up.
Oh yeah. I'm a simp. I'm Sir Simple out here. Yeah. You know. Oh, you got me. All right, Miss Sarah. Can I engage with Ghostly and drop the peanut gallery here?
I got your penis gallery. It's hanging between my legs.
That's riveting.
I know it is. I mean, let's think about it. What are we looking at? A ginger with a receding hairline? Are you married?
That's great. I'm not
Are you
engaging
married?
with you.
Are you married? Are you married?
I'm not engaging with you.
I don't
didn't
want to
come
get
here for
engaged.
you.
I asked if
The
you were
whole world
married.
doesn't revolve around you.
No, it doesn't.
You're worse. You're worse than the OF girls and whatever right now. That's what you're acting like. I want to engage with Ghostly.
Are you married? Answer my question. Are you married?
I'm not engaging with you. I'm not here for
Are you married? Are you looking for a hookup? I've been married 45 years in about 10 days. It's the adventure. It's not the destination. I thought you were gonna pull up your puppy dog. You got a woman?
I'm not here to engage with you. That's another time.
Do you realize?
I'll engage with you another time, but not right now. We're wasting time.
Do you realize?
You're wasting my time with this BS.
Do you realize what life is about, young man? Do you
I'm not engaging with
understand
you.
life? Do you understand life as it plays out in front of you? Or are you searching for something you can latch upon? What are you, about 30?
Give me this. You think you're Dr. Phil or something. Good God.
Are you 30? Wisdom comes with age. Do you not look for wisdom when it comes your way? Do you not want to make a wreck out of your life? Do you not realize that women are not an object? They're something to be cherished, not to slam upon. Because all you do is degrade yourself and you degrade the woman. This loose society we live in.
He said
I mean,
not
I
to.
can see where you're having trouble finding a woman
He said
with
not
the
to
receding
slam
hairline
upon.
and everything. Just because you got the beard. So
Sorry, my beard isn't gray enough for you.
Looks like you're living in a basement, judging from the ceiling. So are you living at mom and dad's? Are you not able to support yourself and somebody else? Do you not understand the value of the commitment you make to another individual? I mean, I can see the drop ceiling, so that's definitely a basement. I don't know whose basement you're living in, So please enlighten me. Somebody that's been
I'm
on
not
this
here to
earth.
engage with you.
Enlighten me. Somebody that's been here on this earth much longer than you. Please enlighten me so I may
I don't give a fuck
understand
about that.
where a
I don't give a fuck
bald-headed
about. I don't give a
person
fuck about
is
that.
seeking female attention from somebody on panel.
You don't even know what the fuck I was going to say, and then you had to open up your big fucking mouth.
Yeah? You want to come see me? I can help you. I got an automatic reloading doorbell. I can help you with your problem.
Is that
You're one
supposed
of
to be a
these.
threat?
No, I can tell you're one of these
Automatic ringing doorbell.
You
Anyways.
exude feminine traits. I can see that. One of these days, your balls might drop, and you might become a real man. You know, like Pinocchio that wanted to be a real boy. I can see that in you. So help me understand this little boy mentality.
I don't owe you anything. And yeah, thank you, Miss Sarah. What a waste of time.
Weak.
To be fair,
Go back. I was still finished.
Dying.
To be fair,
Dying,
Chuck has contributed a lot this evening to the show. So if he says I'm on it, I feel like he's paid for that right to some degree.
Miss Sarah, I just want to emphasize.
Fair enough, Miss Sarah. It's just that I'm trying to engage with Ghostly because I just hopped on about an hour ago. I missed most of the show. Go on.
Miss Sarah, I want to clarify.
I kept telling them you were back there and nobody paid to get you on.
I want to clarify something, Sarah. Don't let my money buy influence, please. I donate because I want to. I'm not trying to buy favoritism or anything. So don't let that interfere with what you need to do. If
If you
that
donate to me,
makes sense.
Chuck, I promise not to make you my favorite.
Welcome to the Chuckpocalypse.
I just rather engage with Ghostly. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to bash people or anything. I'm just here to engage.
That's because you're living in the basement looking for a female.
She's not gonna call your masculinity into question. That's why you want to
All right,
engage with her.
Ghostly, are you willing to engage with me on this?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to try to push this through because I know what Chuck is going to be doing this whole time. So going forward from here on out, so you take the affirmative that female promiscuity is not really that big of a deal that men are portraying, correct?
Is that Italian?
I'm saying it should be accepted in society.
Sounds like an incel.
I'm not promoting it, but I'm not. I just accept it. Like, you know, if a woman wants to have consensual sex, then go for it. And I understand people can do this in an irresponsible way that does lead to bad outcomes sometimes. But what I'm in favor of is responsible, safe, consensual sex, and however much somebody wants to have.
So let me just jump in.
Okay.
Sorry, RK. RK, you just got owned for a second, so I'm just going to jump in for a second. So goes. What would be your level of responsibility? How would you substantiate responsibility in your scenario? You just said if people are having responsible sex, it's fine. So what is the bar for responsibility?
Condoms, like STI checkups.
No, that's ramifications. That's not responsibility in terms of societal ramifications.
Keep them damn legs full.
Absolutely responsibility.
Yeah, I feel like having protected sex and getting STD checkups is
those are consequences of an action.
That's how to engage in
contraceptives are consequences.
Is all sex?
Well, yeah.
Harmful.
But having a child is a consequence of sexual activity, right? We would agree on that.
Yeah, so
protection.
It's a result. We're talking about results.
No, I
so
disagree.
You're saying that you should well, but in many cases it is.
I will ask you right now, how of all the sex happening on planet Earth, how much do you think is specifically being had to make a child at this moment, as a percentage?
It doesn't matter how it doesn't matter the intention.
Just saying, if something is what it's used for, I mean,
no, it doesn't matter the intent. So then why use contraceptions if the intention's not there? If the intention is, as Sanker said, then all you can say
Make
is,
the
well,
odds even smaller.
if I don't mean to, if I don't intend to make a child, therefore then I shouldn't make a child.
Yeah,
that's,
so you
that's
wear
your argument?
condoms and stuff. That's what we're talking about,
Yeah,
right?
but condoms.
You push the
again,
percentages on your side.
that's just dealing with the consequence of the act, the biological
you
consequence
just said
of,
the
of sexual
baby,
congress.
the unwanted baby is the consequence.
Well, hold on.
I'm saying that children are the consequence of
Myron, what is it that you're trying to get at, though? Because I think we all understand what you're saying, that like using contraception is to try and
Well, if you understand what I'm saying,
You keep the dick in the holster is what you do.
What is it that you're getting at, though?
What I'm getting at is what is your moral what is your moral bar for responsibility? What is responsible sexual congress if we're saying that, look, we can inhibit children, right, through
safe consensual sex.
Consensual sex, yeah.
Okay, but we're saying, what is the moral imperative for society if we can say that free sex is
just
is
safe
degrading
consensual sex, dude.
control?
It's not that complicated.
Well, no, it is that complicated because if it's degrading relationships between men and women and leading to
I don't think it is. I think people like you are. I think people who cry about it online are.
I'm not crying about it. I'm asking a question.
I don't
know. I'm not crying about it.
I would definitely say that the relationship.
You
with
should
men
have
and women
listened to
is
Chuck's
degrading.
wisdom when he gave that shit to you.
They're degraded because of promiscuity, though.
Do you think that promiscuity by both men and women has a deleterious effect on society as a whole, regardless of birth rates?
He got another one.
Maybe if like a super overwhelming majority was solely doing that and not having children.
Why would it require a majority?
Because that would mean that we weren't having like almost nobody was having children.
That's what we're experiencing right now.
No, well, we're coming after a baby boomer generation. So just because we don't reach like replacement
Hey, watch that shit.
But hang on,
doesn't mean that people aren't having children.
No, but hang on. Time out for a second.
God,
the fact that you're coming after a baby boom generation means that all your institutions, everything is built on a standard population.
Yeah, economies adapt, markets adapt, like everything
will adjust
over time.
No, they don't. They crash. They crash. That's what economies do. They actually crash.
No, they find equilibrium.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No,
Yeah,
they don't.
it's supply and demand.
The equilibrium you're stating is post crash.
It's supply and demand.
That's a normal adjustment. You're referring to a normal adjustment.
You can say names. You can say words, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if you don't listen to them.
The Great Depression.
If you don't believe in God, how are you out there slamming everybody?
The Great Depression.
Degenerate.
That
leads
that has nothing to do with what anyone's talking about right now.
Meet supply. Sure, you can call it a crash.
Is the Great Depression a Great Depression? Was the Great Depression a Great Depression? Was the Great Depression a Great Depression?
Sure.
A chicken in every pot.
Okay, was it?
Back then.
Why?
It was
Why
a
was it a Great
depression.
Depression?
Because
Why was the depression?
We've got
there was no job.
It was a Great Depression.
I guess everyone else will answer. There's what is it, like 3/4 of GDI recession? I believe is the measure that they used. I don't recall exactly.
Actually,
it was
Then what happened? Hold on. What happened? What happened after the depression?
World War II.
World War II.
Fucking equilibrium happened.
The
so
Great
World War
Boom
II is your
happened.
equilibrium? So
We still
World
have an
Wars
economy.
are your equilibrium?
Today.
Why did you just skip out of out of economics and into geopolitics?
I didn't skip out of anything.
Do we still have an economy today?
You asked about a Great
Literally,
Depression.
what happened
I
in the
answered
Great
about a
Depression was World War
Depression.
II.
You brought in a war. That's not economics. Does it impact economics? Yes, of course it does.
What is economics?
Did prices find? It's the study of scarcity.
What are you talking?
The study
you're
of
just saying words. What, justify one single thing you just said.
To be fair, we're all saying
honestly,
words.
Power Dusty. Justify one single
like
thing you
words.
just said.
Words.
What
Justify
economics
a
is? The
single
study of
thing.
scarcity.
So economics is a scarcity is a study of scarcity. Discuss. How is a discussion of scarcity when you have abundance as well? So if you have abundance and scarcity as two polar two polar.
You're gonna lose this one.
Where
No, I'm
are
not.
you going
I'm-
with
I'm-
this?
I'm
Land
about to
this
fucking-
damn plane.
I'm about to feed you your own fucking
Bro, he
dick.
crashed it
So,
hours
so
ago.
please
Alright.
explain to me
Because-
one single. Define one single word you just said.
When you're
One
dealing
single
with an
word.
abundance,
Justify it.
when you're dealing
Justify
with
it.
an abundance, that's the. I'm trying to. What is an abundance in relation to scarcity?
What is it? No, don't ask me the question. Define abundance and scarcity. Go ahead, define it.
I bet his definition's going to use words too.
It probably
Words. Don't use
Sure,
words, Flo.
Define what abundance is without scarcity.
Put
Define
this
scarcity
guy
without
under flow state.
Okay, so you're agreeing with me. You're agreeing with me then.
No, I'm not.
You
no,
said
I'm not.
there's an abundance.
I'm asking you a very simple question.
Teabag.
Define
You
your
keep asking me
terms.
different ass questions. It's
No, I'm not.
I'm not gonna. I'm not
asked
gonna
you the
teabag
same
him right now
question
'cause he's
5
already
times.
crashed me out.
Define your terms. You can't because you're just saying words.
Because I'm an economics major. Yes, you're right. What is it?
Yeah,
what is
okay,
the
great.
study of
Economics
economics.
major.
It is the study of
Define scarcity without abundance. Define abundance without scarcity. Go ahead.
The reason that you want these definitions, you keep moving the goalposts, is because you didn't like my definition for economics. So you tell me, big brains, what is economics?
So now you
Economics is the control that elite people have
is
over
the
the
study
poor
of,
class.
of economies. Okay, so but okay, so there's your definition.
It's not
Managing wealth
within your
within
definition,
a society or something.
within
No,
your,
it's
within
not
your definition,
managing wealth.
where define abundance.
It
What is
is,
abundance?
Economics
There's
is a way to control the
250
lesser
grand
class
in the bank.
so that the higher class can stay in
What is
control of the
abundance
lesser
defi-
class.
No,
That's
economics
What is,
doesn't
a
do that.
what is
That's-
abundance
that's what
defined upon
I'm not
economics
going
is
to
all
play the
about.
define a word game with you forever. It's like whack-a-mole. What's the point that you're trying to get to? That you don't understand what economics is, or something else? That you don't understand?
No,
what
you
sex is?
okay, we got to this point because you said what happened after the Great
Dusty.
Depression. I said World War II, and you said that's
You're next.
normalization.
So
Go like-
correct.
Your normalization is World
You
War.
understand? You understand, Chuck? Now that people want me to put my balls on your face, right?
Just like
Please
just
go
like
ahead. Go ahead.
Poke
Go right.
him.
My face is right here,
Poke
man.
him, Du-
Go ahead,
Ghosty.
please.
Ghosty.
Put your economic big balls in my face.
Ghosty. Poke him. You're right next to him. Poke him.
Explain to me.
Can't make this shit up, man.
Explain to me then.
Poke him. Poke Dusty.
Damn,
you got
Flo, I think he's right.
There you go. Have your way with it.
That is what abundance is. That's an abundance of balls on your bitch ass face.
Right. Yeah. Good.
Now,
Good.
where is it that you were trying to go with your stupid ass questioning?
So I'm asking you to define what abundance is, other
Why?
than
The
you
whole
trying to put
point
your
is
balls
that
in my face.
economies can survive even after crashes, considering that we still have an economy right now, and there was a Great Depression fucking 70 years ago.
Your position is
No.
because money
Why are
exists.
okay?
exists,
Why
it
are
doesn't
you
matter
having
what
him?
money
Why are
exists.
you having him? Why are you having him define what abundance is? Everyone can clearly see what abundance is. It
What
is
is it?
a lot or a mass of resources. Am I incorrect?
A
Anyone?
surplus.
Defined on
A
what?
surplus.
That makes sense.
Defined on what
for me.
surplus? Surplus
what
of
surplus?
what?
What
Probably
value?
what we had before.
You
Well,
forget-
Probably what we had
All right,
before.
we're-
Oh my
So,
god.
What the fuck? You
inflation
dude.
This guy's
destroys
derailing.
it's a
This guy's
value,
derail.
asshole. So inflation destroys your definition of abundance. Inflation in being present in the
No,
system.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, this guy's literally just here. I don't know if he's
Look,
doing it intentionally.
Inflation doesn't
God,
necessarily
dang.
destroy.
Sorry.
What is
Never know.
abundance?
Inflation
What
is
is
a
abundance?
devaluation of the money supply. You can have an abundance in
So-
any commodity.
Is your money worth more or less in 20
Real,
years?
real quickly,
There's
Chuck,
nothing
stop. You
to
just
do.
got owned. All right, let me get back with Ghostly here.
Hold
You
on.
don't
Do you
own
guys
anything,
Sarah.
all
How do you
see
do this?
why I make you prepay for this hour? Do you see
Yeah.
why?
Everybody who I
Yeah.
everybody who brought this shit
I have really
understands
bad news.
exactly what I'm
I have really
talking
bad
about.
news. Guys,
You're just
No.
saying
Grab
what-
has the hiccups.
Get why you make
Abundance
them
is
free
good.
pay.
Abundance is
Grab has
good.
puppy hiccups,
Not
and it's
abundance
very
is
cute.
bad. Qualify it. Abundance compared to
Hold
what?
on. Can we
Abundance-
all
Chuck, just
So
all
GDP,
right, all
GDP
right.
number goes up.
just appreciate the dog.
Aw.
That's exactly what I was
We needed
talking
that.
about
I love how he
earlier.
looks at him too.
Aw.
Brian.
Yeah, bring out the feminine side. Yep.
All right.
Dogs are not
Ghostly,
feminine,
back-
you fucking asshole. Who would say that? Jesus.
He's using the dog in an effeminate manner to achieve, like,
because
You're weird.
You know, Chuck, it
All
must say
right.
something about you that you see all these men.
So
as women.
Ghostly, so I hear what you're saying that people should have the ability to express free will even in a sexual format. Now, at what level does accountability come into play where it does damage society? If you do see that, if you can see it that way.
Well, I guess
When
like
they open their leg?
I haven't seen the damage, so I don't really
Okay.
know how to answer that. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, let me try to answer this for you, and let me see if I want to attempt to give you a perspective on this, and then
Are you having too much
think about
pussy
this, and then. All right.
As you're in your
would you
mom's
agree?
basement, go
Would you
ahead.
agree that sex can be used as a way of a drug?
yeah, people can
When
get
you get
addicted
it.
to sex.
Okay. Now,
If you
what
get it.
happens when you take something that makes you feel good? The brain releases dopamine chemicals, correct?
Slow, do your
Yes.
stuff.
Okay. Now, here's the thing.
Are you trying to say that women
okay,
who have casual sex don't have enough oxytocin to pair bond and experience love in the future because they've used it all
well,
up
with
during
men
sex?
and women, it's broad on both sides because both men and women can be also sexually promiscuous. The only reason why it's more damaging to women is because they're more susceptible to emotion. There's two different economies of how men
you
and
ever
women
had
are
Oh, hell
emotion.
no.
No,
Oh, hell no.
no. Here's the thing. No, let me finish, okay?
I gotta
So
make a
when
pee.
people
I'll be
have
back.
so when you
my
have sex, you
question.
feel good. When you have an orgasm, you feel good, right? So
If you
when
don't have a
when you have a
woman,
lot of
you
sex,
got no
right? So like, let's say
platform.
you're promiscuous and you just keep going. You're highly promiscuous, right? And you're having all these partners. There is a point where it does diminish your appreciation for a long-term relationship, and it's well documented that it does have a form
Are
of a
you a
neuroplasticity that changes your perception on the opposite sex. So if you're a man
Are you a
highly
woman?
promiscuous, you will at some point look at women as a sexual object. If you're a woman, it makes you really feel insecure about if a man's
Are
going to
you a
love you
woman?
enough, right?
Are you
And
a
that's
woman? How do you know
where
what
you're
the
going to
hell
have
a
this.
woman feels?
So it's really difficult to try to get my point across to you, Ghostly, because I'm trying to engage with
I
you.
know, because you're living in
The
a
point is that
basement.
you do have a de-appreciation for relationships. Doesn't matter if it's the opposite sex or the same sex.
So
You do have a de-appreciation
Oh, you're
on that.
gay?
There's
Okay,
no
we got it.
There's no research that shows this. People who engage in casual
You
sexual
look on National Health
relationships
Institution of Health on their website, they document this. The fact that
Oh my
neuroplasticity is
God.
real when you take a
You're
substance or a
not,
drug or taking
you're
an
not
action
a
that
woman.
you do
You
not
don't know what a
regulate your
woman
dopamine.
thinks.
It is well documented. I don't know where you get that.
You do
need to
not
go.
know what a
It's
fucking woman
documented.
thinks.
So
It
does
is documented.
What a moron.
does this
What a
apply?
moron.
Does this apply to people who are having a lot of sex, maybe daily sex for years with the same person? Even though
No,
the same
because you're
chemical,
in a commitment with that
the same
person.
chemicals in your brain are being
Well,
released
to
that
a
you're
point, I
talking
will
about.
backtrack. It could, to a point, but it's not nowhere near the extreme of you having casual hookups with random strangers.
Are you a
That's the most important thing you
homosexual?
should be.
I,
That's the most important thing that you
I
should
have
be
some good news
looking at
for you.
because that's pretty much what promiscuity is. It's not really necessarily about being monogamous.
call it
It's
what it
about
is.
that
You
how
got
you're going
wrapped
to
up in
how
the
you're in
bed.
society giving yourself up.
I know, but you're talking
Because
about
when it comes to
have a
women and sex,
woman?
it affects them more than a man.
you're
Is
talking
Do
that
you
true or
about
not
have
true?
a woman?
Can I engage for a
Do
second?
you have a
No,
woman, damn it?
No. It does. A woman
No,
having
you
sex
don't
has
have
more
a
of a
woman? That
psychological effect
explains
than
it
a
all
man. Would
right
you agree with
there.
that, Stormy?
Ghosty.
Oh my God.
I mean, Ghosty. God fucking damn it. Sorry.
No,
What a
I mean,
retard.
it's hard to say. I've never
You
been
don't
a
think-
guy, but I would assume no. I feel like the guys might like lie about how little it affects them more than girls do. But I feel like the psychological aspects are still there. There might be more pressure on women, but that's again because of the shaming, the outside shaming of the actual matter, not the actual sex.
It should be.
Yeah, and I wanted to add real quick because I've
what exactly?
Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan.
Go ahead, Ryan. Right? Okay. Yeah. So another thing I would add is, RK, you were saying how like women are more likely to have this experience while having casual sex.
You don't know anything about fucking women. You're a man. Quit talking about women.
Calm the fuck down, Chuck. My God.
Oh, bullshit. You're not a woman.
Chuck,
You
you're
cannot
talking over
speak
everybody.
for a woman.
Oh my God.
Well, he paid to be here. It's his right.
So okay. Anyway, so well, conveniently,
You guys act like a bunch of damn females.
I have good news for you.
You
If
ain't
you're
a
worried about
horse,
women
so why
having,
are you
if you're
shaming
worried about
horses?
women having too many orgasms, that they're going to not pair bond because of all the orgasms. There's actually a huge orgasm gap between
Ryan,
men and
you've
women.
you've never made a
who
woman
engage-
orgasm.
Damn
Just
it,
calm
you're
down.
talking about women. You are not a woman.
I'll tell you what, I would so much
So you're
rather
saying that it's
be
not
in
true.
my
Nothing
bed
what I
right
said is true,
now
Ryan. That's what
having
you're
the
saying.
best orgasm of my life, but instead I'm sitting here listening to you all bitch and moan and whine across the board of
be
who's
masturbating right now.
talking
You're
over
making
who.
money.
Yeah.
I could
Well, I'll end up.
totally
Can I
be
land my plane? I'm almost
masturbating.
done.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. I would just finish. I would just finish up by saying that, like, if your concern is that people are people are getting addicted to sex because they're having too many orgasms, well, women don't tend to have orgasms during casual sexual encounters. The rates tend to be much lower. So your concern would be.
I didn't say necessarily that
long-term
orgasm is the main contributor for women to have more of an effect. You're missing the point. Because when you're having sex, your brain actually releases dopamine because it's a pleasure mechanism. You're releasing a pleasure mechanism. Same as if you're like, let's say that if you're hungry and eating, there's a pleasure mechanism. There's a degree that is being released that actually affects the human brain to where it actually damages them. It does have a negative impact, and it's well documented. It's been very well documented, this. And also, in modern times, it also contributes to the reason why. It also contributes to the reason why women tend to initiate divorce because they're just unhappy.
This might be actually Ryan.
It's true. It's true. Whether you want to see it or not, it's true. It's out there. What
looked
you
up
say doesn't match with what's actually
I
happening.
looked up opposing research on this. I heard about this whole oxytocin thing. Like, this really just seems to be a myth that has been floating around about women's depletion of oxytocin while they're having casual sex, which leads them to not be able to pair bond. There's also no research that says that women who have casual
Then why
sex
are marriage
cannot
rates at an
pair
all-time
bond.
low?
So a correlation does not equal a causative, by the way.
Here's what I can tell you. The more sex a woman has and actually gets more O's, the much happier, less bitchy bitch she's gonna be. I tell you that right now. Okay.
Well, that statement serves an injustice to women who are actually confused about what life is about. To be honest with you, Sarah.
Having an orgasm means you don't know what life is about. What the
What is life about?
No, it's no.
Do you have a woman?
That's a straw man at that point.
What is life about? What is life about?
Before the sexual revolution of the 60s, we didn't have this issue, right?
What is life about, fat boy?
Do you have a woman? Do you have a woman?
Chuck, shut your old mouth. What the fuck is life about, fat boy?
I don't know. How about you come over here and suck my fat balls, bitch?
Hey, let's have a fat off real fast.
If you want to do personal attacks, I'll give you personal
fat off
attacks.
real fast, Ginger. Let's do it. Hey, what is the main purpose of life? What is the only point that you are put on this planet for as a man? What is your main biological function?
They're to basically better yourself.
No, to birth children.
Every sexually reproducing organism's main purpose is to reproduce. You don't know what the fucking point of life is because you're fucking failing at it. Your eyes are redder than your hair because you're down in your mom's basement crying like a fucking bitch because you.
It ain't my fault that you got beaten by your uncle and your daddy all day long. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had an abusive childhood.
It's not our fault that you can't get pussy. Your only biological.
What makes you so sure that I can't get? Whoa! I'm married actually.
The only biological.
I'm married.
The only biological fucking purpose that you have.
I got no obligation to prove to you fucking retards. Like you guys are fucking retarded.
Kids, bro.
Told
That's
you.
it.
We told you you're not married.
That's what you say, but it's not true. See, there you go. Okay, so for example, earlier I said that something about that. The higher promiscuity, the pair bonding is less likely. That's not true. But you guys made an assertion that because I say something that you guys don't like, I'm somehow still a virgin that lives in his mom's basement that's not even married. You guys don't know anything about me. You guys do not know anything about me. So what you're saying is literally nothing. Nothing. and you're just mad because I'm not responding to it the way you want me to. So I look like a jackass. I look like a jackass regardless if I speak my mind or not. So what's the fucking
There's
point?
no data to support what you're saying. And listen, man,
There is. The only reason, see, that's that cognitive dissonance that the left does all the time when you say that, like COVID-19 was bad. Say, oh no, it was great, because we had people.
Way to scumbag it, because you're looking like a whole bitch.
Why don't you go fuck yourself? Because I'll punch you dead in your fucking mouth.
You can cry.
I'll punch you dead in your fucking mouth if you said that shit. Yeah, you feel so fucking brave saying that behind a fucking computer screen. You're such a real man. You said that shit, I guarantee you, your teeth will be so fucking fucked up, man. Lincoln, Nebraska. Come to Lincoln, Nebraska, motherfucker. Go to fucking Casey's General Store. I'll be waiting for you. Hey, look, you don't know where the fuck I come from. Go to Lincoln, Nebraska. Be a man, Lincoln, Nebraska. Hit me up. I'll meet you.
Lincoln, Nebraska?
I'm about that fucking life, bro.
Lincoln, Nebraska.
Don't fuck with Lincoln, Nebraska. Put it up on the books. Dude, I'll fucking duke it out with you. I ain't afraid.
Film it.
If you really want to go that fucking far, I'll go that fucking Lincoln, motherfucking Nebraska.
I heard you. Put them straight in the back chat. We'll do it.
No.
We'll do it this fucking week, fat boy.
Hold on, I'm seeing how far of a drive this is because I'm not very far away from Nebraska. Let's run this shit.
Taking you a long time to put your address in.
I ain't put my address. I want to give you an address to meet you with.
7-hour drive.
What happens when
Dude,
your
what the
bitch
fuck
ass
is
doesn't show up?
happening?
What happens?
Don't trust me.
Trust you what? I don't trust you.
Give me a second.
You just said you were married.
This music is so good. The fuck is happening?
It's a double whammy. Then me and Flo can finally meet each other too.
We can. So the trip won't be a complete loss for me if this bitch backs out like he is now.
Exactly. That's only a 7-hour drive for me. That ain't nothing.
Let me look it up. I think he left.
I don't know.
Did
what
he leave?
The fuck?
I think he's frozen.
This music is so perfect for this.
Is he still with us?
Nah.
Oh, he's
Oh, it's only
there
3
he
hours
is.
and 20 minutes from me. Let's go, fat boy!
There you go. There's the address. See, be there or be square. What time?
Do we have anything? Hold on.
Oh my God,
I'm not fucking around here. If you really want to do this, let's run it. You can get some too there, pork chop. Since you want to get in the action.
Pumpkin, when's it work for you?
When's it work for me? I'm
Okay,
free
luckily
Friday,
I
Saturday,
have
and
like
Sunday.
no viewers, but I'm gonna have to
Let's
like
do it
go
Friday,
back
Saturday
and
and Sunday.
blur that out.
Free
Friday.
Saturday we probably best.
Saturday.
Whatever. I don't care. Any of those days works for me. You two figure it out.
Saturday.
Saturday?
Bring your
Fucking
fucking
degenerate.
fat wife that I can laugh at her.
Does he actually?
You're gonna
cry?
fight a gay man, Flo?
I just back
An
myself
incel?
into it. I'll fight him. Or I'll just
An
make a
incel?
6.5-hour round trip for nothing.
Don't.
Well,
Fucking
I mean,
retards.
we'll go have beers or something in Nebraska. You know what I mean? Bear-
Lincoln, Nebraska sucks. I've been there.
I'm originally from Florida. I'm not even born and raised in Nebraska. I'm from Florida originally.
This
Is that
music
why
is
your hair
perfect,
fell
Sarah.
Sarah,
Is
you
that why,
are.
is that why you got no hair? Oh, Flo, you got an opportunity, babe.
Do we have a time and date for this? Or did you already do that?
This needs to be live streamed.
Yeah. Can where's Joe Cool? We need Joe Cool there with the camera.
Joe Cool's in Chicago.
No, I'm not doing. If it's going to be streamed, I'm not doing it. This is off record.
Pussy.
Off record. Yeah, because I don't want people finding. No.
Your mama
Well, you can
won't
do it
let you
without
out of the
you can do it
basement.
without
Are you gonna
YouTube.
cut
I
the
ain't doing it. I
content?
ain't doing
Guys,
that
Your
shit.
mom,
honestly,
your mama
honestly,
won't
This
let you
ain't
out of the
pay-per-view,
basement or what?
motherfuckers.
honestly,
No, turn off the
Why would he
I
cameras.
got,
not?
Turn it
I
off
got
the fucking
$5,000.
cameras.
Come see
You know
me.
why? Because he doesn't want his ass being beat all over the internet. He
well,
doesn't
Fuck you,
want
regardless of
to.
that,
Sarah.
He doesn't
don't
want to
stop
take
talking
the
about this on
L.
YouTube.
Well, all
Stop
them
talking about this on
Cheetos, you
YouTube.
can't get out of the basement.
You're all degenerates.
Too,
I'm the only one with the moral high ground.
too many Cheetos.
You're all far too excited for this violence.
I ain't doing a
Right.
streaming shit. No, fuck that. I ain't doing it.
Mama, please let me out of the
I hope it
basement.
doesn't happen.
Where are you at?
Oh, mama, please let me out of the
Right now.
I
basement.
ain't telling you where I fucking. You
You know
want me
what?
to dox myself? Go fuck
I'll
yourself.
tell you what. I'll tell you what. You guys, you guys can.
You get mad at me for acting stupid, but yet you're mad at me for actually thinking, okay, what the fuck you want from me?
So,
You're
What
an
the fuck you
incel.
want from me?
You guys
I
can
don't
come
want
fight me in
incel.
Australia.
because
How about
doxing
that?
is
Because
against
I'm
Women are
telling
the
you, you
emotional
actually
ones, by
say
the way,
if we're
guys.
in
Women
public
are
and you
too
say that
emotional,
shit to
by the
me,
way.
you will more
For
likely get your shit punched in.
I got
for the
$5,000. I
chat.
got $5,000. Come see me.
For the
I'm not fucking. I don't fuck
chat.
with that.
Pardon me, gentlemen. For the chat, if you want to see this live, put a tomato in the chat. If you don't,
Hell
you
yeah.
know, put a eggplant if you don't want to see it. If
Hell,
you want
I'll
to
even
see it live,
back Bumpkin on this one.
put a tomato in chat. If
you know what I
I'm
do
not doing it if it's going to be broadcasted on YouTube. I'm not doing it. That's my only
Mommy,
rule.
mommy, help me, mommy.
The crowd
So,
has
let's
spoken.
bring it back. Let's
And
Be
if
like
you
a
would
formal
have
boxing match.
and Pumpkin and Dusty
Let's
drink
bring-
beers anyway, then that could probably
Worst
be
case
arranged.
scenario.
Help
Let's bring
me,
it back to
mommy.
subject. Ryan, you're pro female promiscuity, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, he's female. What do you expect?
Exactly.
I'm against it, obviously, but you guys don't want to fucking listen. You rather hear yourself talk all the time.
Yeah, but you're
I
acting
can't
like an
help that.
incel.
I can't
barely
help
heard
that.
myself at all,
That's a goddamn shame.
I do love hearing myself talk, and I would like to do more of it. So, who had that question for me?
Yeah. RK, you've dominated this panel, man. So like, just appreciate you, brother. But
Give Bumpkin a right hook for me, by the way.
You can do it yourself.
I was actually trying to engage with Ghostly, and everybody else was like, "Well, that don't make no sense. Ain't no study, blah blah blah." So it's like, it doesn't matter what you think. There's always some jackass out there that thinks you're wrong, no matter what. No matter what. I came here to engage with Stormy, and every motherfucker here was like, "Oh well, you know, I don't see the truth. I don't see the study." I was engaging with Ghostly.
Is that like your
Ghosty.
favorite stripper's name down at the local titty bar?
I don't go to a strip club.
I
Where
doubt
do you guys
that.
get these crazy assertions? I'm not married. I live in my
You're
mom's
an
basement.
incel.
Like, where the fuck that came from and why?
Great
You give
stripper name.
incel.
Who was asking me something? Stop bullying
Wait.
this poor man.
the ceiling tiles aren't working for you, buddy. So just.
What does that have to do with the fucking conversation? That's an ad hominem. Everything that everybody did here is an ad hominem.
To be
You're
fair-
fat. You live in your mom's
You're a
basement.
bald-headed, middle-aged man.
My
Ad
grandma.
hominems.
If
All right.
everyone could shut up for just a moment. Here's what I think the issue is, RK. You came in, you asked some weird questions, you said a few odd things, and I think the panelists found your trigger points, and now they're just going to keep poking at you because you respond so agitated to everything. Like I could literally sit here and I could probably say, "Oh my goodness, the sun is shining so bright, it's beautiful, and the warm sun shining on my face feels so good," and you'd probably be like, "I don't give a fuck about the sun." And so, like,
I
got
the
ceiling
whole
tiles, motherfucker.
The whole panel is just poking at your trigger buttons that you're laying out there, bright and clear as day.
So why would you think that's
living in
okay
his mom's
though?
basement.
Why is that okay?
Well, I'm sorry. Do you
Yeah.
know where you're at?
He
This
doesn't.
is
He
a
doesn't do
panel
this live streaming
dumpster fire where we thrive off of
Welcome to
fun
Ghostbusters.
shit like this. Welcome to the internet, my friend.
Does it
First
get
time?
boring after a while?
It does actually. That's why I would like to go.
Doesn't it boring after a while? If it doesn't, you might have a psychological problem. Go see a doctor, people.
Dude, okay, come on.
It
All right,
will
all right.
become
Ceiling
boring
tiles.
when the
Calm down.
lol cows become extinct.
We got 15
Yeah.
minutes left. So here's the open question to Ryan and Ghostly and anyone who's taking the position. What would be the consequences of sexual promiscuity that you would say collectively, not just individually, but collectively, would be a earmarker for society to go, maybe we've gone too far? What would be the too far point in your
I was
perspective?
actually asked this question too, but hey, look,
Okay,
I'm going
shut
to
the
dip
fuck
out
up,
then.
dude. Ceiling tile, shut up.
No,
Shut
I'm
up.
dipping out. You know, you guys
Shut
have
up.
a good night.
Good,
It was
great.
fun.
Ceiling
Have
tile.
fun. Suck my balls.
The offer stands if you change your bitch ass mind.
Right.
To answer the question,
and I'm saying this
I like
okay,
the
look,
societal level.
You can
Like-
assign whatever you want me to me. I'm just asking an open question. What would be the level where you go, okay, maybe we've crossed the Rubicon into
Level
bad
of
territory?
what? Like, I mean, I guess like what I would have to ask, like
social
yeah,
consequences.
I know, I understand you're talking about consequences, but I feel like you would have to propose something that's happening caused by promiscuity. I'm not aware
I
of
feel
any
like-
such consequences.
I would say maybe the one thing is
I'm
if
saying,
like
but what-
STD rates are getting like super out of hand or something.
my
But again,
God.
this is just you can like do that. You
Okay,
can
fine.
you can
No, okay,
manage this
look-
by going to the doctor, promoting getting cheukups regularly, and
But there's
medication.
but not
And the
all
stigma,
not all-
by the
not
way,
all-
is
What the hell has to do with promiscuity?
But you know, let's say hey, wait. Let's deal with it with each claim as it is. All right, so not all STDs can be dealt with pharmaceutically, right? We agree with that.
Vast
Not all
majority.
STDs can be.
Right. So
No,
if
but it doesn't matter.
there
But-
was a point
but
where an
vast majority
untreatable
doesn't mean all.
if there
Right?
there was a point where society reached a point where there was an untreatable STD that was just like running
AIDS.
rampant. Yeah, like to the
AIDS.
point where
Herpes.
like it's a fucking pandemic or something.
How old are you? How old are you, Ghost?
29.
Okay, so you weren't around during the early 80s.
No.
So when the early
Y'all
80s, when
look
I was
young.
around, when we were presented with like after school specials about the AIDS epidemic
Mhm.
coursing through America, should that have been the point where we said collectively said, hey, we should scale back promiscuity?
Well, I mean, people were taught about this, and
no,
also
they
and
weren't.
then
No, they weren't.
HIV
actually,
medication
it was
came
actually
out.
it was
I'm
actually
pretty sure that, like-
promoted as a gay disease. That's actually one of the
Correct.
clandestine
Correct.
one of the clandestine attacks against the Reagan administration. I was there for it.
Okay, yeah. So making people aware about this, you know.
No, but it wasn't being awearness.
Had people
by your own criteria. By your own criteria. Hang on. By your own criteria, as soon as there is a mass STD infestation event, we should scale back promiscuity. So in 1985, 86, promiscuity should be scaled back by your own definition.
But it did.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
Or increases
Was
of
it?
like
People should be more
protection,
careful
right?
until we've
was
found
it?
better ways to treat it.
And
now we
yeah.
have.
But it
Now-
wasn't. But it wasn't though.
People would
Promiscuity
increase.
was not scaled back in 1986.
People might have increased
Correct.
protection measures.
But
Like, what is the point
protection
you're
measures?
getting at?
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is I'm asking you what's your criteria. So I'm trying to devise what your criteria for consequence would be, because if you're saying that all actions, okay, would you agree with this? Right? And maybe Ryan, I'll open this to you.
I just
right?
have a high
And
bar. Like if you give me like a
I
situation,
know your
that, like,
hair,
you think
your
is
hair's up
happening right
here,
now,
so I understand your bars up here. But answer me this: even lower the bar, lower the bar down to your eyebrows.
No, I'm telling.
What would be the bar of consequence for society to go?
It would depend.
Maybe,
There's a bunch of different ways it could happen. There's a bunch of different bad things that could happen. Just give me a situation.
but
you're thinking of,
name
or
one.
something
Name
that's
one.
happening right now. I don't
Name
know of
one.
anything that's happening right now that I'm worried about. enough
So STDs are still happening right now.
Yeah,
right?
and there's plenty of treatment, and the stigma is making people less likely to get tested.
No, but
so
it's
you
not
guys,
stigma.
Yeah, pregnancy, unwanted pregnancy.
I'll post another one.
Is
I'll post a
are
paper again.
abortions? No, hang on. But abortions happening, right? Abortions are happening
Yep, unwanted pregnancy.
So that would be a stigma for sexual activity.
What?
Right?
Abortions aren't happening at like super high rates, and the majority
Oh
of
my
women don't
God.
have abortions.
But-
like so,
But
again,
at
this
whatever
isn't-
rate, but whatever rate they're happening at, do we say abortions are good?
They're
No,
they're not
abortions are
good. They're
bad.
not
Other people
bad.
getting an
They're
abortion.
They're
it's,
bad.
it's a sucky
What?
thing.
No, hey, they do have to be kind of one of two things.
Why?
They either have
Not
to
really.
well because they do because either
They
they're
don't.
allowed under law because
They can be neutral.
yes they do.
Lots of
Okay, it
things
can be
can.
neutral,
Lots
right?
of not everything is
murder
black and white, good and bad. Like
is murder
It's
wrong?
murder.
yes,
mur-
murder
it's
is
murder.
wrong. That doesn't
Okay,
mean
so
that
murder's
everything
wrong no
has
matter-
to be
no
right
matter
or
who does
wrong.
it.
Not in every case. Sometimes killing is
So-
justified.
Okay,
Negative.
but no, we're not talking. No, hang on. Don't change the goalpost.
Sometimes
killing.
taking a human life is justified.
No, we're talking about
Bullshit.
murder. Murder.
Not bullshit.
Murder.
Everyone
is,
agrees with this.
No. Not everyone agrees with this, Ryan. Murder
Yes, they
is a predetermined idea. It's like so.
Well, they
so
define
you
murder
say
as
that
unjustified, so
self-defense-
that's why they don't.
Self-defense
play it
and
as
murder are
killing.
the same thing. Because they both involve killing. Is that your mimetic defense?
I'm saying that there are justified reasons to take a human life.
No.
and abortion is wrong.
No. Is murder and self-defense the same thing? Is it a word?
Colloquially? It could be. Yeah, you can use it colloquially.
No, it's
yeah.
not. That's a word concept fallacy. Is killing the same thing as self-defense and
Okay,
murder?
you know what he meant
Self-defense.
though, right?
Killing
Like,
someone in
so-
self-defense
No, I
is
don't.
killing.
No, I
yes.
don't.
He's
I don't-
oh my
Okay, well, maybe
God.
you're just being
Why
dense.
are
then.
you
Maybe you're
dragging
just
killing?
choosing not
Like-
to.
So, but is it the same thing as murder? Is self-defense murder?
Not legally.
Not legally. So there is.
Well,
a
actually, it
difference.
could be. You could be someone complete
Oh,
self-defense
now
and
it
be
is.
charged with
Now
murder.
we're
like-
going to find the
I don't know why we're
exceptions to the rule.
talking about this. Like
because they don't ever
because
want to
it's
actually talk about the issues.
No,
it's all like.
even if
like
you say murder is
bloviating.
wrong, that doesn't mean that every single action has to be right
Is
or wrong.
pregnancy? Look. I've asked you a very
consensual
simple
sex
question.
between two adults
You can't
immoral?
answer the question. Therefore, I have to ask you substitute questions to
We
try
keep
to
going
define your
hypotheticals. Can we just answer that
worldview.
question? Can everyone
To
answer
you.
that question? Is consensual sex between two adults immoral?
No.
No.
Yes.
how is
No,
murder?
but if a pregnancy results,
If Myron doesn't consent.
outside the terms of marriage, it is
So
immoral.
outside of your religious beliefs.
It might
No,
be.
it's not about outside religious beliefs. Outside of the expected consequences of sexual relationships.
And what are those?
Having a baby.
You can have safe sex without you have sex
Okay,
without having a baby.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
No,
So-
you're not getting.
you missed it.
No, I am getting it. I'm trying to explain
So
it to you.
sex that isn't
The
trying
natural-
to make a baby is immoral?
No, the natural. Remove condoms out of the equation. If you have sex,
No.
the expectation is to have babies, right? The
No.
consequence of having sex is having
No.
babies.
No.
Well,
It's a
I
potential
mean, I would
Exactly.
say
That's where we
that I would
disagree.
say that people
I
that are
had-
using
I have
contraceptives,
kids, I
the
had sex, I had
expectation is that
baby.
they won't be
The
having
potential
babies.
Guess what?
consequence of
I've
sex
had
is
I've
always
had sex and I've
potentially
never
to
had
have
a
a baby,
baby. Ooh.
Yeah,
Right.
Crazy.
The
No,
understanding of
believe it or
contraceptives is
not.
that they
But
won't have
the
babies.
consequence of having sex is often having babies, right? We can
I
say
wouldn't
that.
say
I mean,
often.
That's a byproduct. Yeah.
Blowjob.
But of the percentage of sex that anyone in here has had in their life, what percentage of it has made children?
Not
Here's
the
the
majority.
case for more
Very
blowjobs.
tiny.
honestly.
So now we're down to percentages. So if okay, let's bring it down to percentages.
Most sex doesn't make kids.
What
There you go.
percentage? What percentage does it matter? Is it 1% or 10% or 50%
Does
or
all
100%?
unprotected sex always
Doesn't, no,
consequentially
you're
have a
already
child?
moving. You're already moving.
No,
the
I'm not.
conversation.
No, you guys are all about maximal
Even-
position.
even
So
if
am
it's
I.
1%,
Does all
is-
sex that is unprotected result in a baby? Is it a 100% thing?
No,
No.
because having a child is not 100%. But
Correct.
the expectation
Thank
of having sex is the consequence of having sex is having a child.
Potential
Right?
consequence. Yes, I agree.
So the potential consequence of jumping out of a plane without a parachute is falling to your death, right?
Correct.
No, that's
Potential
much
consequence of
more.
falling out of a plane
Much more of a
with a
high
parachute,
percentage, though. You know,
with-
people have
you
survived
jump,
falling out of planes, right?
You jump out of a parachute.
You entering this
with-
conversation
yeah,
was like jumping out of a plane without a parachute.
okay, man. So deal with the argument, but just deal with the
Well,
argument.
no, people have survived
What-
jumping out of planes without a parachute, or the
What
parachute
is-
not
yeah,
working.
but what is-
I'm
what
just
is the
saying, it's
percentage-
it's a matter of
what is your
percentages, right?
Didn't happen to Peggy Hill actually.
What is your expectation of jumping out of a plane without a parachute? What is your expectation? What do you expect to have happen?
Yeah, you probably die if you don't have one. Yeah.
Right. What is your expectation of having sex? Why do you have contraception in the first place? Why would you put a condom on?
Well, the
If your expectation is not to have
to
children,
help
you
me
wouldn't
with
need a
the
condom,
percentages.
would you?
Yeah.
If your
'Cause I know it's
expectation
a
is not to have children,
potentiality.
you wouldn't need birth control. You would only have birth control because your expectation is to have children.
It's not the expectation, it's the
what?
possibility
So
of
fucking
it.
crayons.
Women can only get pregnant like 48 fucking hours out
Oh
of the
my
month.
god.
So, but the fact is, why would you need contraception if your expectation is to not have children? If you expect to not have children, why would you need
It's a cautious
contraception?
measure. I still don't understand what your
From
point
what?
is here
From
anyways.
what? A cautious measure from what? The result
The
from
possibility
what?
of having
From the
children.
possibility.
The possibility. So the possibility is in play, right?
So when you
whether
have
it's
sex-
5%,
We've been saying it
10%,
the
or
whole time.
100%, the
You're just trying
possibility
to
is in
use the
play.
possibility
So
as a way
so
to
the
smuggle in
expectation,
100%.
the expectation
How
is not
the
100%.
fuck do you do this, Sarah? Oh my fucking. Oh
Yeah,
lord.
did you just take like fucking 5th grade
Listen,
biology
Myron,
class or like sex ed?
Land the airplane.
Hold on. Look, dude, you've been going at it for a long time. I get what you're trying to say, but you could come to this a lot quicker by just asking them a very simple question about the end item entailment of sex, okay? Is the end item entailment of sex generally understood that babies will be produced without contraception? Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, so is contraception used as an avoidance mechanism for having babies?
Yes, generally.
Okay, there you go. Continue now, Myron. You've got what you needed to move forward. Holy
Yeah, I'm
fuck.
telling you, this plane was crashing for a long time.
I get what you were
Never
saying,
landed.
but you were going about it the hard way.
None of us have parachutes.
Speaking of crashing,
I'll let the cleaner do it for you. We have 5 minutes left.
have now hit the 3 a.m. mark. So
Oh shit.
it's bedtime, y'all.
Yeah.
You ask me, how do I do this shit? Well, I go to bed and I forget all of you exist until tomorrow.
It's not fair.
God bless.
It is so fair. Dragon Rage, kick us off with your final thoughts, please.
Well, in this situation, like I had stated, I definitely think Ryan and Ghosty had unfortunately won the actual debate, not the actual direction of what society should be going towards, only because of the lack of information and kind of the miscommunication on what the actual topic was directed. I do say in the terms, Ryan has definitely improved over the time that I've been watching and seeing. I appreciate being on here. I do not think promiscuity is a good thing, but unfortunately in society it's going to be there. One of the things that I would definitely say that needs to be more available is people being true with the actual number when somebody is concerned about a situation of whether or not they're being been with more people or how recent, kind of like what Ryan had brought, kind of got brought into with grid 1 when saying, hey, I wouldn't want to be with somebody right away after somebody's been with multiple different people. I would rather wait until later on. So in that situation, I think that's more realistic in life. People can come and change their stripes. It just takes active force, either inside, outside, or just a desire. So that's my statement. Everybody have a good one, and good to be back here for a little bit. So
Thank you, Dragon Rage. Mir and Chuck, to you.
Hi, I'm Jason Marriage from Marriage Now. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're defending promiscuity or any kind of social norms without considering the ramifications of those norms that you're trying to establish, without any kind of tradition or idea of what those ramifications might be, you're on the losing end of the argument. Although I came in here late and I'm a bottle of wine in, so thank you all for hosting me. Again, thank you, Sarah. I always appreciate you. And go follow me on Mirror Trick Now for all your pugilistic kind of ideas and formulations. And if Dusty's still around, man, if you're around, you want to debate fucking economies, we'll debate economies in a second.
Do we need a 1v1?
No, we don't need a 1v1. I'll go over to his channel and deep six him on his economic.
What are you gonna
ideas.
do to him? Chuck, to you, sir. Final thoughts.
All right. As a crusty old man that's been around the horn a few times, y'all youngins need to grow the fuck up. You need to man up and woman up. Don't be loose with what's in your pants. Because trust me, the better you control that, the better of a person you will be. It's not about out there having sex. Oh, yeah, you feel good for the moment, but there's more to life than that. And you talk about having kids as an accident. Kids are not an accident, no matter how they turn out. Because Sarah can attest to this as well as I can. It's not an easy road. No one promised a rose garden at the end of the path. But by golly, you man up and you do what's the right thing to do. You don't slap that horse. I'm trying to keep TOS down, but you don't slap that horse into a stable you don't intend on having some offspring from. That's being selfish. That is the problem with society today. Everybody's selfish. What makes me feel good? Ooh, I feel good. It's me, 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 me. And I've been on a soapbox all night. I do apologize, Sarah, if I disrupted your show.
I think
But
you owned every moment of it, and I think it's a good thing.
but
You had fun.
I'm with Chuck.
it's just people don't recognize. When I took
accept
my
your
marriage
apology.
vows, they meant something. I stood by them. I'm still standing by them. The good, the bad, the ugly, the great. I've had great times. I've had bad times. She's had bad times with me. We've had good times. But by golly, when I took that vow, it meant something. It was just not some fake ass words to get laid. And you got to understand that just because there's another person out there of the opposite sex that you can go ride for a little while, that's not what life is about. Without the relationship, you're missing the whole point. I don't know. I know a lot of you youngins think I'm some old dingbat, but I'm trying to 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 give somebody some insight to what life is about. Because life is not about unicorns and Skittles falling from the sky just because you want them to. You got to man up, you got to woman up. And in the end, you'll be much happier. I'm just speaking from experience. And I'm sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings, but God bless you all. And then I'll close with that. May God look out for each and every one of y'all that's up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Bumpkin, to you. Bumpkin.
It's muted.
Pumpkin, push the button. All right, he's taking a shit. Animated effigy to you, sir.
Thanks for having me on as always. It's fine to have ideals. It's fine to have preferences. And I'm sure, even though there was some pushback here, I'm sure any of us can agree that any excesses can be harmful. There can be too much of a good thing, and it can have harmful effects. Sure, we can all agree to that. What I think we push against a lot is, number one, the double standard, which is based in this whole like, well, they're different things. But mostly, I'll end with a lesson I learned a long time ago when I directed A Streetcar Named Desire. When you are able to paint someone as immoral, it makes it so much easier for you to do immoral things to them. And if those people aren't actually doing immoral things, then you're the one who's immoral. And so this is why I harp on whether or not these acts are consensual, and why it's basically just your deontology, your rules, that are trying to deem all these people immoral so that you can be shitty to them in society. Just end on that. Thanks a lot for having me. Good night, guys.
Reach.
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you, effigy. Bumpkin, are you with us again? Bumpkin. All right, he's taking a shit. All right, Cleaner 409 to you, sir.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that we get wrong when we're trying to approach these topics, when we're trying to approach as like two oppositional forces, is that we run to the extremes and try to straw man each other, get gotcha moments, and prove each other are wrong in some crazy fallacy or some crazy scenario. And the real world is masked in shades of gray. And if we're not able to approach these things, have a good, productive conversation or debate about them, and try and actually understand what it is that's going on in our society, we won't be able to fix anything in the construct that we all want to fix things. And we won't be able to produce a greater good. So, having these conversations in a constructive way is very productive and it helps people. But as long as we continue to oppose each other in such massively negative ways, like we've seen a few examples of tonight, we won't be able to have these conversations. Where there's yelling, there's no knowledge.
Thank you, Cleaner. Riding to you.
Sorry. And I got a statement here. I don't feel like we did the gotchas that he was talking about there, but I definitely know that they never showed us how female promiscuity is inherently harmful or why it should be shamed. We mentioned studies like the I mentioned in my opening, like the Vrangelova, that show the opposite, which is women who want and enjoy casual sex, they report better mental health and self-esteem. Real harm comes from stigma, like the 2023 hiring study I referenced, where women who were perceived as promiscuous were seen as less competent and less hireable. Obviously, not because their skills were lower, but because they were being judged. And the other study that I mentioned recurringly throughout this is the one that found that fear of being judged cut STI testing rates in half for both men and women, which, so if STIs are the concern that you're pointing to, obviously the stigma is the thing that is reducing people getting tested, so it is making it more likely for them to spread. So no, sex is not the threat. It's shame. It's the stigma. So again, if you care about health, dignity, or safety of men or women, you should not be defending the stigma. You should be trying to eliminate it.
Thank you, Ryan. And Ghosty to you.
Okay, yeah, I agree with everything Ryan and Effigy said, and pretty much said everything all over, tonight. I disagree, I agree with personal freedom. If people want to have consensual, safe sex as adults, I have no reason to push back against that, shame them, or look at them as any, worse of a person than anybody else. And one thing I want to say that I want to make clear, because this kept coming up over and over again, is that people are framing it as if these, we're talking about women specifically, but I guess men too, people who are having casual sex, that they don't know anything about life, as if they don't have anything else important in their life besides just having casual sex. And I think that's a really weird tie there. Just people can have casual sex and have plenty more to them than just that part of them. They can have a career, they can have hobbies, they can have interest. They don't have to just be I'm this person who hooks up with a lot of people, even though this was stated tonight often that these people need to learn about other things outside of sex in life, and I just don't see the connection there. So I wanted to make that clear. Otherwise than that, thank you, Cleaner, Paige, Ryan, and Sarah for debating with me tonight. And yeah.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Ghosty, Cleaner, Ryan, and Paige for the initial panel. And then for also everyone else who jumped. Oh, Bumpkin, you're with us.
Sorry.
Real quick before Bumpkin goes, can I say one more thing? I am getting ever closer to 1,000 subscribers, and that's a big milestone for me that I've been pushing towards for a long time. So we're edging to 740 right now, and I see it on the horizon, and I just want to encourage everyone, go over there and just click that sub button, even if you hate me. In fact, especially if you hate me, because a lot of people who watch me don't like me very much, especially at first, but you'd be surprised how much they come around. Bumpkin knows.
You're not getting that sub from me.
Don't hate Ryan. Go give him the subs he needs. The guy's trying to do what he believes is right in the world. And while some people may not agree with it, I mean, at least the dude is trying to progress and get better at his debate skills and come to the table and have good faith arguments and conversations about the topics, you know? So give him some subs. Help him out.
Ryan's been around the block for quite a few years.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably one of the original like OGs with debating with Andrew Wilson and all of those fine folk. You know, so for him to not only take the charge head on from the left side, he still continues to do so and doesn't get his feelings hurt very easily, like others, like our other redheaded friend. So, Pumpkin, I leave it to you.
Yeah. As far, I mean, here's the thing, right? I don't understand honestly why we even debate this topic, even from a extremely, you could say, right wing social values perspective. Let women be whores. I don't know. They're only hurting themselves. If you genuinely believe like this is a harmful thing, right? And they actively make that choice, like they are adults, they can make that choice. Let them be whores. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just let them do it. There's no point in even debating this at this point. Like if you genuinely think it's harmful to them, let them harm themselves. It's only self-harm at that point. And I mean, no reason to really debate it. As far as that, redheaded, bald, middle-aged man, I will totally down there and run a fade on your ass any day of the week. Do not test me. This is not a joke. This is not a game. Listen, I will spend a day in a holding cell. Okay. All right. As well, Ryan, I would have totally given you that sub, but you wouldn't even hit a link that my co-host sent you to come over so we wouldn't have an echo chamber, right? Listen, man, we have Mel over there, we have the Fox over there, we have a bunch of liberals over there. I try to create not an echo chamber, but because you wouldn't even give him that courtesy, you will never get that sub from me, right? I wanted to work with you, but you wouldn't do it. I've known you for how long now? Well, we've seen you for how long now? 5 years?
Since 2021, yeah.
Since 2021. Yep. You can't get that sub from me, man.
That's okay.
All right. Anyways, I will run that fade on that fat ginger, though. It will fucking happen.
Jesus, Lord have mercy. Can you make sure that shit gets live, please? We all want to watch, okay?
Oh, I
I just
know.
want to tell the jury watching this in the future that he means it.
I absolutely mean it. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, mutual combat, whatever. Hey, he said he wanted to run the fade. We run the fade. You can't cry assault after you agree to a fight. That's not how it works.
Oh, dear Lord.
Y'all got to come to
All right.
Texas. It's a mutual combat state, till.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to tune in. Thursday night, we have Gnostic Informant on. I've been trying to get him on for a while. It's just matching and colliding correctly. But we're going to be talking about presuppositions for Christianity and all that fun shit. Definitely ortho bro territory for sure. Hopefully, I can lure Jim Bob in on that one because I know he would have a good old time with the prompt. Friday again, we have a double header. Is God evil with Craig and Method Ministries, Craig McNeil and Method Ministries. That goes off at 6 p.m. It's your good happy hour pre-show debate show. And then immediately following after that, we have Andrew Wilson and the chaplain going toe-to-toe on the much-wanted Mormon debate. Was Joseph Smith a false prophet? Outside of that, I don't even know what else is on the schedule. There's a bunch of shit. Go take a look. It's all up on the live stream. And outside of that, ladies and gentlemen, fuck off!
All right, everybody, have a great night. Hold on, let me exit out of this. Oh, the screen's probably gonna be black, but have a great night, and I'll catch y'all later. Thank you so much for watching and whatever. So like the stream. I'm gonna be doing more live streams soon. I promise. I'm opening. We just set up a new stream room for me. So, yeah, we're getting that all set up, and then I'm gonna start streaming again, and I'm starting another channel too. But yeah, I'll catch y'all